Alo Snacks, and welcome to my weekly torment. I'm Jody, and we are back to play some more Dark Souls today. And we are going to descend into the depths and into Blighttown, and I have the unenviable task of telling you all why I think those infamous areas are actually pretty good game design. So let's get to it, shall we? I see Nonbean and Jay Hill are in the chat. Welcome. Hope more people. Well, that was gonna be weird how I said that. I was gonna say I hope more people show up, and that is not to imply you two aren't enough. I want everyone to see how good Dark Souls is and how the parts they complain about aren't actually bad. Okay. Zach's here. Hi, Zach. Something else, folks. That Pepper really needed me to see that fucking Tubi ad with like the flesh hat. I don't know why she called me over like that to see that. Something else you all might notice is I have my dentures in today, which means that I pronounce some words weird. I decided I want to do a stream like that just out of curiosity. So we'll see. I might end up taking it out if it's really bad or distracting. Let's get into the game, shall we? So last time, right as we were ending, we had taken out the Capra Demon. Let me know how audio is, by the way. Oh, actually, it looks like it might be a little high. Let's see how that is. Whoops. Zach says, tell Pepper I said hello. Hey, Pepper, Zach says hello.
Fuck you.
Pepper says, fuck you. Alright, so we're going to go into the depths first thing, but we're not actually... Like, we're going there first, but we're not going all the way through it first. There's a thing that I want that's partway through. First, let me check something. I don't have any large titanite. I should go far enough to get a little bit of large titanite also, in addition to the thing I was planning. Oh, you're hoping to get permanent dentures? Nice. I don't love having these partial dentures so far, but it's nice to be able to chew easily. This comes from that oral surgery I had a few months ago that I was really miserable about. Like a few teeth got pulled, and those teeth were important for chewing. Let me check what souls I have right now. Okay, soul arrow, great soul arrow, heavy soul arrow, magic weapon. Okay, great heavy and heavy. Okay. Before I actually go in, so we have this massive wall here, and if we look down there, we see all those other, like, massive walled-in cities. That is a big part of what... And actually, if we look straight down, we see Blighttown. So, like, these cities are walling in something, and we are going to get a lot more of a sense of what it takes, like... what the scale is, like what it takes to make a massive wall like this, because we're kind of going inside it. Jay Hill's back. Hello, Jay Hill. Jay Hill says, Blighttown. So many dislike Blighttown. I think it's good game design. That is my thesis for this stream. It's not pleasant, but not everything in the game needs to be pleasant. Also, I'm probably going to do Upper Blighttown for the first time in basically forever, because it's possible to skip it, and I could skip it, but I want to do all of it.
So, here we are.
Hi, Pepper. Welcome to the stream. Glad you're set up. I didn't need to kill those thieves, but, like, I'm just going to do it whenever I come here on the off chance they drop their armor, because I think their armor looks cool. It's a very rare drop, and it's not something I'm going to farm for. Anyway, into the depths we go. Theo says, wait, is there another way to get to the spider? Do you mean besides going through the depths? Yeah, there is. I'll talk about it. You know the way you get out of Blighttown normally? You can, if you have the master key, you can go that way the first time. Or you don't even need the master key. You can just go around through Darkwood Garden and the Valley of the Drakes. Anyway, look at that guy up there. We have a butcher. One very rare enemy type. I think there's like 2 in this room, and then I don't think there's any others. How many bosses are optional, though? So, for this run, the Gaping Dragon is not optional because we need to get its tail. But you don't need to fight it for a normal run. You don't... Like, you need Quelaag, you need the Bell Gargoyles, you need Sith, you need, like, the Lord Soul enemies, the Lord Soul bosses. You need Ordenstein and Smo. And you need the final boss. And I think that's it. I think those are the only ones that are absolutely mandatory. I don't even know where my spell went. There we go. Got another butcher butchering some meat on the table. His Zach says, I forgot the normal way to enter Blighttown. I usually go through the dragon area. Yeah, I usually do that too. Like, I haven't gone through Upper Blighttown in years, but I'm like, you know what? I'm doing a stream series. Why not do it the quote-unquote right way, or the normal way? Do you need to get the Firewalk ring? That's going to be for way later in the game. Yeah. But I am going to get the Rusted Iron Ring before we actually go into the depths in Blighttown for real. I'm just going here real quick right now for other reasons. And then we're going to come back through for real later in the stream. That dog I just killed doesn't respawn. Let's see if we can get the Butcher. The Butchers don't respawn either, I should have said. Oh, only 2 Great Heavies. I didn't realize that. So, there are 3 things I want to get from the depths on this quick run. The first is in this chest. We need the Large Ember. Pepper says Gaping Dragon. Oh yeah, you'll see. Down there is a nightmare. I want to be very careful about going through there. If we were going through the depths fast, we would jump down this hole. But we're not going to do that right this second. It's not sexy. It is not sexy, Pepper. I promise you that. You'll see, Pepper. It's actually in the thumbnail. Only sexy dragon might be Priscilla. Yeah. And that's partially because she's only half dragon. No, the second one's not going to hit it. Alright. I don't know what that one's pathfinding is going to do right now. But I guess we'll see. Oh, you might actually like the Gaping Dragon now that I'm thinking about it, Pepper. I'm not even showing off the Butcher's movesets. I don't want to deal with them. But they drop a sack. Sack. Okay, this is a better angle to take on the stuff that's in this little area down here, which sucks. The sack always makes you think of the Butcher Lady Invader. Yeah, Maneater Mildred is actually... Like, there's been a lot of fan theories over the years. People think that she's associated with these butchers. Especially because of where you meet her. Which we'll probably be meeting her this run. Anyway, thing number 2 we came down here for.
You. Yes, you. Here, over here. Please. You must help me.
You want to be really careful not to attack his barrel. You got to roll into it, or else you might hurt him and aggro him.
Thank you. I would have been a supper without you. Being eaten alive. I shudder to think. Thank you. Thank you dearly.
Yes, Jodi. Yes, Pepper, you're a spider.
With the great swan. I will not forget my debt to you. Oh, hello there. I'm fine, thanks to you.
Okay, that's all I was going to say right now. So, the Large Ember and Laurentius are the people who we, like, are the things that, like, we needed to get from here. And also, we're going to get the best use of them if we come back out immediately after getting them. But there is a third thing I want to get real quick. And then we're going to get out to use all of that. That is a trap, as you can tell by all the blood stains. I'm not sure if I said last stream. Blood stains that you find that aren't yours are from other players who died, and, like, you can click on them and see how they died. Oh, this person got hit with something right here. And then it killed them. There we go. There is a slime trap here. I might not have good things to deal with slimes right now. I forget how they are about magic damage. Not great. Let's try a Great Heavy. Better. Okay. That bodes well for us, because I need to kill a bunch of those right now. Because they have a chance to drop Large Titanite, which is one of the things I want. Zach says, I recently saw a video talking about the origins of Maneater Mildred and why the devs put her in the game. It's a Demon's Souls reference, right? Because you have, like, the Butcher's Knife in that game. Okay, let's kill some of these slimes and hope one of them drops a Large Titanite shard. That is the third thing we need. There might be some around the area also. I like these slimes, by the way. I like their design because there's very clearly sharpened, like, solid bits in them, and I think that's good. Let me see if I can bait one into doing an attack. Like, you see, they, like, just stick their pointy bits out at you, and I like that. Oh my god, that's not doing very much. But sometimes the soul arrows will hit multiple enemies at once if they're really close together, which is nice. Come on, one of you give me a drop. Oh, no. Torch hollows are no joke. I want to take care of that guy as quickly and easily as I can. Soul arrow. You know what? Magic weapon might be the way to go. Yeah, that's alright. I'm gonna have to farm these guys. I was hoping one round would do it, but it shouldn't take very long. This is not a rare drop from them, and I just need one. Anyway, that by the way, like, normally if you don't have the master key, you have to go throughout this dungeon and, like, find the key to that and use it to get in here, but I didn't have to do that. Oh, they got invaded, and it was just an interesting design on the invader that they saw. That's fun. I like that. I always assumed that she was just, like, a way to put the Butcher's Knife in the game, because that was, like, a weapon that every player uses in Demon's Souls, because it's, like, broken. It's really weird which ones it's letting me lock on to. Come on. Okay, drop down if you have to. Drop down. Oh, the torch hollow sees me. Alright. That's not as big of a deal as it could have been. Drop down. Come on. Drop down or let me lock on to you. There we go. Jay Hill says that they feel like the next game is going to have a reference to Let Me Solo Her. There has to be. And for people who don't know, so there's a, like, the hardest boss. Oh, I was trying that shard. That's what we needed. Perfect. We can leave the depths now. Let Me Solo Her is, so there's a boss in Elden Ring who's really difficult called Melania. And there's one player who's naked except wearing a pot on his head. And he would just kind of, like, do co-op with people and just, like, solo Melania for them. And his name was Let Me Solo Her. Legend. Absolute legend of a player. So Laurentius should be gone now that we've rested at the bonfire. Let's see. Oh, he's still here? Did I not exhaust his dialogue?
Oh, hello there. I'm fine, thank
I guess
you.
I didn't. Good thing I checked.
Oh, hello there.
Okay, now we've exhausted his dialogue. He should be at Firelink next time we go there, which is now. I should have got the Rusted Iron Ring before I came here. That's going to be basically our next major step, getting the Rusted Iron Ring. Come on. Okay. And I'll explain what the Rusted Iron Ring does when I get it. Lost lock on at an inopportune time, which aggroed the dog. Good thing that he still stayed still. How's everyone doing today? There is water on the bottom of the ocean, Nambean. That's true. Nambean always has wisdom for us. Except when it comes to rats. I don't know why Nambean has such a weird set of opinions on rats, but it's kind of low-key problematic, actually. Zach says I'm pretty good and you. That's good. I'm doing alright. Today's been a weird day, but I've been playing a lot of Minecraft with Pepper, and that's been really fun. I haven't played Minecraft really since beta, and it turns out I should have been. It's really fun. Was that? Okay. I saw that player ghost, and I thought it was another hollow I missed. Where's the one that's here? That's concerning. Whatever. Alright, back to Firelink we go. See the short that I sent you, says Zach? Actually, not yet. I need to. Sorry about that. I saw that you sent it, but I just didn't watch it yet. Alright, so Laurentius should be here. He is. Perfect.
Well, I see you made it out. Yeah, I made it out safely too. I have my pyromancy at grade small, so I can usually manage with a bit of care. Oh yeah, by the way, I can share the spells with you. I think you have a knack for it. All you need are the materials. I'll be pleased to help you. Unless you find the magic's unsavory.
So this is confusing. You want to say no, because no, I do not find your magic's unsavory.
Yeah, wonderful. I'm sure that, they'll be of some
That has caused a lot of
assistance.
people trouble.
Here, first take this.
We needed the pyromancy flame from him. That's why I'm talking to him.
Flame from the Great Swamp. Now you're a fully fledged pyromancer. Why, let's get started right now.
So, sorceries are the magic that scales with your intelligence. Miracles are the magic the magic that scales with your faith. Pyromancy in this game, like pyromancy has worked differently in all 3 Dark Souls games. In this game, it doesn't scale with any of your stats. It scales with how much you upgrade the pyromancy flame, and there's other things that come from that too. And because one of the achievements that we need to complete the game, or to get all the achievements, is to get all the pyromancies, we need to upgrade our pyromancy flame to at least +10. So, which we can do with him. That's going to cost us, I want to say 10,000 souls, something like that, like overall. I might not bother with all of that right now. I might just buy combustion right now, because that'll be useful for grinding and maybe fireball. And let's talk to him.
Pyromancy is the art of casting fire. Produce flame, then channel it, just as our ancestors did. A pyromancer must be in tune with nature herself. My home, the Great Swamp, is an abundant store of nature. You will understand one day. It only takes time.
So, because I'm a sorcerer, I'm mostly not using pyromancy. I have to get all of it, but I'm not going to really be using it very much. Pyromancy is kind of the kind of spells that you use if you're mostly a melee build, but you want to have some kind of like damage, range damage to use, elemental damage especially, because it doesn't require stat investment. It does require souls investment, but not stat investment.
Pyromancy has a, well, rather primitive aspect to it. It meshes poorly with advanced culture, and pyromancers are considered rather unsavory, which is fine, as I never got along with anybody anyway. So, for me, turning undead didn't change a thing. A pyromancer's flame is a part of his own body. The flame develops right along with his skill. When I gave you that flame, I gave you a part of myself. Please take good care of it.
Everyone likes Laurentius. He's kind of a bro.
Goodbye then. Come back if you find anything new.
At some point, I'm going to have to dump a bunch of souls into leveling that pyromancy flame up to +10. I don't really need to do that until New Game Plus, though. And by the end of this playthrough, we're going to have a bunch of extra souls a lot of the time. So it makes sense to just come back here and dump it into upgrading the pyromancy, and or the flame, and that's it. Now let's run to Andre real quick. So we got that large ember, and we should give it to him. It's very important for us right now. He doesn't say aluminium non-beam, because aluminium does not exist in the world of Dark Souls as far as I know. Gets around that whole thing. Back to these guys, huh? We've seen enough of them. If it did exist, he would say it. He probably would. That's true. Jump. We're going to give him the large ember.
Magnificent. You won't be disappointed. I can hardly wait to get started.
Now then. Pepper says, hey Jodi, you should spend 2 to 3 hours talking about a really unappealing political article. Yeah, I don't have any on hand this time, unfortunately. Anyway, the reason that we got the large ember and came back immediately is Andre can use the large ember to take weapons from +5 to +6. That's the only way to get weapons from +5 to +6, which is also why I needed that large Titanite shard. you want to do this before you go down to Blighttown, because once you're down in Blighttown, you can get actually a lot of large Titanite shards. But unless you already ascended the weapon, you can't do anything with them yet. So we'll go down to Blighttown, and we'll probably come back up with like a +9, +10 sword. There we go. Now we have a +6. We could also have him ascend it to raw. Like the large ember also does that. The raw infusion works by removing most of the stat scaling, but really increasing the base damage. It's really good for if you're in like a low level build. We are going to need, like for our achievements, there's one achievement for getting a maxed out weapon of every type of infusion.
Hey, loser. Oh,
thank you, J Hill. Thank you for the sweets. The gonna be so tasty. I'm going to untoxify. Thank you. Yay. So yeah, eventually we're going to get a raw, I want to say +10 weapon. So for a regular weapon, they max out at +15. But infusions are all different. Some of them they max out at +5. Some of them max out at +10. It's all 15 total upgrades, but where you upgrade them, like how upgrade they have to be before you can ascend them, is different for all of them. So like a cult +5 is the maxed one, whereas divine +10 and regular +15. So we're gonna need to see all of that at some point over the course of this run. Yeah, I think we're done here. Oh wait, do I have a smith box? Let me check. Nah, gorgeous view. Funny.
I've seen one of
Oh.
those before. It's the ember of a divine blacksmith. Might you consider leaving that with me?
I forgot we also had this.
Divine weapons with a flame such as that.
Yeah, we're gonna also give him our divine ember that we picked up from the Moonlight Butterfly fight. That's right.
For that, you've made a fine decision. You soon shall see.
All right. Okay, I did buy the what do you call it? The smith box from him. So now, before we go down to the depths, we have one more stop to make. I'm gonna rest here. Why did the crossbow guy aggro on me all the way back there? That's not typical. Weird. Oh, he's did aggro. Okay. Oh, that didn't hit, even though it feels like it should have. All right, next stop, the secret. Do I have... Yes, I do. Good. This was a meme when the game came out, because it's like, oh, this game's so hard, I want to curl up like a ball.
Hey, loser.
Thank you for the sweets. Ow. I very nearly hit the, like, the button right next to the make this visible button that would have, like, gotten rid of that redeem. Glad I didn't do that by accident. That would have been such a terrible, awful thing to happen for me to accidentally get rid of the toxic redeem. Anyway, curling up like a ball. We're just going to stay here for a bit. I think this game is a really pretty art style when it comes to like all the rays of the sun and all of that. I like that a lot. By the way, I should say, I can see us throughout this game doing a lot of like kind of unpleasant grinding. I don't think there'll be any on this stream. Or like, not unpleasant grinding, but grinding where I'm going to have to do it like for a long time and not really having it be certain how long I'm going to be doing it. That shouldn't happen on this one. I'm going to probably grind for large Titanite later, but that's not a rare drop, so it's not going to take very long. Anyway, we're back at the Undead Asylum where we started the game. There's 3 things we can do here, 2 of which I might not bother with right this second. I might come back to do one of those things. Anyway. Actually, I said 3 things. There's actually 4 things.
You, give me warm, give me soft.
This is Snuggly the Crow. This is a tradition in every FromSoft game going back to Demon's Souls. They always ask for a different type of thing. This one wants warm and soft. This is the one use of the rubbish item, although there's lots of things you can drop. But this is the only thing you can do with rubbish that has any kind of value. In later games, you drop it and you immediately get the new item. That doesn't work that way in this one. We're going to have to unload the area, which can often just mean quitting the title and coming back. And then when we load in, it'll be a different new item for us. Most of the things that you get from Snuggly aren't, critical. I just always do this one because it's I'm going to have rubbish anyway. I can't use it for anything else. And it gives you...
Give me.
It gives you a Titanite chunk, which is useful. That's the next level up from large Titanite. And that'll be used for plus 11 through plus 15 weapons. Or through plus 14. Plus 15 needs a Titanite slab. There's a reason I walked around the edge of this room. There's another boss in this room. The one thing I'm not doing right now is fighting that boss. I'm actually level... Oh, I can actually level up. Okay. Okay. I have my target shield. We're going back down to the cell that we started the game in. And there's a Black Knight. Can I get a lock on him before he... No, I can't do it before he aggroes me. Okay. Come on. Is the singular of spaghetti spaghetto? I was right! Haha! I know very little about Italian, but I guess I know enough to know that.
Hey, loser.
Thank you for the sweets, Mondine. I appreciate the reward for guessing correctly. Red Titanite chunk. Okay, didn't drop his sword, but that's okay. We're gonna end up with way more of those swords than we could possibly ever use later on. Why am I... Hang on. There we go. Thank you for the sweets. Yay! Anyway, we came back to our cell to get this. The Peculiar Doll. A strange doll with strange dress. There once was an abomination who had no place in this world. She clutched this doll tightly and eventually was drawn into a cold and lonely painted world. When we want to do the painted world of Ariamis later, we need that doll to do it. That's our key. So that's one reason you come back to the asylum. And yes, that little girl was Priscilla. What hit me? Oh, he came down here. Okay. Remember Oscar who gave us our Estus flask? He is hollow now. he has a thing we need, actually. Nope. Thank you very much, Non-Bean. He dropped the crest shield, which I'm going to mark off on my checklist, because that's one of the items that we need for one of our achievements. Crest shield, there we go. I think I was getting my intelligence up to 30 and then pumping my attunement. That sounds right. Let me actually... I'm going to get rid of heavy soul arrow for right now and put in combustion for those slimes. Slimes are really weak to fire. That's the main thing. One thing that's nice about the pyromancy flame is that it weighs nothing, so you can always just put it on your build if you have space, and it's fine. Flame medium used by great swamp pyromancers. Pyromancers arouse this flame to produce various fire arts. That's what it looks like. We just have a flame in our hand. And this is what combustion looks like. Possibly.
Make sure you bring more maca next time.
Right, see in the birb, Non-Bean. Possibly the most useful spell in the game, like the most useful pyromancy, except for like the upgraded version, Great Combustion. It's quick, it does a lot of damage, and it's spammable. It's real good. Now this is like a +0 pyromancy flame, so it's not going to do a lot of damage, but it's good.
Thanks, Pepper Paysan.
Thank you, Pepper. Thank you for liking the stream. I also like the stream. Oh yeah, if we wanted to go down here, by the way, there's another... Oh, was that the boulder? I forgot there was a second one. Wild. If we were to go down there, there's another Black Knight. There's no reason to fight it right now. Not to kill them. Okay. Now, if you remember last stream, when I was... Like, there was, like, a thing on the roof of Firelink Shrine I jumped down to get. It was the key to this. And what is this? Or what is behind this? The rusted iron ring. One of the most necessary rings in the game. Gonna replace my wolf ring with that. Rusted iron ring improves balance on poor footing. This iron ring was used to shackle the guilty. It is terribly rusted and faintly stained with blood. Those who find this strange ring to their liking will be pleased to find it easier to gain footing on poor ground such as swamps. We're going down to a swamp. We're gonna need that. Basically, if you're in swamp, if you're in areas that would make it so that it's hard to move and like you move slow and you can't really roll, this makes it so you can just move normally. Extremely necessary. Part of why I don't fully buy everyone's complaining about Blighttown. Because, like, there is an option available to you that makes it so much less bad. Now, granted, you might not know to get it, especially if it's your first playthrough. Like, why would you ever think to come back here? How would you even know you could come back here? But... yeah, I mean, it's bad conveyance in that way, and I can see why Blighttown would be really frustrating on the first run for that. But I will talk more about that when we get down there. let's head on out. If I was smart, I would have not rested at another bonfire since the one in the depths, and then I could have just homeward boned back to that bonfire, but I'm not smart, so I didn't do that. But that's okay. It's not going to take very long to get back to where we were. I'm not going to do every single like little thing to do in the depths. It's not that interesting. But like I said before, I am going through Upper Blighttown, which I normally don't do. Because we're going down to the poison area, it's going to be really a good idea to have our moss clumps ready. In fact, I might go buy some more because three blooming is okay. Oh, wait a minute. Should I do the depths now? Nah, fuck it. I can get by with 10 Estus flasks. That's fine. Although... I'm thinking about things. Hang on. Okay, what other weapons do I have I could conceivably use for that? This was not my plan. But... is this usable? No. Do I have any blunt weapons I can actually use right now? No, I can't. Zach, I did mean to typo that. It's not a typo. We are platting Dark Souls. We're getting all the achievements. I could just do a longsword. You know, change of plans. We're going to go down through the depths right now to get kindling. That'll be very helpful to have. We're still going to do the Gaping Dragon and such today. It shouldn't take that long. Unless I get super stuck, which I might. I have so much liquid humanity right now that I really want to be able to put it forward on... I want to be able to use it on kindling. It will be really useful if I can do that. So... we're going to need to save 30 hard humanity for New Game Plus for a reason. And... oh, I need another large Titanite shard. I didn't think about that. Crap. Okay. I'm not going to do it right now. We're going to do Blighttown, and then I'm going to come back up and do the depths. Because I'll come back up with at least one large Titanite shard, which we'll need. Wait, or do I need white Titanite? Or no, I need green Titanite for that. Which we'll also get in the depths and Blighttown, so that's fine. Okay. Sorry for that distraction. Let's go back to the depths. Also, do you have anything else to sell me right now?
Well, you certainly up my...
I might as well buy that. I'm gonna need it later anyway.
All right.
Not for the sake of having it, but just because I need to clear him out to get all the spells. No, for the achievement. What I was gonna do, I should have said it more while I was making that decision. I was gonna go down to the depths, and for that, to make it like way less difficult, you need a divine weapon. And it just so happens I gave Andre a divine coal, not coal. Coal was Dark Souls 3, a divine ember, which I could have used to do that. So I was just gonna make a divine weapon, like probably a divine longsword, and head down there and get kindling, which you need to be able to get 20 Estus flasks at one time. It is hard to make the S sound while I have my thing in. I've always wondered why they bother putting this one, like, bow hollow here. I don't, from a game design perspective, I don't know what that adds to anything. Besides just, like, does it make the room feel less empty if you're like, oh, I have to dodge when you're in it? Give me your armor. You're not gonna, but I want it. Alright. Whatever, that's fine. Gonna get more pierogies. All right, see you in a bit.
Make sure you bring more maca next time.
Make sure you bring more maca next time. See you in the birb, J Hill. Not what I meant to do. There we go. I actually don't even need to kill that dog right now. Don't know why I'm bothering. I have 9 soft humanity. I should... And I'm also human right now. I should definitely kindle the bonfire down here. Alright, drop down. I could run past them, but I might as well see if they'll drop any green titanite or large titanite. Nope, no drops. Yep. And let's kindle this bonfire up to 10. Alright. Got some players who want to do co-op. That's interesting. Don't normally see that here. Sarah. Hello, Sarah. You've been through the depths already. I see your helmet. Rats can be a little difficult. Glad Nami's not here to hear me talk about rats. Oh, don't poison me now. I need to save those for Blight Town. Oh, I guess we're fine. Okay. And they dropped humanity. That's helpful. Great axe. Everyone like the giant piles of poop because we're in the sewers now. I like the way it breaks apart. Like it's not like it's. It evokes something that isn't shit, but it is shit. Nambi says, I ran out of pierogies, and there's a snowstorm that's not supposed to stop for 3 days, and I'm here to hear you talk about rats. No! I only said it because I thought you weren't here. I'm just kidding. I'm glad you're here. Even if your opinions on rats are weird and I don't like them. More humanity. Oh, are they all dropping humanity? That's nice. Having a high soft humanity like I do right now is kind of just like a this is the key that would open up the bonfire if I didn't already have the master key. It is also that large rat doesn't respawn, I'm pretty sure, and we're gonna have to kill it later. But yeah, like having a lot of soft humanity is kind of a gift. It's risky, but it means that you're much more likely to get a lot of items, including extra humanity that you can use to replenish that humanity. It's a really good idea if you're willing to accept the risk of losing it. Now there's an interesting enemy in this area, in this like room, which I'll get to in a second. I'll get to talking about. You can see him down there actually. Just like in the church, there's a channeler here. Down there, that area is is where we fight the boss later on. And if you don't kill this channeler, he can use that move and use it to buff the boss's attack power, which is a nightmare. You don't want that. Oh, he's coming up. Okay. Please be nice and drop a channeler trident so I don't have to farm later. He didn't do it. Okay. These guys drop, for these guys, their trident, the weapon that they have, is a rare drop, and it's probably one of the most problematic items to farm for in this entire run. More humanity, alright. How am I doing on humanity right now? Hang on. Yeah, what am I doing? There we go. 20 humanity plus plus 2 twin humanities. That's pretty good for this stage of the game. We gotta be careful here because in this area there's these holes that you can jump over, but you don't want to risk it usually, because if you fall down there, it drops you in a really bad area. There's lots of basilisks that we don't want to fight. I don't think I've even shown what a basilisk is in this run yet. And here we are at the giant rat. The big girl. If we, like right after that butcher, there was that hole I said we could jump down. If we did jump down that hole, it would have dropped us into this room. Oh, come on. Lost my lock on at the worst moment. Hi, Shiny. Welcome to the stream. Humanity. Thank you for the humanity, rat. Hi, Pippa. How you doing? I'm good. I'm glad. I almost said I'm good.
I'm glad you're good. Are you good?
I am good. Oh, go for it. It's on. What?
Get Dawn.
Alright, so this area is a little tricky. You have to slide down this.
Here
You
we
can't
are.
really see it here. But if you slide down the middle, you drop down into a bad area with a bunch of basilisks. If you slide down on the right, though, you just slide straight through. Like that. We're going to go open up a shortcut. Do you want to plug into the audio?
Yep. Does your thing? Can I play GTA on your computer and also watch your stream?
Probably not. I mean, you could, but you'd have to alt-tab out a lot. That would probably be kind of slow, but you could do that.
Okay, I'll listen to you stream that through me.
Anyway, this is a shortcut. Because, like, right up here is the area right outside the bonfire. See? We're back.
So bad.
We're so back.
I'm sorry. I'm a nuisance. I'm being annoying.
You are a nuisance. You're not being annoying, though.
Oh.
You know, I'm going to do something I don't normally bother to do, but I'm human right now, and... Oh, thank you. I'm human right now. Oh, shit, I wasn't paying attention because Pepper was moving the mic for me. I'm human right now, so let's go into this area and fight an invader. Oh, God, there's lots of rats. Now I remember why I don't usually do this. Oh, my God. These fucking rats. What? That's not the way direction I'm running. What the fuck? Okay. These rats are really aggro for some reason. Oh, do you need me to log in?
I'm gonna learn all your password information, Jody.
Oh, do I still have that going? Thank you for getting rid of that. Jablonski.
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 Are you summoning Jablonski?
I'm not summoning Jablonski. Oh, more fucking rats. Oh, I thought I got them. Why are these rats so angry? None of the rest of the ones in the entire game act like this. I'm gonna use up all my Estus. That one's definitely trying to lure me into a trap. Anyway, I'm coming down here because in this general area there is an invader you get a lot. That is another player. That statue thing over there is another player who's been afflicted with curse, which is awful, awful status effect. Which I like. Basically, when you get cursed, your max health drops by half until you can get uncursed, and getting uncursed can be a thing. It can be a whole big ordeal, and it was especially an ordeal when this game first came out. They added new ways after that to get uncursed. I want this fucking invader to just invade already. That's a basilisk. That's our first basilisk of the game. These guys curse you. They suck. That cloud is curse. Do not want to get cursed. Here we go. Dark Spirit Knight Kirk. There he is. I'm killing this guy for a reason. Besides just that I kind of feel like it. I hit his shield and did 139 damage. That's a lot. We're gonna kill him easy. This guy can invade you up to 3 times, and each time he does invade you and you kill him, you can get, he drops parts of his set. Now we have the barbed straight sword, which isn't good, but I have it now. Anyway, he probably drops an Eye of Death. Yes, I need that for later. So this was definitely not a wasted trip. We're going to need to grind for at least 10 Eyes of Death. So having one drop here was very good for us. You know, that's in that enclosure is the Ring of the Evil Eye. I don't need it. The Ring of the Evil Eye is not very good. Let's just go. You can't remember how to get to the Nido area. That is through the catacombs. Hi, Shiny. Thank you for the redeem. Give me 1 second. Thank you for the sweets. I'm going to take a sip. Can opening ASMR. Took a big sip, actually. I was having a really shitty day the other day, and it turned out I was dehydrated. That was the cause of it. So, I'm gonna try to be more careful of that. Pepper squeezing my arm. All right, so I think we can summon Solaire for this fight, and I don't particularly need his help, but I do want to get the sunlight medal we would get from beating the boss with him. So I'm probably gonna summon him. Jojo H Drizzle. H Dizzle, rather.
Dizzle.
This should be Solaire? Yeah, Solaire. I think if you don't kill Lautrec can also be summoned for this fight.
Remember in Grand Theft Auto 5 story mode when a guy wanted to be called Jizzle?
No.
Yeah. Michael's son.
I see. Oh, you know, if I do summon this other player, that'll be 2 sunlight medals I get from this fight. But I'll be okay with that. I need sunlight medals, but this is just like a nice to have. I know other ways to get them. All right, let's go check out this boss. Pepper, I think you're going to like this boss intro cutscene.
Okay.
Take a look.
Oh, I've seen this before.
Yeah, I probably showed this to you because I really like this intro. It's a good fake out.
Oh no!
This,
Oh
this,
no!
this boss can bore you.
Yeah! Is that its like nose?
I guess.
Yeah, this thing is great.
This is one of everyone's like favorite boss designs. I love the Gaping Dragon.
Then why did you say you wouldn't want to fuck it?
I don't want to fuck it.
But what if?
Anyway, this is the boss that we need to cut off the tail for our achievements. So let's magic weapon up and get the tail. My first time in this game, the Gaping Dragon gave me such a huge amount of trouble. It's massive. Now it's fine. Now I think this is an easy boss, but it gave me so much trouble the first time. You have no idea. Give me your tail. I want your tail. There we go. Cross that off the list. That's the entire reason we fought the Gaping Dragon on this one. Solaire is just keeping it very, very busy. You see, it tried to use its tail sweep attack, but it doesn't have a tail anymore, so it was like, I didn't even have to dodge. Alright, Gaping Dragon dead. Never gonna fight it again for this run. Hope you all enjoyed that one. You had the Blighttown key. Now
You
Solaire.
didn't let it bore you.
No, I didn't. And Solaire gave me a sunlight medal. That was what I needed. I don't think that's the best boss fight, but it is one of the best boss designs. I love that boss design. Just to be safe, I'm gonna Homeward Bone and spend my souls so I don't risk losing them. Alright, for the Morning Star, to make a Divine Morning Star later for the Catacombs, I would have to level up my strength one more time. I think it's worth doing. I'm just gonna spend some of my souls on that right now. And then one more intelligence, a bunch more attunement. Oh, and actually, I'm not gonna do attunement right now. I'm gonna start leveling up endurance and vitality. I need strength, I need health, and I need stamina. Oh, J Hill, you missed the fight. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm going into my checklist, by the way, and crossing off the Dragon Tail Great Axe. Or what's it called? The Dragon King Great Axe? I'm going to have to double check what that's called before I cross it off. That's what we got from the Gaping Dragon's tail. Pepper did like the Vor Dragon. I didn't show her the Vor, though. I didn't really want to.
Why?
Because I didn't want to die.
I can't play your game, Jodi.
Why can't you play my
Because
game?
it's through Steam.
So, log into your Steam.
I did. I don't have this game on Steam.
You don't?
No.
Oh.
I have it through Rockstar.
Oh. That sucks. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna eat your organs.
Dragon King Great Axe. Now that I've spent my souls, let's go down to Upper Blight Town, which, as I'm going to keep emphasizing, I normally never do. It has been probably a decade since I've done Upper Blight Town. But that'll be fun. I'm sure I won't be angry I made this decision. Especially with 9 Liquid Humanity. I'm sure I'll be fine. Also, there's an NPC here.
Aye, Shemai, and good day to you. I'm Donald of Xena. I'm just, well, a peddler of sort. I adore trinkets and oddities, so I trade for them.
That rat's making me a little nervous.
I'm afraid I don't see anything here. I'm afraid I don't see anything.
Okay, he's leaving. So Domhole's main thing is that he sells boss armor. He sells his own armor set, and then also there's certain bosses where after you beat them, he'll sell their armor. Bottomless box. I didn't buy that from the Undead Merchants. Let me get that now. I'm going to need that for sure.
Thank you. That was a fine trade. I have this funny feeling we'll meet again soon. And we'll make another fine trade, of course.
He is going to relocate up to Firelink Shrine. I almost said Blighttown. Now we're going down to Blighttown. I love that color grade change immediately. Look at this. We're in the Depths color grade, and now we're in the Blighttown color grade. Nambi says, we're making you nervous? No, not really. That's why you ask. These guys suck. But they're parryable, so they're not a huge deal. But they are big, like, health sinks at this point. Or big damage sinks. Said rats for making you nervous? Yeah, I did. I don't know why you then think that you make me nervous. That's not what I said. Okay. So I don't remember where all the blow dart guys are. There are guys in this area that do not respawn once you kill them, but they use blow darts that hit you with toxic, which...
Toxic?
Yes. Yes, Pepper. Toxic. Oh my god, I hate these guys. Now, the guy on the lower part is trying to run to me. He's stuck on geometry. That's perfect. What hit me? What? Did I get hit by the back of that, like, hitbox? That's interesting. Or, like, the swing back? Let this kill you, please. I hate these guys. Luckily, they're not the main enemies of Blighttown, of Upper Blighttown. Dung pies, like I just picked up, are an interesting item. They are, they're items that you can use to bank your souls. There's a place where you can buy them for 200 souls, and there's a place you can sell them for 200 souls. Meaning that you can effectively, like, if you have a bunch of souls you don't want to lose, you can just buy a bunch of dung pies. We don't have the ways to sell them yet, though, so they're useless to us. Those guys down there are our main enemies. Not sure if you can see them. Should be a blow dart guy around here if I remember correctly. Here we go. Oh, almost got hit by that grab attack. That would have been bad. On a normal run of the game, I never even see this enemy type because they're only in Upper Blighttown. Oh, blow dart guy. Okay. Gotta stay somewhere where he can't hit me. Because getting toxic would suck. I don't have that many curing items for it. I could probably take one hit, though. So if I want to risk it... There we go. If I want to risk that, I can. Okay. They die from one soul arrow. That's good to know. That's, like, the best case scenario for me. Pepper went away. Do these guys also die from one soul arrow? No. Okay. The spines of these enemies are gross? Yeah, they are. So, the one thing about this area that people criticize, or back in the other version, it's not a problem in this area, that I 100% agree with them about, is that it used to be, if you were in Upper Blighttown and you looked down at Lower Blighttown, you would, like, your frame rate would just, it would just sink to a crawl. Like, you would have no frames. That was awful. That was the thing that people rightly complain about. Everything else, I like having this area with all this precarity and all this, like, poison. I do think that it's not great that the blow dart guys are non-respawning. I think that it's because they were tuned improperly that they had to be made non-respawning because it would be too punishing otherwise. But also, this guy's fighting with a corpse. His weapon is just a corpse. Not gonna fall off. Okay. Now you're gonna fall off. Anyway, this is a big reference, or like second try, at the Valley of Defilement from Demon Souls, which I think is an area that is too punishing and bad. I think Blighttown's a much better version of it. But like that also starts with like a descent down to the actual swamp. There is not much to say when we're at this part of the game. It's just, this is just Blighttown, isn't it? Now this bridge is a motherfucker, because it moves when you walk on it. It doesn't ever fall, but when you're first playing the game, you don't know that. Oh shit, there's another one. Oh, that other one's stuck on geometry. That seems to happen to these guys a lot. The one thing about Blighttown, or another thing about Blighttown that I think is a fair critique, is that the enemy pathfinding does not know how to deal with it. Which is fair. It's a really confusing area, but they should have made the enemy pathfinding work better for it, I think. That's a jump to a weapon that we don't need. I'm not going to bother with it right now. I might not bother with it later. It's an easy way to die for no reason. It's another katana, which is kind of cool, but it's not worth it. You can see down to the swamp down there. That's our destination. And we can we see it from here, or is that further down that way? One of those, like, pieces of masonry has a bonfire on it. That is our immediate goal. Oh, the color grade changed again. Interesting. Yeah, see? Huh. Interesting. Spider's here. Hi, Spider. Welcome to the stream. How's Helltown? Good. It's been pretty good so far, actually. Oh, shit. I forgot about that. Forgot about that. Okay. See, I've played Blighttown before, and sometimes I still forget some of the tricks. Oh, the fire dogs. I forgot the fire dogs. Don't like them. Okay. Whew. Yeah, like, I think... So that was a dirty trick. I still think that was good design. I think that a lot of that stuff about Blighttown is that, like, it is unpleasant and it's still well designed. It is well designed in its unpleasantness. Not everything needs to make you feel powerful or needs to be quote unquote fun, you know. Now that's, I think, the proper way to go. Fire dogs are worse than the club dudes? Yeah, they are. And I think this is another bridge that... Yep. 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 Whenever it moves, you just stop moving and you'll be fine. Oh, crap. Okay. Can go down here. This is a safe area to fight. Not a lot of space, but safe. That guy's gonna... Okay. That was the tell for his grab attack, which I didn't want to be hit by. Okay, now that's just one guy. I can deal with him fine. What is this glowy, I wonder? Oh, that's not... Nope. Nope. Oh, okay. I should have brought... I was going to say I should have brought the light spell, but I actually don't have the light spell. I haven't gotten dusk yet. I should do that soon. After Blighttown, I guess. Blooming purple moss clumps. That's actually very helpful. I forgot there was a drop for that here. Like I said before, it's been like 10 years since I did Upper Blighttown. So I forget what most of the drops are. Let me circle back around, make sure I didn't miss anything. Oh, I missed the bonfire. It's a good thing I did circle back around. Now, this is different in different games. I'm pretty sure to actually respawn at this bonfire in Dark Souls 1, I have to actually rest at it. I can't just light it. Which is going to respawn the enemies, which sucks, but... Okay, I know for a fact that way is progress. So let me make sure I clear out everything back here before I do that. And that's a little bit of a risk, but I'm going to take it. Whoa. I did not move with the bridge there. That was scary. Gotta be careful for that. Did I get toxic from the Dark Gun Bastards? Not yet. I've actually only seen one. And good news for me, I have pumped my int enough that I can kill them with one soul arrow, one regular soul arrow. So they shouldn't be too much of a problem. Also, my other hot take about this area is, as much as I think this area is actually good design, the gutter from Dark Souls 2 is the better version of this area. Of Upper Blighttown specifically, to be clear. I really like the whole thing about it being dark, and then you just keep lighting all the sconces, and you eventually make it all bright. It's really cool. Is this the end of this? I think this is. Yeah, okay. I came back down to see what I missed, and I missed, like, almost nothing. That's fine. I missed, like, a single humanity. One thing about these, like, the rickety bridges, the ones that actually move when you walk on them, is that to make them work that way, they have to make you actually kind of, like, float above them. Which can be scary, but also it can be a little bit freeing to realize, like, oh, I don't move fully with them. I just have to make sure I walk with them. Like, it's like, to know you're not actually on the ricketiness is nice, I think. What starter should you choose for Pokemon Ultra Moon? Rowlet. You should start with Rowlet. Oh no, shit. The one that becomes Primarina. Become the water one. Primarina is one of my favorites. It might just be because I'm a trans girl. Poplio, yes, thank you. I feel like I remember there being a blow dart guy around here. Oh, those guys in the jars. I forgot about them. Huh. What name should it have? Jodi. Name it after me. Do it. Okay, they both aggroed. Let me move down here. I think it might be safer to fight down here. If nothing else, I can hit them with my spells while they're moving down the ladder. Or I theoretically can. Oh, don't hit me with it. There we go. Spear guy needs to be gone, please. Nope. You're not gonna grab me. I forget if up or down is progress. Okay, I see a bunch of fire dogs down. So let's go up for right now. It's fun to come back to Upper Blighttown and not remember how to traverse it 100% of the way. And have to kind of just be like, well, I guess I'm going to do it this way. That's kind of fun. I remember some of the tricks, but not all of them. Oh, I hear the dogs. Are they congregating by the ladder? Where are they? I heard them for sure. They've definitely got aggro. Where are they? Oh, there they are. Let's try a Great Soul Arrow. See if that kills you. It does. That's good news. This is where I fell. Okay. That's how you square that around. That's how, oh, shit. Okay. Shit. Okay. Whew. That was scary. Come down here and follow me. Oh, there's two of them. Okay. Let me Great Soul Arrow them. Get them out of here. Ooh, that was close. Okay, let me make sure I'm not resting. I want to pillage and not rest. Okay. Nuzlocke starting soon. Ooh. Ah, it's time for me to take some estrogen. Which, in my dentures, is a little difficult, actually. Is that... I think I might have to jump to that if I remember correctly. Oh, I aggroed the dog. Which is actually good. That can put him somewhere where I can actually hit him. Because he can't climb the ladder. Hello, doggy. Oh, damn it. Come on. Oh my god, come on. There we go. Alright. Okay, yeah. That was where I fell. I am back up near the top. Oh, but because I rested at the bonfire, those guys are back. That's great. I was just going up there to confirm that I had circled around completely, and now I have more guys after me than I needed to have. Although... Hang on. How do I get that item? Were those the ones I was thinking about where I have to jump? I think they are. I might not even have to jump. I might just have to run. Yep, just run. That guy's going to have a lot of trouble coming around to me if I remember correctly. Surprised I haven't run into more blow dart guys yet. This is all coming back to me now. I remember this. The shadow garb. I forgot about that. Maybe I'll wear that. I always wear the black leather. Maybe I'll switch. Oh, you're angry at me too. Okay. Then you jump down here and get this item. That's right. Where is that guy who was trying to pathfind around to me? Can I jump that? Probably. I could advance, but I'm a little concerned about the guys behind me. Whatever. Oh, maybe not whatever. Where are you? There you are. You're gonna cook some steak, non-bean? That sounds nice. Oh, blow guard. There. I cannot speak. Blow dart. Gonna go back here where the blow dart guy can't hit me. Okay. Now, is he positioned in a place where I could hit him with my spells? I don't think he is. I'll circle around the way I would if I was just a pure melee build. Okay, come on. Is there an item over there? I don't want to risk it. Come on. Oh, he's stuck on geometry. Come on, buddy. He de-aggroed because he was stuck on geometry for so long. Come on. Oh, that's okay. I can not get toxic if I get hit with one. That's good. It takes two to toxic me. I'll just let that go down, and that should be okay. Okay. Can he hit me here? I don't think he can. So let me figure out how I'm supposed to get there. That guy, that wiggly guy on the wall, is someone I'm going to have to kill for a pyromancy later. A very good pyromancy, too, although one I'm probably not going to use. So no matter what, I would have had to come to up this high, at least. Even if I wasn't going to do all of Upper Blighttown. Oh, someone fell off to their deaths. Awesome. That happens a lot in Upper Blighttown. Excuse me. Try a faith building got destroyed here? I bet. Alright, I'm gonna have to jump down. Hello? Oh. Is he gonna show me the right way to get up here? Oh, there's a ladder there. That's good to know. Thank you. One thing about the visual design of this area is it can be very easy to lose the ladders. But like, I just have to remember the torches are at the top of the ladders. That's how you remember. Or that's how you notice them.
Hello, Pepper.
Hello, Pepper.
What are you peppering?
Pepper.
Good.
What are you peppering?
Jodi.
Oh. Ew. In public?
Yeah, for free.
Wow.
On stream.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Wow. I dropped my medication.
You did?
Yep.
Oh no.
I have to have floor estrogen.
You don't have to.
I mean, otherwise, we're gonna overload.
I guess you're right.
Or we're gonna risk it.
It is just one, but
I don't want to eat floor estrogen, but I have to eat floor estrogen.
if I hadn't already taken mine, I would offer to take that for you.
Okay, here you go.
No, I've already taken mine.
Here you go.
Where is this guy who just growled at me?
Right here.
You're not a guy.
It's true. That was a test.
There's a test to see if I'd misgender you.
Yeah.
Okay, let's kill this fucker. Actually, wait. I shouldn't kill it here because I don't remember if it drops the item by just dropping it in my inventory automatically or if it leaves like a glowy I have to go pick up. If it does the second, I shouldn't kill it until I'm there because I might die and lose it.
Have I missed anything?
No, I'm just going down Upper Blighttown. It's a maze. It's been a long time since I've done it.
Yeah. You can't slide down that.
I know. There's some that are even funnier that you're able to slide down. Like the ones that are like just rungs carved into rock you can slide down.
That's funny.
Yeah. I hear people growling at me, and am I supposed to jump onto that? It's been a little bit.
Imagine getting like a splinter on that.
Oh, that I can
While
very easily
sliding down.
I can very easily imagine that.
Ow.
Yeah. Okay, I can drop down there, which also means I can get the pyromancy. Though that's the main enemy of this area.
Took my time. I'm gonna go back to watching the repeat.
Okay, I heard a blow dart guy. Where is he? Okay, this brings me up to that first blow dart guy. I can kill him.
Thanks, Pepper Paysan.
Thanks, Jay Hill. Thank you for liking the stream. I'm glad you're enjoying. Let me kill this blow dart fucker. That should kill him. Oh, is he not dead? Oh, fuck me. I didn't get souls. I didn't get moss. He's probably alive down there somewhere. That fucking sucks. Also, how? Oh, okay, there we go. He died. After a long time. Oh, it must have been he had to drop all the way down to, like, the floor. Okay, I could go in here. I think there's club guys in here. There's not, at least so far. I know there's a place in this room where I can drop down to get the whip. The whip in Dark Souls 1, like, the whips in later games are pretty good. The whips in this game were jokes when this game came out. Like, no one used them except for gags or challenge runs. They're not worth getting. And they don't count for the achievements I need to get, so I'm not going to bother. Oh, here's that guy. Try rear. I will. Is that doing damage? Is there someone behind me? Oh, shit, blow dart guy. Okay. I'm going to do this in a more safe way. I think that's doing damage, or it should be. Yeah, it is. Okay. Purple moss clump, are you going to give me power within? I need it. Where's my power within? That's okay. Or is it just this? Okay, it's right there. Okay, we're good. Now, where's the blow dart guy? Where is the blow dart? Yeah. Where is the blow dart guy who hit me? This is back down where I was before. When I'm in a safer place, I'm going to check off power within from my checklist. I know pretty well where to go from here. I'm pretty sure. Because I have had to come up this high in Lower Blighttown before, recently. Just to get power within again. Oh, please don't let that hit. Okay. Oh, that's scary. Because I couldn't see. Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, I did the Gaping Dragon already. You have to do that to get to Upper Blighttown, unless you do, like, skips, you know. And by skips, I mean the way almost everyone plays this game. But, yeah, technically skips. Sequence breaks. Oh. It's on slightly lower ground than me, so Soul Arrow just doesn't want to hit.
Thanks, Pepper Paysan.
Thank you, Spider. Thank you for liking the stream. I am not going to lie. I've been doing Upper Blighttown just purely for my ego. And I feel like that's kind of hitting for people, and I like it. I feel like people are going, oh my god, she's actually good at Dark Souls. She's doing all of Upper Blighttown and hasn't died once. Oh, we're getting down to the end of this part. Alright. Once we get down to this part, I consider Upper Blighttown basically done. So, I can still die, obviously, but I consider this Lower Blighttown now. Because we're getting these enemies, these fuckers. I don't know what these guys' official name is. They're kind of spidery, which makes sense given that they're like... In Dark Souls 1, Chaos is fire themed, and these guys are definitely like Chaos enemies. The Chaos is spider themed, not fire themed, although it is both. These guys clearly used to be humans, which is cool. Like, look, like they have a human face, which you can kind of see. They're like a similar thing that happened to Quelaag happened to them because of the Flame of Chaos in Izalith. You forget why people hate skeleton wheels? The bone wheels fucking suck. That's why. Bone wheels will stun lock you and just murder you. I hate bone wheels. Oh, I'm hearing a blow dart. Is there someone? Oh, yep, there they are. I see them. I'm gonna have to just keep moving, I guess. Okay, this is safe from them. Is he close enough that I can lock on? Probably not. Are there any of the chaos guys down here? I don't think there are, so I can just run to him. I can take one hit, that's fine. Wanderer set. Oh wait, that reminds me of the other set I got. I was going to consider... Do you hear something? I think I'm okay. I was going to consider doing the shadow set. Where? I hear spiders. Not spiders, mosquitoes. Ninja. Why not do the ninja for a bit? I haven't used the set in the longest time. And it's kind of like a little bit of a flex. Like, hey, I just did Upper Blighttown. No one does that anymore because there's no reason to, but I did it. Why would I want to jump onto that? I feel like there is a reason, but I don't remember why. Oh, that's... Oh. The mosquitoes clip through, or have trouble clipping through all the geometry up here. It's a little annoying. Oh shit. Okay. The mosquitoes are a very persistent and annoying enemy in Lower Blighttown. Oh, come on. Okay. Upper, like vertical. That's what I'm looking for. Vertical swings are good against the mosquitoes, which is good for two-handing. Which is why two-handing is good, because you get those vertical swings. Having trouble speaking today. Come on. Let me lock on. I can't lock on. Okay. Mosquitoes are another thing people complain about in this game, or especially about Blighttown. And, like, I understand why. They're annoying as hell. And they spawn infinitely, which no enemies in this game but these spawn infinitely. But, like, whatever. They don't actually bother me that much. They're just annoying, you know? I'm calling these guys chaos bugs just for the sake of having a name for them. Because they are definitely associated with chaos in this game. That's the specific thing. Alright. Into the swamp. Good thing I have the rest of the iron ring. Oh, you're the one who fell, I guess. Anyway, I'm poisoned. I might get invaded, so I'm gonna... Even though I'm getting the bonfire here, I'm bothering to unpoison myself. Hey, still human. Still have 9 humanity. Upper Blighttown wasn't that bad. Let's kindle this. I didn't point this out, and I should have, but when we entered the Upper Blighttown for the first time, it was at the very, very top of this long shaft that we're now at the bottom of, and we went into that shaft several times in Upper Blighttown, and I think that's a cool design. And we're at the bottom of that gigantic wall I pointed out. Someone's here using a weapon they really shouldn't be using with their level of strength, it looks like. That animation is not meant to be that difficult. Not meant to make it look that difficult, I mean. So theoretically, we could run to the boss right now. But I want to do a little bit of exploration first. Oh, there we go. Man-eater Mildred. That's what I was hoping for. The mosquitoes are being a little annoying. That's what they do. Oh, damn. Actually clocked me with that one. Oh, got me that one too. Wow. Oh, not what I meant to use. Although, if I can get it off, it won't be bad. Okay. There we go. That was kind of worth doing, even though it was on by accident. And that's one of the famous invaders of this game, Man-eater Mildred. Oh, Nambean, are you trying to get a female Poplio so you don't, like, name a male Poplio Johanna or Jodi? I appreciate that. Alright. I'm going to go back into the other part of Upper Blighttown right now to get a Firekeeper soul. And also to get a spell that's very useful and also necessary for my achievements. Male Poplio is kind of transcoded in some ways. I see what you mean. But also, I don't know. I like to have women on my team. And also, I don't know. I am a trans woman who is pretty femme. I think someone being femme can also be transcoded. Like a woman being femme can be transcoded. I don't know. It's in the eye of the beholder, sort of. Like, it is and it isn't. You know, it's a complicated conversation, but you know. Okay, I was one level down lower than I thought I was. Attempt 3. I'm sorry if this is... Oh, by the way, right down there you can see one of my favorite little visual jokes in this game. This whole big elevator, like... This whole big, like, water wheel elevator is being powered by this one dog just running in this wheel. And I think that's really funny. You can see it down... I don't have binoculars, but you can see it down there, like, at the tip of my sword. I think that's pretty funny. Okay, I'm gonna let myself get toxic if I have to, because I have cures for it, and also there's just so many blow darts here. How have I not been toxic? You want to try to get a shiny female Poplio? That seems like a lot of resetting. I think that's it for blow darters. I think I got all of them. Yeah. Now it's just a bunch of... Oh, no, there's one more. Okay. Excuse me. Alright, let's see about getting these fire dogs from up here so I don't have to deal with them down there. Ooh, that was me risking it. This one's gonna be a little difficult. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna try from another angle. There we go. This should work. All right, easy peasy. Being a sorcerer makes a lot of things in this game way easier. Firekeeper soul. Now, every Firekeeper soul, if I remember correctly, has a different description. So let's check out this one. Soul of a long-lost Firekeeper. Actually, no. This one is the same as we got before. Oh, I have 20,000 souls. I wish that I was back at Firelink so I could get the Bellowing Dragon Crest ring. I think that has to be a priority for me soon. That is the ring you get that boosts the power of sorceries, which for a sorcery build is obviously, like, necessary. Oh, what the? Huh. Alright. Nope. I forgot it's 3 slashes, not 2 for these guys. The Tin Banishment Catalyst is another sorcery catalyst. Its main thing is that, like, it's not very good at casting spells, but you can also use it as a spear. It's not worth doing, but I have it now, so yay. Now Remedy. This is a spell that cures poison and toxic. Incredibly useful for Blighttown. I'm probably going to go back and attune it immediately. In fact, let me just Homer Bone. I'm gonna pump endurance for a bit. Wonder why they put that spell there. Well, like, it's next to the Sealer set, and we know from Ingvard and from who's a character we haven't met yet in this playthrough, and just from some item descriptions, I don't remember which one, that there were several Sealers at New Londo, including Ingvard, and at least several of them left for various reasons. At least one of them left because she wanted to cure, like, Blighttown of all of its, like, blight. And she died up there, and that was her spell. That's what we know about her. Attune magic. I think I'm going to replace fire combustion with remedy. And actually, let me quickly mark off that I got remedy and power within on my checklist. Power within and remedy. There we go. Attempt 4. I'm sorry it's taking so long. Alright, we're gonna explore. There's enemies in this area that that drop large titanite and green titanite, which I want. So I might do a little bit of grinding. If I do, it's not gonna be like a major grind like last stream. It's just gonna be like until I get a few, and like usually you get like a few with each attempt. Oh, I'm at 10 humanity. It's these slugs that drop green titanite and large titanite. And when they drop green, they drop 5 at once, which is nice. There we go, large titanite. That's a level on my sword. Pyromancy poison mist. I'll mark off that I have that. Let's remedy real quick. I only have 4 uses at once, but that's enough for one, like, farming run, usually. Nambi says, fun fact, Poplio has a 12.5% chance to be female. The reason for that is that they want to make it really hard to breed starters, because starters are supposed to be rare. Oh, Pepper, did the PS4 turn off?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You might have to unplug it so that it'll, like, fix it. Yeah, sorry, you might have to unplug it for like a minute. I can do it for you. Do you want me to do it? Okay, give me a second, chat. I'm gonna get to the bonfire and before I do that, just so I know I'm safe. Moving is for squares. That's true. Chat, I will be right back. I will still be in mic range, so I'm not sure why I'm talking like I won't be here, but I have my headphones off, so I can't hear things, but I can't hear you all anyway, so go figure. Waiting for a minute with the thing unplugged. Hi, Pepper.
Hi, Pepper.
Hi, Pepper.
Ah!
Are you okay?
Yeah.
What was that? Hi, Pepper.
Hi, Pepper. I think I lost you.
You want some more oxygen?
I took some at 8.
Mhm.
10. I'm hoping it helps.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. I'm not sure how much chat can hear me right now.
Hi. Hi, Snacks.
Hi, Snacks.
Hi, Snacks and Rats.
No! Only Snacks.
Only rats?
No. No!
Are you gonna call them girlies?
I thought about it. I'm not sure if I want to do that.
Also, the controller batteries are low.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Sad.
So, that might not be doable for a bit then.
Yeah. See how things work out.
See how things work out.
Do I start her on or do I wait on a minute?
Turn it on. It's fine. It should work. I might not have waited long enough, honestly, but we'll see. Now, it'll turn off again, and then it'll kind of, like, do a whole resetting thing. Alright, anyway, I'm back. No, J-Hill, I feel kind of a similar way. Especially with, like, Penny. Penny's just a trans femme in Scarlet and Violet. Like, she just straight up is. Like, I know it wasn't the intent, but it almost feels like the intent. Alright, so there is a very... There's a very commonly used farming strat, which is there's a whole bunch of slugs in this area, and they have a very high drop rate for large titanite and green titanite. So people will just kind of go around the swamp, and usually each attempt going around killing them will get you at least a few, like, shards. Before I do a full round, though, I'm gonna go up here. That's an illusory wall. And then you have a chest with twin humanities. And then guess what? Another illusory wall. Dirty trick. J-Hill says, we have the two older artist boys who 100% had a thing at a time. I don't remember them, but that sounds familiar. Anyway, we're in the Great Hollow now. We're not going to explore the Great Hollow right now. We're going to come back for that later. But I wanted to have a closer bonfire to the farming thing. Actually, while I'm here, let me upgrade my sword. Also, hang on, let me take a quick moment to move things around in my bottomless box. Alright, now my inventory is much cleaner, which I appreciate. That's all of the weapons I have on me right now. Great Hollow is an area we are going to have to explore. The end of Siegmeyer's quest is down there. There's a tail cut weapon to get. But yeah, overall, it just feels like an area that's just there to be cool more than, like, because there's actually things you want there. Oh, come on. Ugh, couldn't walk onto either of those slugs. Now I can. One soul arrow is enough. That is good to know. I don't see... The problem with slugs is that when they have a drop, it can be kind of hard to see. I don't think either of those two has one. Anyway, let's get this item that they were by. Green Titanite Shard. That will be enough later to get my divine weapon, which I am going to use to get into the catacombs. Oh, come on. They just keep jumping over my soul arrows, like, by accident. Slugs definitely are gross, that is true. They might be leeches, you're right. Oh, hang on. Green Titanite. 5 Green Titanite shards. That's real good. Yeah, they are leeches. You're right. Slugs are in every other Souls game. In this one, they had leeches for some reason. But every other Souls game has slugs. See, it's nice to have remedy because, like, when you're purely just using mosses, it can feel really tempting to not use them, like, because it's like, oh, I don't want to waste like a consumable item when I could just be like okay for this run, and it's just really nice not to worry about that at all. You had 10 leeches on your foot? That doesn't sound pleasant. Jail says Rika has also flirted with the pastry gym leader who reciprocated her flirting. Yeah, and Rika's also just incredibly, like... Rika's a lesbian. She just, like, just look at her. Not quite. Free aiming spells in this game is a little hard. I like that Dark Souls 2 added, like, the binoculars in such a way that you could use it to snipe with spells. Not in this game, though. Large Titanite. I want to have a +10 sword by the time I go back up. Which is honestly not that difficult of an ask. There's a lot of drops here. I'm not going to spend too long farming though if it starts to take a while. Large Titanite. So I should have 2 large Titanites on me. Ah, that just barely got me poisoned. Let me double check what I have. 2 large Titanites. I'll probably need like... I want to say you need 10, but I forget. Like 10 per weapon. Oh, come on. The wall I'm behind has a really weird hitbox. Like, somehow, I was standing here and firing my spell, and it hit the wall's hitbox behind me. I don't know how it did that. Well, Nami, you could always go to the Name Raider. There's a Name Raider in, like, every Pokemon Center in that generation, isn't there? Or am I misremembering? Large Titanite, that's 3. Large Titanite, that's 4. Server, that's a weapon I'd never use, but it's cool, theoretically. It's not a Nuzlocke if it has no name at the very start. You're right, my bad. But, like, what if that was the shiny, like, female, Poplio, and then you just didn't go with it because you didn't do the nickname? That would suck. It wasn't shiny? Okay. Jay Hill says, can we agree Gita is non-binary? That's the champion of that gen, right? Because, yeah, I can see it. Spider says, currently cheesing my way to 100% to 100 alteration in Skyrim. I know a trick for that. This might be the trick you're using. But like, you can just telekinesis something and then fast travel. And it'll act like you telekinesis the entire way. Even if you don't have enough mana to do that. Which you probably don't. Gym Leader Watson? What about Watson from Gen 3? What do I think about him? He sure is a gym leader. I don't have a lot of strong thoughts about him. He has electric type Pokemon. Electric type Pokemon are kind of cool, I guess. Oh, come on. Green Titanite, nice. It's so nice that they drop 5 Green Titanite shards at a time. I'm gonna have way more than I need. Having 10 humanity is something I should probably do more often. Really nice to have this barely be a grind at all. Oh, come on. Can you name every Pokemon professor whose last name is a type of wood? Oak, birch, elm, sycamore, I know there's more. Juniper. I know I gotta be missing some. You got to 100 illusion by spamming Ayla with courage for a long time. That's cool. The way I always do it is I spam muffle, like just whenever I'm walking through a city, I just spam muffle because that gets you up pretty high. And then once I get high enough, I just spam invisibility because that gets you even higher. Like if you cast invisibility, the second that you have enough skill that it's in shops, like one cast of invisibility will give you like multiple levels. I'm pretty sure multiple levels in illusion. Pepper's quoting Minecraft now. Another drop, it looks like? No. Yeah. You are not naming Pokemon professors. I promise you Pale Oak and Cherry are not Pokemon professors. Or Dark Oak. Although, Professor Oak does have a brother who has a much bigger tan than him, so that could be Dark Oak. Dark Oak. In fact, that, like, Professor Oak's brother is actually in the game that Nambin is playing, like the specific one. Magnolia and Willow, that's right. Those are the ones I missed. Reinforced weapon. I just need one more large Titanite charge for my longsword to get up to +10. That's definitely just like one more route, one more run around the farm. That's not bad at all. Is Kukui a tree name? I've never been sure about that. I've never actually looked it up, I should say. I probably should have just looked that up. He's a tree? Oh, okay. I didn't know that. It's kind of fun that when you free aim spells, they'll just like arc down like that. 5 more green Titanite. Hell yeah. J-Hill, you are not wrong about Kukui. He does seem like he has that kind of vibe. Oh, Ivy and Rowan, right. My hot take is Sonia from Sword and Shield should have had a tree name just as like, because she wanted to be a professor, and in the end she becomes a professor. Spoilers for Sword and Shield. And it just would have been fun if she already had the tree name. Or if she was like, well, now that I'm a professor, I guess I have to adopt a tree name. I'm no longer Sonia. I am Mahogany. I'm Professor Mahogany. Large Titanite Shard. That was all I needed, but I'm going to finish the rest of this route. Couldn't hurt to have extras. I know Mahogany's not in Minecraft, Pepper. Pepper, do you like my ninja outfit? I think you weren't here when I got it. Alright. I'm gonna run back to the main Blighttown bonfire. And then I did not find it on Skin Dex, although that's a funny joke. I couldn't think of a good comeback to that. I guess I'm gonna go fight Quelaag. That was a very short grind. Usually when I get to Blighttown, it's a much longer grind. Also, look up there. You can see the tree at Firelake Shrine. I like the way the world is in Dark Souls 1, how you can kind of see everything from everywhere. And also, this tree right here, the one with the Great Hollow inside, you can see that from Firelake Shrine. You can also kind of sort of see the swamp. Plus 10 longsword. Thank you very much. Oh wait, I probably have enough levels to, or enough souls to level up. I don't. I'm close. I might as well get those 200 souls and then come back and level up and then go fight Quelaag. I think that should do it. I'm going to do one more just to be safe. That should do it. I love the way the ragdolls just stick to your body, especially these guys in particular. Endurance up by one more. We want that stamina. We want it really bad. What is the goal of Dark Souls 1? Right now our goal is we are undead, and like undeath in this world is a curse. We're undead, and we were told, oh, there's a thing to do if you go to like the land of the ancient lords, Lordran, which is where we are now. There's a thing that can happen that will save the undead if you go ring the 2 bells. We've already, and like after we do that, we'll get more plot. But like we've already rung 1 bell. We've been told the other one is in Blighttown somewhere, so that's where we are, and that's why we're there. It's very light on plot at first. Large Titanite. I could have just come here. Oh well. It's very light on plot at first. It's kind of that way on purpose. I like it. We'll talk more about that when we get more of the plot. I'm circling around this way because I don't want to deal with those boulder guys right now. Every time you hear the bell ring, it's because another player rang the bell. Yeah, Jail says you want plot, you read your swords, shields, and especially your rings. That is true. I've been trying to read the ones that are, like, important. Mary. Hello, Mary. Oh, you have... I know where you got that armor set from. I like that armor set. And... Oh, Maneater... I forgot. I forgot you can summon Maneater Mildred after you beat her. For Quelaag. I'm not going to do that, though. Anyway. Cool boss design. I've already shown this to you, Pepper, I think. But I think you'll like it anyway. The spider spits lava, which stays on the field for a while. Oh, I hit her. That actually staggered her. If you hit the human part of her body, it does more damage and staggers her. It's like a headshot. It's hard to do on purpose, though. Usually it only ever happens because, like, just by accident. Oop, I mistimed that. Good. She was definitely trying to punish my heal, but she chose to punish it with the lava spew, which is really easy to dodge. I thought that was going to hit her human body. Guess not. Like I said, hard to do on purpose. Oh, whoops. Oh, I hit her human body again. That's hard to do usually, like I said. Oh, shit. Oh, she's one hit away and so am I. Oh, okay, there we go. That's Quaylag. Soul of Quaylag. You love her and want to be her, Pepper? Yeah, that's fair. That seems very much like what you would want. J-Ho says she can be a pain for melee builds. She can. There's one attack in particular you have to get very, very good at noticing the tell for, or else it will fuck you up. It's like when she does the explosion. If you're up close and you don't see the tell immediately, you're fucked. Also, she gave me enough souls to get the bellowing dragon crest ring, which I want really bad. Anyway, we rang the second bell. We're going to get some plot next time we go back up to Firelink. Now that we've rung both bells, this is happening. Pepper, you have a big spider body for your avatar, or do you mean more in the Quaylag way? One like hers? Yeah. Anyway, that's an achievement. Ring the bell in Quaylag's domain. Sen's Funhouse is fun. I like Sen's. It was a fucking bitch my first time playing it. Especially because I was using the Drake Sword. And Sen's Fortress is when the Drake Sword starts to really fall off, if it hasn't already. Well, look at this fellow. People will often, when they're new, will make the mistake of attacking him. Don't do that. Do not attack him. He's an NPC.
Oh dear. What have we here? Are you a new servant?
I am a new servant.
But you have no eggs. No matter. Go along and have audience with our fair lady. I pray that you will mind your manners.
Anyway, check out Quaylag's sister. The only name of hers that we know is the Fair Lady, or Our Fair Lady. I'm just gonna switch so I don't accidentally hurt her. Anyway, same deal. So I should say what the lore is. Quaylag and the Fair Lady were both daughters of the Witch of Izalith. The Witch of Izalith, like, so the fire is running out, right? The first flame is running out. Gwyn tried to relight it, and that didn't go super well. The Witch of Izalith tried to make a new one, and that created the Flame of Chaos, which is what turned Quaylag and her sister into spider people. And did a whole bunch of other stuff, like all those weird spider people out there in Blighttown were probably caused by that also. That guy does have eggs on him. The lore about that is the Fair Lady is in this state where she's like dying because she came to Blighttown and she sucked the blight pus out of the people there. She tried to heal them, and sucking out the blight pus like put her in this state. And so out of devotion, her, or like Engi here and a bunch of other people willingly took her eggs onto themselves. And that's the thing we're going to do at some point too. We're also going to get eggs. But not quite like that. the fair lady doesn't talk in a way that we can understand yet. I have to check something, actually. But first, she's a firekeeper, so we can reinforce our Estus flask with her. With that firekeeper soul we found. Also, we found her covenant, which is in and of itself an achievement. We got the achievement for that. I'm going to check something. Oh, cool. Okay. There is a way to talk to her, which we will do later. We can't do it yet for various reasons. I'm going to not spend my souls because I want to go back to Firelink and spend them on the Bellowing Dragon Crest ring.
Are you prepared to dedicate yourself to our fair lady? Then I will make available whatever you require. If you need something, ask me first.
Like I said, this guy's name is Engi. E-I-N-G-Y-I. It's everyone has a little bit of trouble with it at first. We can't really buy much of import from him yet, but he can level up our pyromancy flame, which is helpful if we don't have Laurentius for some reason. It's also possible for him to give us a pyromancy flame if Laurentius hasn't given us one already. Or he might be able to do it even if Laurentius has. I forget. We're going to be back here later. For right now, it's back up to Firelink Shrine. Jail says, but is it actually right to give her a merciful death? I forget if that's a thing we should do. It depends. Sometimes that's what people recommend doing before going into New Game Plus, because you get a Firekeeper soul you can use to upgrade your Estus flask. I don't think it's really worth it. And also, if you kill her, you lose that bonfire, and you do not want to lose that bonfire. You really don't want to lose that bonfire. Yeah, she is like... Okay, so after we get the Lord Vessel, which is the next objective, which we'll get lore about in a second, that is a very important bonfire for that reason, for like gameplay reasons I'm not going to explain yet. But also, that is like the main bonfire before the Bed of Chaos. So we don't want to hurt her. We really don't. And also, we don't want to hurt her for like... Because it's kind of mean, you know? On our way up out of Blight Town. The way I'm going up now is how when people skip Upper Undead Burg, or Undead Burg, wow. When people skip Upper Blight Town is because they come down through this way. Which is much, 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 much easier. J-Hill, yes, you can kill Seath in the first fight, and it is really hard. I'm not sure what you're talking about, the fight in Dark Souls 2 that you need a special sword for. You might be thinking of the one in Dark Souls 3 that you need the Storm Ruler for, which, by the way, is a Demon Souls reference. Oh no, J Hill, you're mixing up things. The Manta is in Demon Souls. That's what you use that Storm Ruler for. The reference to that in Dark Souls 3 is Yorm the Giant.
Hey, loser.
And in either case, you need the Storm Ruler, the sword that that shoots wind blades. To you don't need it, but it's easiest if you have that. Thank you for the sweets. Yummy, yummy, so tasty. Ara Ara. Yeah, Storm Ruler in Demon Souls is not a great design fight, but God, it looks cool. Hate these guys, but once you have like a routine down with them, they're not that bad. So yeah, when we got to the very top of the way out of Blighttown, we got the key to the New Londo ruins. That's the key you use to open this door. Unless you have the master key, in which case you can just come here immediately, and that's how people skip upper Blighttown. Did I didn't do the New Londo ruins thing I always do. Hang on, I'm gonna do that after I spend my souls. Orlando ruins? No, not Orlando. New Londo is a kind of annoying area we're going to have to come back to more later. But right now, there's an item very early on in it that can be a big help to us. I'm going to go spend my souls, and then I'm going to do that, probably. I totally forgot about New Londo. And we're back at Firelink, just like that. The way out of Blighttown is much easier than the way in if you're trying to not skip anything. This is the point where if we didn't kill Lautrec, we'd come back and find Anastasia here dead. That would suck. That's why we killed him.
Did you ring the second bell? That is incredible, I must say. But now we have a new problem. It's noisy, it snores, and its breath is lethal. This is no laughing matter, I tell you.
Oh, hello. Well, you certainly are keeping at it. Myself, I'm fine. Let's get started.
J-Hill, that's literally right now. Don't spoil it, God. Anyway, Bellowing Dragon Crest Ring. We need this. Makes our spells just more powerful.
That should maybe...
Like, significantly. Yes, Pepper? I love you too, Pepper. Are you watching the stream?
I just took my headphones off because my phone is to charge.
Oh, I see. Anyway, this guy here just talked about, like, oh, something's here. It's noisy, it smells, and its breath is lethal. I wonder what he could be... Yes?
It's you!
Oh, fuck you. Anyway, this fellow... I love his giant mustache tendrils. I've never understood why that's a design element for him.
I'm coming over.
Okay. Do you want to plug into the audio?
No.
Okay.
That guy,
Yeah.
he sounds like this. Hello.
You're not super wrong. Anyway, this is one of the big lore drops of the game. You want to listen?
Yeah, I'll read it.
Okay.
Yeah, hello.
Hello. Was it you who rang the bell of awakening? I am the primordial serpent, King Seeker Frant, close friend of the great Lord Gwyn, chosen undead, who has rung the bell of awakening. I wish to elucidate your fate. Do you seek such enlightenment?
Yes, I want such enlightenment.
Very well.
And he just eats you.
Then I am pleased to share.
You're not super wrong about
What?
that either. I mean, he doesn't do it right now, but
Okay.
it's really funny that you keep saying these things.
I know this guy, actually.
Cast away the dark and undo the
Went to high school
curse
together.
of the undead. To this end, you must visit Anor Londo and acquire the Lord Vessel.
Ew, why'd it move like that? Are those like arms to him?
It's unclear, but there's certain things that can happen where they'll just those arm things will just be like flailing around, and it's really funny looking.
Oh.
I am pleased to see you well. Is it something urgent?
So, this guy, like I talked about how.
Before you do that,
Mm-hmm.
I think I need to clarify something to J Hill.
Mhm.
Jody meant that as a joke. You're okay, J Hill.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're fine, J-Hill. I was joking. So I talked about how you can bank souls with dung pies. Basically, it's from him. You feed him items, he gives you souls for them, and dung pies are the one item where he gives you the same amount of souls you spend on them.
You feed him poopy?
Yep.
What?
You can also, if you feed him a Titanite item of some kind, he'll give you multiple of the Titanite item below that. So if I give him a large Titanite shard, he'll give me like 3 regular Titanite shards, and so on.
Poop snake, you never told us that you did that when we were in high school together. Although we probably should have figured it out since we called you poop snake.
Those who seek the realm of lords must brave Sen's fortress, a deadly house of traps. Many have gone before you, but none have returned. Fate has chosen you, but proceed with caution.
Oh, they're moving again.
Yep.
Those who seek
Oh, he already said this. Okay. So that's all the lore we're getting from him right now.
farewell, chosen undead.
We are going
I
to
remain here.
succeed Gwyn. And
What
what
does the other side of him look like?
what he said was, we're going to succeed Gwyn. And what that means is we're going to link the fire, which we don't fully know what that means, but we'll link the fire, and that will get rid of the dark and end the undead curse, he says.
Go to the other side of him again? No, the back side.
Silence fills the empty grave. Now that you are here.
Okay, I'm good. My joke's done.
That was pretty funny. So he told us to go to Sen's fortress. We're not going to do that just yet. I want to first go to New Londo really quick and get the items I wanted, or the item I wanted, and then I'm going to do the catacombs real quick. I'm gonna like upgrade my a morning star that I have in my box to divine, and then I'm gonna use that to go to the catacombs to get the Rite of Kindling, because that makes the next part of the game a lot easier. And this is not a challenge run. Well, it is, but not in that way.
Remember last time when I was pressing myself into your shoulder bones?
Yep.
I want to do that again.
Pepper.
Yeah?
She's looking at you.
Is she okay with me doing it?
Slurge is looking
I'm
at you.
gonna-
That's you're doing that hard.
Is it too much?
It's okay. It's okay.
So I can do it more?
If you want. Anyway, I actually didn't show this, but there is also another NPC down here.
Well, this is unusual. You haven't lost your head. And more importantly, you're free. How on earth? Well, I shouldn't pry.
I want to kiss you.
I'm Ricky of Vinheim. I was once an established smith. Look at me now. Can you believe it?
This is our second smith.
I've noticed.
What is it? Have you? Oh no. Don't worry. I've no intention of escape. It's safe here. Can't bear the thought of going hollow out there. Although, I must admit, not much to occupy myself. How about this? I could forge your weapons, albeit with rather minimal tools. I'll show you what made me the best inventor.
What were we saying, Pepper?
I've noticed a lot of the human NPCs, I can't tell for this guy because I don't have my headphones on, but a lot of the human NPCs speak with very, like whispery voices.
Yeah, they do.
Like, it's like as if they're talking directly to the microphone, as if you're like an inch away from them.
Yeah, they do kind of talk that way.
Is that guy talking like that?
A little bit, yeah. This is our second smith. He upgrades weapons along the magic and enchanted lines once we find the right embers for him. But technically, you could find this guy immediately and start upgrading your weapons before even Undead Berg. It's usually not totally necessary, which is why I didn't bother doing that. But yeah.
Berg is a fun word.
He also sells the starter spells, which is helpful if you didn't start as a sorcerer. Also, I could have come down here to get a heavy soul arrow immediately before I found Griggs, which would have been helpful, actually. But
when these are your streams and I'm here and I
Yeah.
just like come over for a few minutes, we really do end up having the chip cheese and
Grant,
cooperation.
yeah.
Because you'll be like explaining the game and then I'll just say something like silly and then
Yeah.
you'll continue explaining the game.
That is true. So yeah, if we had a +5 weapon, we could get a +5 magic weapon, or we could turn it into a magic weapon right now, which for our build wouldn't be a terrible idea, because we are an int build. But that's not. I'm probably not going to bother with that because I have magic weapon, and the way magic weapon works is it adds a certain amount of magic damage based on your stats to it. And that tends to be, like, using a really upgraded regular non-elemental weapon with the higher level magic weapon spells tends to be more damage than if you use, like, a fully upgraded, like, magic or enchanted weapon.
Is that guy itching his back?
Yep, looks that way.
He's
actually just really sad.
Oh. Oh, poor guy.
Oh,
He
poor
itches
guy.
his back when he's sad.
He itches his back when he's sad.
From that other angle. Oh! You help. You itch his back.
Yeah. No, J Hill, it's not with anything but magic. You have to be cursed.
That guy wants to itch his back, but he doesn't have a sword to do it with. Was there a person in that?
Yep. And who had items on him. There's no items in this game. They're just laying out. They're always on bodies or in chests.
You know, if I played this game when it came out, I feel like playing it now would be such a vibe. Like, this seems like a game that would have really good, like, nostalgia effect.
Oh, yeah, it 100% does.
Like, it has just such an atmosphere.
Yeah. So I'm probably... So, you either have to be cursed by, like, a basilisk, which means your health is halved, or you have to use these temporary items called transient curses in order to kill the ghosts in the next area. I am going to try not to use one of these items because I don't want to bother right now. I just want to run in and get an item and then homeward bone out.
So if you don't use the curses, you can't attack?
Yeah, your attacks just go straight through them.
But they can hurt you?
Yeah, they can hurt you. Watch this guy. See?
Oh.
And
Oh, they're long,
yeah,
too.
and like, you see, my sword just went right through him.
Oh. That went really quick, really bad for you.
Yep, sure did.
You don't get invincibility points when you're healing, right?
Nope. In fact, that's when you're more vulnerable than ever. Like, you gotta be really careful when you're healing.
There's another body in that one.
There is. It has more transient curses on it. That's not what I'm here for, but I might as well take them.
I'm gonna assume there's no actual real, like, lore reason why they're in those like, pots.
There is not.
Because I was gonna say, if this was Star Wars, there would be, like, an entire wiki page.
Oh, there 100% would
to
be.
why they're in the pots.
So that area out there is where the item is. I'm trying to draw these ghosts out here so I can just run and get it. And they're all following me. That's good. Just have to make sure they don't kill me because they do stretch.
Apparently, Non-Bean's doing a
Yep.
1 in 57,344 chance thing.
And I thought some of my
In
grinds were a
Pokemon.
bad chance.
And if that's happening, I think we should go back to grinding in this game and talking about bad politics.
By the way, you see this here? If I fall off the edge of this, I would just die. Like, you have to walk across that edge and...
Oh, you
yeah.
can't swim?
No, you can't swim. You just sink immediately. But I got what I needed.
I was kind of surprised. I don't know why I was surprised.
Oh, shit! I didn't rest the fire link!
Uh-oh. Did you go back farther than you meant?
Yes!
Ah.
That's really funny. Okay, I'm just gonna have to go back up the way I came. That's not gonna take very long.
Ooh. Meatball. It's a meatball with too many legs.
See its head? See its human head?
Oh, I had
Yeah.
noticed that before.
Yeah.
I've seen you fight these things, but I didn't know.
Yeah.
I didn't notice that part.
Yeah, these guys used to be humans. You see their human hands. And,
Oh.
Yeah, and like the flame of chaos turned them into these things, just like it turned Quelaag into like a spider person.
So it's like they're also test tube Adas.
What?
They look like test tube Adas.
Adas?
Adas.
Oh yes.
They have that same texture of like weird kind of slimy, muddy thing. You know, I was gonna say though that like I don't know why I expected this to be the case. I don't really have any reason to, but like for some reason I was expecting in this game that you couldn't jump, but I have been seeing you jump.
Yeah, you can jump, but it like by default in Dark Souls 1, and you couldn't change this in the original release. It was like the most annoying button combination because it's like you hold B to run, right? And then while you're running, and only while you're running, if you lightly tap B, you'll sprint. You'll jump. So you had to be like it was like this, and then you tap the button, and it's like it was just really annoying. But later games in the series changed it, and this game, like this remaster, also changed it so that jumping is while you're sprinting, if you click in the left stick, and that's much easier to do.
Interesting buttons though for jumping.
Yeah.
Like either way, like left stick is also the interesting button to press to jump.
Elden Ring was the first game FromSoft made where jumping is just like what you expect jumping to be in a video game. Yeah.
Or space.
And like jumping as a mechanic also works that way. In this game, jumping, you don't want to jump ever unless it's like for platforming. Whereas like you actually use it for combat in Elden Ring.
What would this game like feel like on keyboard and mouse? Because I noticed that you
awful.
You specifically play it with that.
Yeah. This game is infamous for being awful to play on keyboard and mouse. Like,
is that true for all the Dark Souls?
Not necessarily, but for Dark Souls 1 and 2, yes.
Huh.
For Dark Souls 3 and like Bloodborne and Elden, well, Bloodborne's different because it's only on PS4. But like for Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring and all those others, like Armored Core, you probably still do want to play them on controller, even if it's like not as absolutely necessary as it was in this.
Wait, is Armored Core FromSoft?
Yeah.
I did not know that. I thought it was like I didn't really watch you play it really. I assumed, but like just because of the kind of small itty bitty bits I saw, I assumed it was like a whole different group because like it looks like very different style of gameplay than this.
You know, it is a very different style of gameplay. People were asking them when they came out with Armored Core 6, which was their first Armored Core game in like decades, like, are you going to make it more like Dark Souls? Because it was their first Armored Core game that was like since they made Dark Souls, and that became what they were known for. And they were like, no, we are making this an Armored Core game. Like, we are not making this Dark Souls, but in mechs.
When had the previous one come out?
Like the 90s, I want to say, or maybe the early, or maybe the mid 2000s. I'm not sure.
Wow. Nambian's looking for a female.
I think Nambian's looking for a female specifically because I recommended the name Jodi, and Nambian doesn't want to like misgender me, and I appreciate that. But you have my permission to name a male Jodi if you want.
Just so the grinding doesn't have to happen.
Yes.
How long does it take to check every time, Nambian?
Like, Nambian saved right before the check, I think, so not that long, but like it's still a huge grind. Like, the chance of getting a shiny, or the chance of getting like a female starter is like 12%, and then the chance of getting a shiny is like 1 in 4,000. So trying to get both at the same time is rough.
Do you want to grind?
Do I want to grind?
Yeah.
Against you?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, this time I'm gonna actually sit at the bonfire. Okay.
You like slowly turned your head and side-eyed at me, saying that.
Still like 2 minutes of dialogue. Yeah, that's fair.
Wait. What's the math?
Oh wait, hang on. This is
again? Me?
last time we saw him last stream. He was here with like a few other people, and now he's back just himself.
Where could she have gone? Milady, to think I swore to protect you with my life.
To think you did.
Your Highness, where have you gone? I am entirely to blame for this. Oh, woe is me. I am unworthy, deathly so.
Oh,
What the fuck?
Someone kindled the bonfire, so I got another Estus flask. It looks like that. It looks weird.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sometime.
Someone just spit some fire on the back of your head.
Yep. Now, this mustn't register emotionally.
I was thinking of that, yeah.
discombobulate.
I showed Jodi the first Sherlock Holmes movie the other day because I fucking love that movie and the second one. The second one even more probably. I'm just a huge fan of like that aesthetic, like Victorian era aesthetic in general. I love it. Honestly, like, you know how much I like Batman, right?
Yeah.
If Batman didn't have the like old-timey aesthetic it does very often in Gotham, I probably wouldn't like it like nearly as much. That's like a big factor for me for some reason. So 2 minutes. How many minutes are in a day?
So that's 60 times 24.
Yeah.
I don't know.
60 times 24. What's 6 times 24? 48. 72. And then 720. 720 minutes? Is that right?
720 or 7,200 minutes, I'm pretty sure.
7,200 minutes.
Yeah. Let me pull my Morning Star out of my bottomless box.
I have 3 different numbers. Non-bean says 1,140.
Okay, let me pull up my calculator. Hang on. $60 times 24. 1440.
Okay, so non-bean was right.
No, Nami says 1140.
Jodi?
How?
Wait, Jodi,
yeah.
Jodi, I need you to think about that real quick.
What about what? Was that Google AI that said that? In a day. 1440 is the answer.
Okay, so really close. Really close, non-bean.
You mix up 2 numbers? That's fair. I've done that. Okay, there's my Morning Star. I'm going to make that a divine Morning Star, and we're going in the catacombs.
So, 1440 minutes in a day. And if it takes 2 minutes to do each attempt, and there's 1 in 57,000 chance, that's like 114,000 minutes. Which means, if we're just rounding it down to 100,000 and 1,000, then this is going to take you 100 days straight, non-bean, if you were to not stop. If you do this 24 hours a day, this will take you 100 days. Non-bean, are you sure?
Don't get yourself tonight.
Do you hear this dedication?
I hear this dedication.
This is dedication to you, Jodi.
Yeah.
Are you sure, non-bean?
So
It
anyway,
doesn't seem likely.
Anyway, now we have a divine Morning Star plus 5. That's going to be good for the catacombs. But also, I realized I have to talk to Dusk. I'm going to do the Hydra real quick. And I'm going to take a shield that I can use that has 100% physical.
What game do we do for Lesbians Love before Resident Evil 6?
What did we do? Shit, what was it? It was my turn to show you something.
Yeah.
Sir, I'm not sure. Snacks, do you remember? What did we play?
I feel like J Hill will know.
Yeah.
J Hill's like our number 1 fan, and also I feel like our number 1 Lesbians Love fan.
Yeah. Lesbian date night fan.
Yeah.
Okay. Now if I swap this out, what was our Lesbians Love before Resident Evil 6? We don't actually remember.
We're having a silly brain moment.
Yeah. Okay, I still can fast roll. Thank you, Hovel's Ring. I'm using a real shield. That's how you know that I'm doing something annoying.
Things are getting serious.
discombobulated.
Just saying that randomly.
It was Star Wars. You're right. Thank you. It was Jedi Fallen Order. That's
yes.
right. Thank you, Jay Hill.
Somehow that feels like it was already ages ago.
It does feel that way. I almost forgot we did it. Even though I was just thinking about it the other day.
I guess because we had so many cursed Resident Evil 6 streams.
God,
so,
that's
like,
true. Yeah, we skipped a lot.
We've technically had 4 streams so far, but like, also it's been like 7 weeks. Yeah, you did do those all ones. We had like
Right.
December Star Wars month.
That's right.
Maybe we should make December Star Wars month. I kind of like that idea.
Yeah, I like that too. We'll do Republic Commando next year probably. That'll be fun.
Yeah. You mean this year?
You're right. It wasn't Jedi Outlaws, it was Star Wars Outlaws. There's no Jedi in that game as far as we saw.
Is it not called Jedi Outlaws? It's called
No, Star Wars Outlaws. Actually, I forgot. I want that in my box.
Star Wars Jedi Outlaws Fallen Order Outcast.
Mm-hmm.
Outlaw cast. Outlaw and Outcast. That's kind of fun.
Yeah. Oh, fuck. Ugh.
That guy's wearing a Daedra helmet.
Oh shit.
Ah.
I lost my humanity. That's annoying.
So
I
if it
rolled the
fall
wrong
off,
way.
it's just gone forever.
So like if I'm human as opposed to hollow, yes. The 10 liquid humanity up in the top left, I can get those back if I get my blood stain, which I gotta be really careful to do because I don't want to lose those 10 humanity.
You got grandma elbows.
I got grandma elbows. I'm a zombie.
Oh, look at your elbows though.
Yeah.
Oh, those are grandma
Those
elbows.
are grandma elbows. I never really noticed what the ceiling in here looks like. That's cool.
That is cool.
Huh. Been playing this game for 15 years. Never noticed that.
Hey, Jody.
Yeah?
I thought of a question earlier that I want to ask you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so every advertisement from now on for the rest of your life is one advertisement, right? And you have 2 options. Do you choose flesh hat, the kid with the flesh hat, or do you choose Manscaped?
Flesh hat. I'll just like mute and not look at it.
Look away.
Yeah. I'll look away from the grotesquerie.
Why'd they make that?
Why'd they make it and now why is it fucking everywhere? I hate it so much. I feel like we've done a lot so far in a 3-hour stream. I have done a lot of this game.
Maybe because last time you spent 2 out of the hours
farming. Yeah,
doing the same thing.
That's fair.
Non-bean, you have an obsession. You have to choose. Okay, non-bean. New question for you: rats or capybara? You have to choose one. Jodi finally starts calling you rats, but you never have to talk. You're never even allowed to mention capybaras ever again, or you're never allowed to mention the rats thing ever again, but you can still mention capybaras.
Okay, I got my 10 humanity back.
Alright.
So this guy right here is a Black Knight with a halberd. Black Knights have like a decent chance of dropping their weapons, like a low but not that low chance, but they also don't respawn usually, except for at the last area of the game. If you happen to be playing this game and you fight this Black Knight and he happens to drop his halberd, unless you have very good reason to not, you are changing your build so you can use that halberd. It is the best weapon in the game. It's incredible.
Oh. Is it one-handed?
I mean, you can one-hand it if you have the stats for it.
Okay.
Oh.
That was guttural.
I don't know the halberd Black Knight's like moveset that well, so it's very easy for me to. There we go.
In my Skyrim.
Oh, it's because I wasn't. We're on like an incline, so sometimes it can be hard to get the riposte.
In my Skyrim mod list, it adds halberds and stuff like that, and also like Dark Souls gameplay. But like the halberds are just not really that fun. I wish it did more like kind of like what Mad Max.
Yeah.
Like how you kind of like lunge forwards with it. I think that'd be really cool. And it does like a good amount of damage. I mean, I guess I could probably find animations for that.
This right here is an essential shield for a two-handed build because it doesn't even block a full 100% of physical, but it speeds up your stamina regeneration, and that includes if you have it on your back while two-handing something. It's a very, very good shield for certain builds. And also, we have this room over here, where there is a bonfire. And past that bonfire is an elevator to the Valley of the Drakes, which is where the back way into Blighttown is. So even if you don't take the Master Key, you can still skip Blighttown if you just go down this way.
Does that skip any like important story though?
Nope. It's just like I said, I haven't played before today. I hadn't done Upper Blighttown in like 10 years, and that's because everyone skips Upper Blighttown that way. And no one plays Upper Blighttown. There's no reason to. There's nothing up there. It's just annoying.
What if you want to do like a 100% run?
Like, I'm doing a 100% run. Like, I did a 100% run a little bit ago, and I didn't go to Upper Blighttown for that.
Huh.
There's just nothing there that you need for the achievements or anything.
That feels like not great.
Yeah,
design.
I agree.
Non-bean shows the rodents, by the way. But aren't capybaras rodents?
They are
So,
rodents.
like,
They are the biggest rodents in the world.
Yes, I don't know if that works, non-bean. I think you're trying to escape the question.
Hydra.
What are capybaras but just larger rats?
Also, by the way, that's the bridge that the Hellkite Drake is on, going from the Undead Burgs to the Undead Parish. And over here is where we fought Havel last stream. And we came out here, if you remember.
You can tell there's
the guy with the dragon tooth.
You can tell there's color grading because of how much darker the sky is down here.
Yeah.
Oh, is it dick time? Asks J-Hill?
We couldn't do the DLC right now. But it is time to talk to Dusk and buy the light spell and possibly other spells.
I love that guy's just huge.
Yeah, this is a crystal golem.
Huge crystal coming out of his back.
Yeah.
Like, he's all normally crystal around the rest of him, but then that part is just a big old crystal.
I do wish that crystal golems had, like, at least a few different models they could have. They're all crystally in the exact same way, and that kind of takes away from the effect, I think.
Yeah. Because, like, looking at one of them makes you think that they're, like, kind of randomly crystallized, but then having them copied like that,
yeah. These guys are strong against magic, which is why I'm using my sword. Because a crystal in Dark Souls is like magic coded.
So, what are the reasons these things want to kill you? Or like most of the enemies here want to kill you?
Most, like the humanoid enemies want to kill me because they're hollow. Which means that they just want to attack anything in their range. Except maybe like other hollows sometimes. But like, these guys want to kill me because they work for a certain enemy. We have like a boss later on in the game who just sent them out to like find people. And like there's actually some enemies that we'll find trapped inside crystal golems.
Because it makes me wonder, like, why would they continue to kill you if they know you're going to come back?
Yeah, good question.
I guess
it's a little bit of a disconnect between like, a little bit of a disconnect between like how the mechanics work and how the game works. Like, theoretically, if a crystal golem kills you, you're now trapped in the crystal golem. But that's not how what happens to you. You just respawn.
Or they're just stuck.
They're just stuck, yeah. And like, you're not gonna not take advantage of that, you know. But this Hydra over here, I'm gonna see if I can use its breath to kill this other one without me having to do it.
So you are hollowed?
I'm hollowed, but I'm not a hollow. It's a little confusing.
Okay, I wasn't. Nami says, "Oh yeah, what, non-bean? Did you choose your answer choice? Capybara or rats?"
Oh, okay. This is a spot that crystal golems like to get stuck on, I guess.
You can probably use them.
I can. I'm going to. What are you doing down there?
Or where?
What are you doing down there, Pepper?
Where?
Pepper has her hands on my butt. What are you doing?
I just realized the seat has a crease at the bottom. Is like gonna stick my hand in your butt.
It does have that crease. That is true. I wish these guys could drop Blue Titanite like the later ones can. It'd be nice to be able to get them while also doing the Hydra.
Non-bean shows capybaras. That means, Jodi, you don't have to worry about rats ever again. How does that make you feel?
That makes me feel good.
It means non-bean's never going to bring up rats again. Whoa!
Yeah.
That thing was cool.
It does. You gotta be really careful not to walk too far out into this water because eventually there's a drop off. This is why I have a shield.
The shield helps with that?
Yeah.
Okay. I feel like that would be the situation.
No, it's too hard to dodge this. You need to use a shield. I mean, you can dodge, but it's difficult. Yep, if you do it from the front. If you get hit in the front.
What about when you fight other bosses with a shield?
It could, but like, there's downsides to that. It engenders a very passive style of play. It's just this is a Hydras are something that you fight very passively anyway, even if you're not using a shield. So it's just each one. There are, I believe, 2 Hydras in the game, and neither of them respawn. Oh shit. That hit behind me and knocked me towards the drop off. That was scary.
It's interesting for a game that is like, you fight giant monsters and there's no real, as far as I know, like, animations in killing the monsters. Like, you just do enough, like, bit by bit.
Yeah.
Because, like, it's like you do enough bit damage to this thing, even, like, in any general neck area, and then its head falls off.
Yeah.
It'd be cool. I mean, like, that's kind of like me being
That's scary.
Probably wanting too much, but like, it'd be cool to have it so like some sort of like animation or effect that shows that you're cutting at a specific spot, or like, that you're doing damage to a certain place, or a little more specific.
Now, I might now have cut off enough heads that when they try to do the head attack, it's just not. Oh, I was gonna say it's just not gonna hit me, but no, it is. Okay, that's fine.
It's not growing 2 more heads then.
Yeah, these Hydras don't do that. Okay, we might be getting to a point where they're just not going to hit me and I can start using spells. Yep.
They don't count as a boss.
Nope, this is like a mini boss. Oh. Shit. The real threat here is not that it'll kill me with damage, it's that it'll knock me into the drop off. Please die. Usually you don't get this far. Usually, like, it'll die while there's still some heads left. This is wild.
Is it like randomized or something?
No, it's just the amount of overall damage I've done while also doing damage to heads is like kind of low.
Huh. That just made the other head just vanish.
Yeah. Dust Crown Ring is a ring that's useful for spellcasters. I'm not going to use it. It gives you extra magic cast things, but also your max health is halved. This magic crown-shaped ring was granted to Princess Dusk of Ulasil upon her birth.
Hey, Jodi.
Yes. Ah.
I love you.
I love you too.
I'm gonna go back to the sleeve. My phone's good to charge.
Okay. Anyway, I did this for a reason. I'm going to quickly reload the area by going back to the main menu. And I have the rest of the iron ring on just so that it's easier to get through this water. Also, I could go up here and get to an area that we'll be in later. I'm not going to do it right this second. Anyway, because we took care of the Hydra, there's a golden crystal golem back here. Well, I don't have my, I should have taken care of my load before this. I don't have my Bellowing Dragon Crest ring on anymore, so my magic isn't going to do as much to him. But it should still do a good amount. 58, that is... Never mind, it will not do a good amount. Don't know how I didn't get hit by that, but okay. Alright, we killed the golden crystal golem, and out pops Dusk.
So, 'tis thou who rescueth me. Most gracious, I am deeply obliged. I am Dusk of Ulasil. I cometh from an age long before thine. I cannot stay here for long. So, before I disappear, allow me to ask one thing. My home, Ulasil, is the home of ancient sorceries. My hope is to pass this profound knowledge to thee, with thine approval. Would this be of assistance to thee?
Yes.
My heartfelt thanks. I am pleased beyond words. Then I shout, engrave my signature. Thou art in need. Pray summon me from my signature. It seems that my time is done. May the great flames guide thee.
So honestly, I should have come here earlier to do this for a few reasons, but we'll see. First, I'm going to reload the area again. This is something that later games didn't need as much of. I thought her body was here with her set, but I guess I'm misremembering. Maybe I have to talk to her first again. Maybe I have to like use her as a shopkeeper first. Which is the thing, like now I can summon her from her sign on the other side of the lake, and she will like sell me stuff, including the light spell, which is going to be necessary. I'm going to need all of her stuff at some point, but the light spell is the one that's actually going to be necessary for me to use at some point. There's her summon sign.
Your controller's out of battery.
I'm sorry, Pepper. We'll remember to charge it this time. I thought I had another cord somewhere.
I am Dusk of Ulasil. It is an honor to see
Thanks,
thee.
Pepper Paysan.
I shall follow
Thank
thy
you for the
wishes.
like, Nonbean. She teaches me the proper bow. Cast light. If I can't get repair because that's 10,000 souls on its own, but I can get everything else right now. And the Ulasil Ivory Catalyst, except... Okay, so the Ulasil Ivory Catalyst is the best catalyst in the game if your int is below 30. My int is at 30 now, so I'm not going to get it, but I should have come here earlier. It would have been smart to have the Ulasil Ivory Catalyst. Let me just get all of these, except for repair. I'm not going to use any of them except for cast light, but I need that achievement, so...
For a very long time, I was trapped within the crystal golem. From my home I was taken, and banished to a plane of distortion. It was there that thou came to my rescue, long after I had relinquished all hope. So gleeful was I. My faith reneweth. The sorceries of Ulasil differ from the magic.
Hi, Corgi.
Thanks,
Welcome to the
Pepper
stream, and thank you for the
Paysan.
like.
Difficult to explain. Ulasil's sorceries are, what doth one say? They're somewhat of an approximation. Thine sorceries are more straightforward, negating all...
Nambi, there's no Rattatas here.
Does thou not find some fascination in these discrepancies? The sorcery
Okay, you already said
equally
this.
thine is the- If thou art in need, pray summon me again. I only wish to be of some genuine assistance. May the flames guide thee.
Okay, now, I think if I reload the area now, her corpse will be here, because that's just how this works in this game, and I'll be able to get her, her set. And her set has something I need for, like, gameplay purposes. What's up? Not much. We are platting Dark Souls. I'm not sure how many streams it's going to be, but we've made a lot of progress today. Okay, she's here. Is her corpse back where the golem was? I might have to check. If not, I'm going to have to check how this works. Because I need her headset right now. Her headpiece. We're going to midnight? No, we're not going to midnight. Been playing for a while today. Yeah, 3.5 hours in stream so far. It's not even that long, really. Oh, there. Okay, good. There's her corpse. Now, this doesn't actually mean that, like, dusk comes from the past. So her corpse being here doesn't mean, like, she's not involved in the plot anymore. It's dress-up time. First off, the Crown of Dusk. Special magic crown bestowed upon Dusk, Princess of Ulasil, upon her birth. Its wearer is blessed by all manner of magic. This raises the power and effect of the wearer's magic, but damage suffered by magic attack also rises. This is necessary for a sorcerer build. I should have come here earlier. Now my sorceries are much more powerful. And antiquated dress. A dress from the ancient fallen land of Ulasil. Its ivory-colored silk features elaborate embroidery and is imbued with ancient magic power. One cannot expect any physical protection from this garment, as it was not meant to be worn in battle. I don't care. Yes. I might at some point go back to either the shadow set or the black leather set, but I want to go around in a dress for a bit. Yeah, like this headset, we're never taking this headset off. It is the best headset for a sorcerer in the entire game. Bellowing Dragon Crest Ring. How am I doing on load if I take off Hovel's Ring? Let me just... Still fast rolling. Okay. Now how about if I trade this out for my Morning Star? Still fast rolling. Hell yes. Hi Anthem, welcome to the stream. How goes? It's going pretty well. Oh, thank you for the sweets. I'm going to take a sip. It's going well, Anthem. Thank you for asking. We are doing well. We're making a lot of progress in Dark Souls today. I've done all of the depths in Blighttown, including Upper Blighttown, which I haven't done in years. And I'm talking about this as if you know Dark Souls. I don't know if you know Dark Souls or not. But yeah, we did all of that today. I'm going to go do the Catacombs. Love you some DS. Awesome. But yeah, I want to get Rite of Kindling before I do Sen's Fortress or Anor Orlando. So I'm going to go do the Catacombs. I have my Divine Morning Star +5, and we're going to go do some fun. Also, this stream series is me getting every achievement in Dark Souls 1. So this is going to be 2.5 playthroughs. Oh, thank you, Anthem. Jayo says, will you be doing the DLC this run? I will. I wouldn't bother because the DLC doesn't count for most of the achievements. There might be a couple. There might be one for beating Manus. I forget. But the spells from the DLC are incredible. So I'm doing the DLC once to get Dark Bead. And I guess also the others, but mostly Dark Bead. And, you know, I'll beat the bosses, and I'll show them off. I'll explain how they work. I'll explain the lore, all of that. But, yeah. Divine Morning Star. Now, I believe I can't use Divine Weapon with this. Or Magic Weapon, yeah. That's right, I can. Now, if I have my Longsword as well... Okay, I am mid-rolling at that. That makes sense. I don't actually have a better ring for my second slot than Havel's ring right now anyway. So I might as well keep that so I can mid-roll. Or so I can fast roll, rather, not mid-roll. Oh, but I just realized also if I do Sense Fortress now, I can get Soul Spear. And Soul Spear would be really good to have. But I guess not actually that good for the Catacombs, because Pinwheel I don't need anything good for. Pinwheel is a punk. Gonna fucking clown on him. So there's a reason I chose this Morning Star to be the weapon I make divine. I'm going to be fighting skeletons, and blunt weapons make the skeletons fall apart when you attack them. And then the divine will also make it so that once they die, they stay dead. So this is kind of the ideal weapon for this. Should I speak to Crestfallen and have him, like, do the thing where he's going to go hollow later? I probably will.
Damn. That stench. And I was really beginning to like it here. Maybe it's time I do something about it.
Alright, next time we see him, he's going to be a hollow. Because I spoke to him that one last time. Let me see if I got this. I forget. I did not get it. Okay. It's just like a small soul item, but even so. So you see, when you hit them with a blunt item, they just fall to pieces immediately. Oh, I forgot that they could parry me. That's my bad. God, this fucking skeleton's kind of kicking my ass, actually. Nambi must go now? Okay, Nambi, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. We'll see you next time. Whenever next time might be. I mean, I know when my next stream is going to be, but like whenever you're here again is what I mean. Anyway, yeah, I was pointing it out before. There's the Great Hollow. There's Blighttown. You can see everything from everywhere. It's kind of cool.
Hey, loser.
Non-bean, why? No. I was doing so well this stream, not being toxic. Ow. No. Oh, my jar is poison now. I don't even... you know what? I'm going to go do the graveyard stuff later. I just mainly don't want to have to deal with the giant skeletons right now. I just don't feel like it. This is the wrong way. So I am intentionally leaving items behind right now. I don't want to bother. So yeah, I love this, by the way. You come to this graveyard, and the graveyard itself looks really cool, by the way. Then you come here, and it's like, oh, another village, just like the Undead Burg. And you just kind of assume, like, oh, every single one of these little wall sections has another, like, Undead Burg in it. I love the world building here. And also, like, we see how at the intersection of all of these walls, we have Blighttown. God, what's it like at the intersection of all those other walls? How bad is it? I probably should have attuned Cast Light. The first bonfire is not that far from here, so I'll do it there. I don't need it for the catacombs. It's not like the Tomb of Giants, but I still want it. So yeah, you see, this is the area where enemy skeletons will respawn when we kill them. Or not respawn, they'll just kind of get back up again. But we're using a divine weapon, so that doesn't happen. Divine weapons, if you're going to do the catacombs this early, you need divine weapons. If you're going to do it later, it's fine. You don't need it. But also, we're going to need, like, a maxed out divine weapon later anyway, so might as well. Anthem says, I dread the catacombs every playthrough. That's fair. I totally get why you would. I don't think it's that bad. That said, the last time I did the catacombs was way too early in the game and I didn't have a divine weapon, and I spent so long in there. I'm hoping this time I'm more prepared so it'll be easier. Also, let me try two-handing. I'm curious what the difference is here. Oh, I can kill them in 2 hits. That's good to know. So we're gonna there's a door here that isn't open. I think people pulled this texture from this door and there was like interesting writing on it. I don't fully remember, but I remember people cared a lot about this door. We're gonna go down here and fight our first necromancer. Walked right into that fireball. The necromancers do not respawn, and you don't need a divine weapon to kill skeletons when the necromancer for their area is gone. So theoretically, like that's how you kind of trick yourself into being like, oh, I don't need a divine weapon. I can just rush through and kill the necromancers. Don't do that if you're early in the game. Don't listen to that impulse. Get a divine weapon. You will thank yourself. And also a bonfire right here. Who here likes bugs? Anyone here like bugs? Look at all these bugs. They're moving. It's just a texture, but still. Anyway, I have 10 liquid humanity. I don't super need any drops in here. I might as well use a couple of those for kindling. You only like spider girls? That's fair.
I'm one of those.
Not other bugs. Yeah, that's fair. You missed so many bonfires your first playthrough? Oh god, yeah. If I get to Sense Fortress today, which I might not, I'm gonna show that bonfire. Everyone misses their first playthrough. The balcony one, yep. I think my first playthrough, I happened to get lucky and I just happened to notice it, but I know a lot of people miss it. And then it's just like, you go through all of Sense Fortress thinking that there's not any bonfires there at all, and that seems unreasonable, because it would be unreasonable if it was true. Oh, come on. Oh, I lost lock on. Hang on. I want to get this necromancer here, because if I try to run at him, he's going to run through the whole area, and it's going to be annoying. So I want to try to get him with spells now. Come on. Okay. Got him. And that's an enemy that is not respawning. And notice, even though now these skeletons won't respawn if I don't use the divine weapon, I'm still using the divine weapon because it being blunt is really helpful in and of itself. I love that move. I love that, like, that spiral move that they do, that jump. Did not mean to kick there, but it kind of worked out for me. Last time when I got stuck in the catacombs, it was kind of in this area. I had to run this room so many times. Good. 1 soul arrow is enough to kill them. Granted, I have the Bellowing Dragon Crest ring, and I have the Dust Crown, so it fucking better be. But, yeah. Oh, that wasn't enough. Did I hit him in the shield? Or maybe it was just the archer I was able to one-shot. I wish I had another copy of Great Magic Arrow. Or Great Soul Arrow, rather. Oh, that was enough to kill him. Weird. I must have hit the first one in the shield. the whole thing about like blunt weapons being better for skeletons is honestly much more toned down in this game than it was in Demon Souls. In Demon Souls, if you didn't have like a blunt weapon or some form of magic damage, there were skeletons where it was actually a better idea to unequip your weapon and punch them than it was to use like a slashing weapon. Anthem says, I like the spell per rest as opposed to MP or magic pools. I do too. I like what Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring did. I feel like the mana pool makes the magic a little more versatile in some ways, but I can't deny that I like the like per rest spell casts. And like I feel like what this game needed was like what Dark Souls 2 added, the herbs that give you back spell casts. That is the thing that this spell system needed. Like once you have that, I'm okay with that. I don't need a mana system. And like I feel like this game has to err on the side of giving you way too many spell casts. By the way, the Lucerne is one of the best weapons in the game. This game has to err on the side of giving you too many spell casts because they don't give you any way to get spell casts back besides resting. Whereas Dark Souls 2, like they're able to make it so that like a lot of spells have very few casts. So if you want to use a lot of it, you have to choose to use consumable items. I'm so glad everyone who comes onto my stream who has an opinion about Dark Souls 2 likes it. You all have good taste. I never really understood the hatred for Dark Souls 2. I go back and forth, but sometimes Dark Souls 2 is my favorite Dark Souls game. But like I said, I go back and forth. Sometimes even Dark Souls 3 is my favorite, and that should never be the case for anyone. Dark Souls 3 is fine. It's just it doesn't have the spark, you know. Corgi says, I tried DS2 for about 5 minutes, couldn't jump without running, and said, nope, this game isn't for me. I mean, that's true for all Dark Souls games. Have you played the other Dark Souls games? J-Hill says, Dark Souls 3 not having the spark is fitting, seeing what the story is in that one. You're right, and I do appreciate that. I appreciate that the meta text of Dark Souls 3 is that the developers didn't want to make Dark Souls 3, and they worked it into the lore. I think that's really, really cool. But I also can't deny that, like, I get something from Dark Souls 1 and 2 that I don't get from 3. Corgi says, having to run... Oh, only one you've ever tried was Dark Souls 2, yeah. Only one... having to run to jump has no basis in reality and makes no sense. You might like Elden Ring, then. That's the first one where they added just regular jumping. And also, I understand that. I understand why that would bother you. But if you give it a chance, I think you might like it. Like, once you're able to get used to it, I mean. If you just stick to other people playing them, that's fair. So, or watching other people play them, I mean. Yeah, I mean, I can't deny that's, like, a completely valid way to enjoy video games. Like, I'm a streamer. It would be kind of hypocritical of me to say that's not true. But, yeah. And, like, honestly, Dark Souls games, as much as I love them, it's totally fair for them to not be for everyone. Oh, fuck, that Necromancer sees me. It's so, like, they're not for everyone. As much as I love them, like, even more so than other games, I think it's totally fair if you want to just watch it and not play it. But God, I fucking love them. Even Dark Souls 3. Even Dark Souls 3. I'm actually in the middle of a Dark Souls 3 playthrough right now, but, like, I just kind of stopped because I wasn't interested. This is my second Dark Souls 1 100% achievement run in like several months. I did that. I did a Dark Souls 2 run. I'm in the middle of a Dark Souls 3 run, and it was the Dark Souls 3 run where I'm just like, whatever. Anthem says, I'll tell people that don't like DS to play Elden Ring and then try DS again. Elden Ring or Bloodborne. Like, both of those games are really good at onboarding people into the series, I find, even though they're not really part of the Dark Souls series. But, like, they're really, really good at that. They make the systems fun and engaging in a way that I feel like sometimes Dark Souls 1 and 2 really struggle to do. Bloodborne's your favorite game of all time? Or your favorite of all time? Very fair. I have played Bloodborne so to death that I kind of can't play it anymore. And that's kind of my fault, but yeah. Pepper says, I think no basis in reality isn't really a good reason to not to experience something. Looking at things that way will really keep you away from a lot of good art and games and stories, etc. I think that's true. I'm also trying not to pressure too hard about Dark Souls. Like, I think it's fair that it's not going to be for everyone. But, I mean, that is a true point you made. Okay, he still sees me. He's still casting. Can I... Oh, okay, good. It didn't kill him. I want to kill him with my mace. Because I want to make sure he stays dead. Come on. I don't know if... In this game, do miracles count as holy damage for the sake of keeping these guys dead? I don't think they do. But they feel like they should. Oh, okay, bye. Oh, okay, buddy. You're just not... Okay. Oh, that was a weird camera clip for a second there. Alright. That is this area made much easier whenever we have to go back and do it again. Lies of P was also really good. I haven't played Lies of P yet. It came out around the time money started to get really tight for me, so I haven't had a chance to play it yet, but I so want to. I haven't said, by the way, I think Twinkling Titanite is the Titanite you use to upgrade magic or special weapons. I need to play Neo. I played a little bit into Neo 1, and I got stuck on, like, that boss at the bottom of the cave, like, the vampire, and I was just like, I don't want to do this. It was already around the time I was getting burnt out of, like, Souls games, too. And obviously that didn't last, but I just never got back to that game in particular. And we're back here. Also, this is a really, like, this is a petty complaint, and it's not, like, a complaint anyone should, like, take super seriously. But I was like, we're playing a game set in feudal Japan, and we're playing a white English guy? Come on. That was one of my, like, petty minor complaints about Neo. I just realized, at the bonfire, I said I was going to attune Cast Light, and I did not do that. Anthem says, hey, that's Tom Cruise. Yeah, I haven't seen The Last Samurai. It might not be as bad for that reason as I've been led to believe, but, like, come on. It's like, whatever internal reason there is in the movie, I know that Hollywood doesn't need an excuse to cast as many white people as they can. So, like, I don't know. He's gonna throw himself off the ledge. There we go. Thank you, Skelly. Let's get... How'd I get souls for him? I shouldn't have... Where's the necromancer? Did the necromancer already die somehow? There's supposed to be one right here. Weird. Whatever. Oh, I know Tom Cruise isn't The Last Samurai. I know. But, like... Hollywood just will not set a movie in a place that isn't America without making sure that they can cast a white person in the lead role, and it bothers me. Even if he's not supposed to be the last samurai, it bothers me. Also, yeah, him being a Scientologist, yeah, that's totally fair. Like, that's another good reason to not want to engage with that at all. Alright, so there are two ways I could go here. This way is faster to get down to the boss, but there is an item I'm going to need past here, and also there's necromancers past here that I should probably kill. So I guess I'm going to go do that. That's an illusory wall. I'll get that in a second. Now I know patches can be here. I have had it happen to me once. I don't remember exactly, like, there's some kind of specific, you have to come here at a very particular time in the game to have that happen, and at a time when no one comes here. I don't know why that is, that they did it that way. I feel like there's a reason they didn't do things like that again in, like, later games, or they didn't make it so particular. Also, Pepper, this is what I was talking about. See these ladders carved into the wall? Whee!
What the? By the way, I'm back. I wanted to come in to voice my comments, but I can also not do that if you want me to not do that.
I prefer you didn't.
Okay.
J-Hill says, but yeah, Jodi, the boss you got stuck on in Neo is supposed to be hard. She's considered the hardest boss in the game, and they teach you to use consumables. But, like, consumables run out. That's like, if you get stuck on her and then you run out of those consumables, you're completely fucked, right? Bonfire, hidden bonfire. Which, like, from that area out there, you could actually see this if you looked in. Anthem says, I tried Lords of the Fall and didn't like it too much. Same here. I tried it and also didn't like it. Pepper's resting on my shoulder.
Hello. Really cozy.
Corgi, how often do you jump in real life?
You can't count jumping jacks. Or just like general exercises.
What was it? Oh, right. I can't really use magic weapon anyway, and I don't need it. So let me get cast light just in case it gets dark. Because there are some areas where I would like to have light coming up. Well, yeah, but like, okay, when you need to reach things, it's like, that's different from, I need to get across this gap, which is 90% of the jumping you do in Souls games. I shouldn't even be arguing about this. I don't care.
Like, can I say a thing?
Sure.
I think, like, if you don't care about that as a gameplay mechanic, like, I think that's absolutely fair.
I forgot to actually, I got this Firekeeper Soul from Nuando, and I forgot to actually spend it. Oh well.
But if you, like, say it as a, if you don't like it as a gameplay mechanic, I think that's completely fair. I was just pointing that stuff out because you specifically said it has no reason.
Yeah, Corgi, that's fair. Like, there was a lot of things in Demon Souls and the early Dark Souls series where it feels like they intentionally made it, like, have a lot of friction on purpose. And there's sometimes where I feel like that really, really works. But there's also a lot of times where it's just like, you just made this difficult for no actual reason. And the jumping is one of them for sure. Like I mentioned, like, the jumping was even worse in this version, in this game, before they did the remaster. Because it wasn't even like, so you know how in Dark Souls 2 it was you sprint with B and then you click in the left stick to jump? In this, it was you sprint with B and then you also press B to jump at the same time. And it was just so unreliable. You'd miss so many jumps you shouldn't miss. It was really bad. J-Hill, I have not played Remnant. I don't know much about it. Oh, you might be a good first Dark Souls for Pepper. Oh, interesting.
Like, also to add, like, I was also, like, saying how weird the jumping mechanics was in this game, like, earlier this stream.
That's true, she was.
Here.
She was.
Like, my whole thing was just specifically about you saying it as a basis of reality thing. Gameplay-wise, I think that's completely fair. I also love to jump in games since we like to Actually, Jodi, I don't know if I ever told you that. My dad used to get so angry at me for jumping in Halo.
Really?
And he would use... I think,
Why?
I think that's also why I got a little petty about this, because his reasoning was like, it's just not realistic. People,
It's a video game.
People don't go around in war just jumping all over the place.
So?
And yeah, that was my reason. I was like, okay, and? It's part of the gameplay mechanics. I'm playing the game, not real-life battle Spartan mode. Which was funny because he would also be like, at the same time, he would talk about how sniping, or not sniping, camping is a legitimate strategy. He was one of those people.
Gotcha.
And like, I think camping's fine, whatever. But like, it would just be funny like how he would talk about jumping being bad in Halo, because it puts people at disadvantage. It's unrealistic.
Yeah.
And then,
well, your dad's an asshole though.
Yeah, he is.
Dead Neater, welcome to the stream. I don't think I've seen you before, have I? Well, welcome. I'm Jodi. My girlfriend Pepper's here with me. I'm playing Dark Souls, and I am going to be getting every achievement. Dead Neater says, that's more proof as to why Peak Souls 2 is the best. Gave From Software more billions. Michael Zaki stole ideas for Elden Ring, and Mid Souls 3 for real. Hey, look, I like Elden Ring, okay? I even kind of like Dark Souls 3 sometimes. Kind of. It's the worst of the trilogy, but it's still a good game. But yeah, Dark Souls 2 is so unfairly maligned. It should, like, I don't know why everyone hates it so much. Like, okay, the one thing I'll say about it is, if you play Dark Souls 2 and you don't know to level up adaptability, I can see why you'd have a bad time. But if you level up adaptability and you're dodging really well and stuff like that, it's such a fun game.
Why was it?
I don't know.
That's just about way to mock the game or something.
Detonator, thank you for asking. Pepper and I both use she, her pronouns.
Thank you for asking. What about you? So we know how to refer to you.
Yeah, good question.
I'm only here, like, this is a Jodi stream. I'm only here for just to hang out for a little bit.
Thank you for the sweets. I'm going to take a sip. Oh, Corgi says this sip is for Pepper. Pepper, take a sip.
Is it poisoned?
Yes, Corgi poisoned you. And is now making you drink it.
Fuck. I do want to apologize for being petty. I just, like I said, that's a particular, the realism thing is a particular thing that gets to me when people say that.
Hey chat, want to see me take a stupid risk for no reason?
Yeah.
Fuck, I missed it.
Woo!
So, to Corgi's point about jumping in this game, that's fair. In Elden Ring, I would have made that jump.
Corey said I had the gay juice, but I'm already gay. What does that even do to me? I'm like utmost levels of gay. Like what sort of effect does that have? What does gay do to the gay person? It just makes me more gay, but I can't be more gay.
This sounds like that meme that went around, like, what is a god to a non-believer? What is a gay to a gay person? Ooh. Okay, let's try this again.
It retroactively makes you
There
gay.
we go. But she's already gay.
No, but I think that means that, like Corey's saying, like, the reason I was ever gay is because I drink this right now.
Okay.
Even in the past.
This weapon right here, Great Scythe. I used to follow a streamer who was very, very passionate about the Great Scythe being the best dex weapon in the game. I never actually used it for that purpose because I didn't want to go into the catacombs to get it, but yeah, that's where it is if you ever want to test that, I guess.
Does this mean we have to thank Corgi for our relationship, Jodi?
Yeah, I guess we do.
Thank you, Corgi. Whoa! I love that skeleton just falling.
Yeah, I love it too. So again, I could jump down there to get to the boss, especially because the remastered version added the bonfire down there, which, like, they didn't have to do, and I appreciate it. But there's an item there's several items I need here first. Like,
They're
in
doing
this
that
other
same
part.
reassemble thing that was in my Skyrim mod list. Is that because of this?
It might be. Yeah, probably. Wouldn't surprise me if they just, like, stole the animations directly from Dark Souls.
Stole, Jodi says.
I say stole without, like, any kind of judgment. I think that would be a fine thing to steal. I don't think theft in that way. Like, I don't think creative theft is a bad thing. Also, if I remember right, this area is one where it helps to have light. So, cast light.
So those are just absolutely, like, loading screen walls, right?
I think they are. Especially why, like, outside of boss fogs, that's why they don't have them in later games, really. I think that they were here for loading reasons. But also, I'm not sure that's true because, like, once you've been through them once, they're not there again.
Oh.
It's weird.
That is weird. I don't know.
Alright, this hidden area here, which they had to use a developer message to mark as treasure so you'd even know it was there.
How do you know it's a developer?
Because it didn't tell you how much has been rated, and it had the night icon.
Oh. Okay.
I'm not fighting him. I need the Dark Moon Seance ring, and I need to get out. He is big skeleton. I don't know why I always gender the skeletons as men. Like, they could be women.
Did we do that?
I did that. Where's that gonna go?
It's because we don't see any rib tits. We don't see the tit bone.
You're so right, Pepper.
Like the tit bone is what would do it.
Yeah, you're so right. Yeah, I've never played Code Vein. I've heard it's alright, though.
Also, just to add, I think it was obvious, but just to make sure, that was me making fun of people who...
I was going to say, I know,
much.
but there are people in the stream who are new. That's fair.
Yeah.
Never quite know how to avoid those. Tranquil Walk of Peace. Then let me mark that miracle off, actually, on my list. I forgot that was here.
Is it time for our 2-hour political talk yet?
I mean, if you have a topic.
No.
I don't think I even put Tranquil Walk of Peace on my list. I'm glad I found it. Whoops.
Is there anything we made fun of recently?
I don't think so.
Not to the level of Praxis Babes, at least.
Oh, God. This area right here will put me back in that area with the second Necromancer. I don't want to go there, so I'm just going to Homeward Bone. The Surge 1 is alright. The Surge 2 is much better, although I've never finished it. We are planning to do Hollow Knight eventually for a stream. It'll probably be a Lesbian's Love. Which, for new people, Lesbian's Love is when Pepper and I play games together. We're usually showing each other games that we like. Death is here. Hi, Death. Welcome to the stream.
Jodi Jar. Oh, yeah.
Honestly, I know I've been going for a while, but I'm good to keep going. Like, for a bit. I forgot to take the Trinity Curses out of my quick bar. Oh yeah, Dark Moon Seance Ring. I am not reading the Dark Moon Seance Ring description to you because it is a spoiler. I'm going to show that to you later. But for right now, it gives it an additional attunement slot. If I wasn't in an area where I needed to have 2 weapons equipped, I would be using that right now. Anyway, we have a lot of new viewers this stream, and I hope you folks stick around. It's been nice having you. You see that skeleton just like pass right in front of the camera when it was like right here?
I missed.
Just like fall right off the edge. That was funny.
I missed. But I do have something pretty political we can talk about.
What is it?
Okay, Snacks, I need you to explain to me this real quick.
Alright. Alright, Pepper and I have a disagreement about that audio from Invader Zim, and we need chat to settle it for us. We did it last stream, but Pepper refused to accept the results because everyone agreed with me.
Because everyone agreed with me, you mean?
Okay, is Zim saying, who are you, or who are you?
Who are you?
You shouldn't have, like, told which one you agree with.
For me, it's, who are you? And for Jodi, it's, who are you?
It's definitely who are you. What are you talking about?
It's not who are you. It's, who are you?
It's not.
Who are you?
That's just not what he's saying. Play the audio again.
Who are you?
Yeah, everyone's saying, who are you?
Yeah, they're saying, but can you hear both, though?
That's not that's you again changing the question.
You know, I think maybe, actually, listening to it that time, it sounds like the first one is the way you say it, and the second and third are the way I say it.
No, they're all who are you.
No, it's, who are you?
It's not. Everyone agrees with me. No one has said, who are you?
Wait, Jodi, I just said, who are you, and you agreed with me.
What?
You said, I just now said, who are you, and you said no.
No, I didn't. No,
I just said, who are you, and you said no.
No, because you said that sometimes it's who are you. Like, you're trying to twist this. Don't twist this. What is this?
It was like, who are you? And then, who are you?
It's not.
Who are you?
It's not. He said it the same way all 3 times.
He pronounces the, like, R letter pretty heavily, but not the A.
Oh, I hate these explodey skulls.
Who are you?
No, that's not what he's saying.
Who are you?
Fuck's...
What the fuck is that?
That's a explodey skull.
Who are you? Also, I have absolutely no reason to, like, go with this, other than the fact that I've seen a couple of TikToks do it, but, like, in my brain, Zim is a trans woman.
Oh, yeah. That I agree with. Death is outright saying you're wrong, Pepper.
Oh, I'm sorry, Death, but...
Banned, I guess.
I
Oh, I'm
appreciate
sorry.
you agreeing with me.
What? Is this? I think this is how you drop down to get an item. I've never actually done that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if those items are any good. I've never bothered to do that.
So if I were to say it more normally, is he saying, "Who are you?" or "Who are you?"
That last one is not "Who are you?" That last one is still "Who are you?"
But I'm saying, like, it's like without the A is the important part for me. Like, he pronounces the R letter, but not the A letter, which is what changes what it is. Like, that's what makes it who R-E rather than who.
Hey,
A-R-E.
you ever see an empty coffin and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna nestle in that coffin.
I want to fucking nestle.
Specifically, nestle is the word I'm using.
Oh, I want to fucking nestle.
Just gonna sit here for a second.
Okay.
When a cutscene starts up, watch the very top of the screen.
Okay. Something gonna happen to you?
Yep.
Someone gonna cuddle with you?
Yep.
The coffin cuddler.
Why does the player choose to do this?
I mean, you just chose to do it.
I know, but I chose to do it because I know why to do it.
Would this be based in reality?
What
Would
do you
you do this?
No.
I might.
La la la. Just hanging out in the coffin I got into for no reason.
Oh,
This
you're all-
grimy, wet coffin.
You're all grubbly.
Yeah. This grimy, wet coffin in the catacombs deep, deep underground. You see that skeleton that was looking at you when that happened? At the top of the screen? Yeah. I always love that little detail.
Hello.
The controller is vibrating as if we're moving.
Isn't there like a, I don't know if it was a coffin or what. Isn't there like in one of these games like a gender coffin or something?
There is in Dark Souls 2. It's a coffin that you get into and it changes your gender.
It transes your gender?
And then in Elden Ring, there's a bunch of coffins, or 2 coffins you go into that actually transport you between areas like this. It's a reference to this.
So is the transing of the gender permanent?
Until you go back into the coffin, yeah.
What if you don't?
Then it is permanent.
I wanna go in that coffin.
Pray to the sarcophagus grave lord.
Oh.
That's an achievement. We've discovered the grave lord servant covenant. We are gonna have to come back here later and like do another thing with this covenant, but I want to at least get the achievement right now. One in Elden Ring teleports you up. That's true. Or like it doesn't teleport you up. You actively see it move up. It's really funny. Like it looks weird.
Can you like get out of this area without going back in the coffin?
So later on, that coffin grave lord they called it. That's gonna be a boss we fight.
But
and at that point we're gonna have to. There's no coffin to get out with, but we have another way to get out. Then.
But do you have another way to get out now?
No.
Okay. So you
But that was a boss. That was a future boss arena we were just in.
So you just get in and then someone else goes like, all right, guess we gotta do this again.
Yep.
The person's like, all right, I'll transport the coffin again, I guess.
This only works because we had an Eye of Death in our inventory, by the way. If you don't have one in your inventory and you get in there, you can just stay in there forever and nothing will happen. Alright, there is a Titanite demon right there. I don't want to fight it, but I want an item that's behind it. That is the other item I needed here. So let me just... Do not want to fight. Yep, lack of head. 3 Eyes of Death. We're going to need that. We're going to need 10 Eyes of Death total to complete the miracles at part of this run. So, the miracles is the hardest part. Miracles are the hardest part.
Miracles are...
I know you are.
I can't believe no one agreed with you.
What? What'd you say?
Nothing.
What'd you say? What'd you say?
Nothing. You're gonna beat me up.
I'm the sub here. What do you mean I'm gonna beat you up?
You'll probably like you'll wrap me up.
What just happened there? Did anyone see that? That was weird.
Do they like? It's like you're knocking the top half of their bodies off, and then they're back to normal after a second.
Yeah, but like if I wasn't hitting them with a blunt item or a blunt weapon, they wouldn't even do that. They would just be like fine,
Huh.
which would be annoying. All right, so I have a plan for how I'm gonna do this because I'm about to do the bone wheels part, and I don't want to fucking deal with bone wheels, and I want to deal with them as little as I possibly can.
Who's
So-
making the bone wheels?
Good question. So first, I'm going to take out this necromancer. That is the last necromancer in the catacombs. And like I said, they don't respawn, and I just want to get them out of the way. Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh fuck!
Make sure you
How do you
bring
feel about
more
Dark Souls
maca
being
next
the only
time.
Dark Souls I've seen?
I mean, it's still a Dark Souls game. It's still fundamentally a good game. It's just not as good as the others.
How do you feel about the person showing it to me?
Being Brett, not good.
Let's say the name.
Sorry.
I was gonna say, what do you feel about the person showing it to me being like this being like the only Dark Souls game?
That he's ever played?
I don't know. Just being like the important one.
Oh, he thought that was like the important one.
And that was the one he showed me.
Well, it might just be because that was the one that came out most recently or something. I don't know.
That's true.
I don't know what his opinion on the other games are. That's not why he's an asshole. He's an asshole for other reasons.
Also, I was gonna say that one's true.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
Anyway, that necromancer dropped a skull lantern, which is going to be a very important item, or it would be if we didn't have cast light.
I wonder if I'll ever talk about that on stream.
I support you if you choose to.
Well, thank you.
Anyway, let's fight a black knight just to get him out of the fucking way. Oh shit!
Oh,
Fuck me.
That was unfortunate.
Yeah, I forgot that in Dark Souls 1 you have to roll when you land, or else you'll be stuck in like an animation forever.
That's a smash.
Do you mean I got smashed, or do you mean you would smash?
And also, when you say would smash, do you mean that night, or do you mean Jodi? Or do you mean Slurge Baldwin?
I didn't even fuck with Slurge Balls's character creation this time. I should have.
It seems like Slurge Ballsn are very consistently has black hair.
Yeah, I just like... It's like a tradition for me that like my characters in Dark Souls always have black hair and a ponytail. I'm not sure why. Anyway, that skeleton's probably about to drop off of... Oh, here we go. Drop off. There we go. Thank you. Are you going to drop off too? No? Okay. So I'm trying to think. If I make this jump again, I can skip a lot of enemies. But also, if I fuck up that jump, I lose that 8 or 9 humanity I had. So I'm going to go the safer way.
So, here we are.
By the way, Death, since you're such a person who's all about smashing, how do you feel about the monster on the thumbnail of the stream? The gaping dragon. The gaping
I want that gaping
dragon.
I want that gaping Dragusi.
The gaping dragon with the dragon gaper. Death says, hell yeah. Oh, there we go.
Death, are you familiar with Dark Souls? Like, are you saying that because you already know what the gaping dragon looks like, or are you just going off the name in the thumbnail?
It's covered in sharp fangs.
I know enough to talk about it, so not much. You know enough to talk about it. I'm not sure if I know what that means.
To like have a conversation about it, but not actually
Oh, gotcha,
having
gotcha.
played it.
Gotcha.
Which is like kind of what's happening.
That makes sense.
I can have a conversation about Dark Souls, but I don't know really about it. Well, I know a base level of stuff about it.
Dark Souls is a thing that means a lot to me, and I could talk about it for hours. Like
Give me a piece of
the
trivia.
entire series, even Dark Souls 3.
Give me a piece of trivia.
A piece of trivia. I don't, that's a different framing than I was expecting.
You don't even care about Dark Souls.
Well, fuck you. But...
had to push a car today.
We did have to push a car today. Snow sucks. Or no, I shouldn't let cars turn me into a monster. Snow doesn't suck. It just makes cars difficult.
Cars are already difficult.
Yeah.
We hate cars. Car-centric infrastructure.
I love mulch. I love car-centric infrastructure.
That was such a weird meme. I feel like no one talked about it.
I know.
But like I saw it in a lot of places, but no one talked about it.
Where's the Black Knight? Uh-oh. Is he down with the bone wheels? He is. Fuck. He's running up now. Is that him? Yeah, that's... No, that's the bone wheel. Shit. Okay. Where's the Black Knight? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. If I don't kill him up here, he can run out and get me while I'm trying to run past the bone wheels, and I don't want that.
Uh-oh, spaghetto.
Singular spaghetti.
I saw the comment earlier. I wish it was spaghetti.
It should be spaghetti, actually. I'd like that. I've heard that before.
I think people just say that.
I don't know if that counts as... That counts as rest. Okay.
I'm doing very heavy autism walking.
You are. That's true. Now, now that I've done that, I'm gonna do the other thing I was talking about, the fast way. Because, like, now that I have... Or, should I go to get the Black Knight one more time, see if I can get him? Because that would definitely be preferable to having to worry about him when I'm doing the bone wheels.
Can the audience tell that my voice is going back and forth?
I hope so.
If I go like,
Oh, fuck. Get out of here. Who are you?
Who are you?
It's not it. No one agrees with you on that. I
Who are you?
Know that.
Who are you?
So this dropped me down at the end of this thing, so I didn't have to deal with any of those. I had to make that jump first, which was mildly terrifying.
You know car sickness? You know that feeling?
Yeah.
I've been doing this for long enough now that I feel like I'm kind of getting car sick. I'm just rocking back and forth. So heavily.
I like when you rest against my shoulder like that.
It's nice. I'm no longer rocking.
I've noticed.
I'm now resting.
True, you are. Is it hitting the ceiling? What's happening? Why are my spells just not going anywhere? It's hard to see because I can't actually look down. I can't zoom out the camera at all.
Hey Jody.
Yeah?
Where'd my vagina go?
Oh, sorry about that. I'll give it back in a second.
Oh, thanks.
We're both trans women. That's the joke for those of you who are new.
We have one vagina between the two of us. We'll share it back and forth. Take turns. It's my vagina Sunday, Jody.
I see. No, he's running out that way. No, don't run out that way.
I get the vagina on Sundays, you get it on Mondays.
Oh shit, I should not be trying to parry that one. I know better than to parry that attack. Or I thought I did.
Right in the dick.
Right in the dick.
What are you doing?
The Black Knights are just at that height where that's the easiest place to stab. I'm sorry to them. Oh shit.
That was violent.
Twice I got in the same attempt with the same attack, and I didn't think the second time like I should dodge this.
You know what Dark Souls makes me think of also though?
What?
Androgynous sex
Do you want to talk about that?
Good.
Oh my god. Pepper used to be an interesting person. She's still an interesting person, but not in like a way that's like a backhanded compliment.
I mean, I don't think it would have been a compliment
Yeah.
Even in that sense.
Yeah.
It would have just been backhanded. Like, so
Also, you don't have to talk about this if you don't.
No, I'm cool with it.
Okay.
We're playing Dark Souls. It's in theme for me.
That's true. That's true.
So, pre-transition, there were two big points in my life, like sections of my life. In high school, I had come out as trans, and as like a gender fluid trans woman, and tried to live a lot of my life and all that. And
Skelly.
My brain paused just as wait, he started moving right as I started talking again. Oh my god.
You're the Skelly.
He's voice controlled.
You're the Skelly. Uh-oh, this camera. Uh-oh.
Guys, let me tell you about...
If I attack him right now,
let me
he'll
tell you
parry.
about the androgynous sex dudes.
God.
So, in high school I came out as trans, like a gender-fluid trans woman. But no one used my pronouns, no one called me by the right name, nothing, everyone was just bad. I went back into denial, like pretty heavily, like really heavy denial because of my friends and family that were around me at the time. To the degree that I became a little bit transphobic.
I did it again! I did it again!
Aww.
I see him move and I'm like, oh, time to parry. I picked up my souls at least, and my humanity. Sorry, continue.
Well, I became transphobic, and I talk about this era of my life sometimes, and I don't know if any of you have heard about me talk about it before, but like, I really hate who I was from the time period of like late 2018 to like 2020, 2021, kind of. It was like a few-year period. Mainly 2019 is like the peak of me being bad. And it was just a lot of, I'd repeat stuff from like the people around me and just say gross things, and I hate that I did that. And for one of these examples, I was on it was back when I did more videos rather than streams, and I was doing this video series with a friend of mine playing Dark Souls 3. This is the friend I mentioned. And we started talking about gender, and like I said, I was deeply in denial at this point. I was ignoring a lot of stuff about myself that at this point I can see as being pretty obvious. And like I said, I repeated transphobic like talking points and gross rhetoric and stuff like that. And one of those ones was like, and like, I want to give a warning for transphobia here, of course, so we are going to make fun of it though. One of those ones was me talking about like, there's no tomboys anymore.
Motherfucker.
I was like, there's no tomboys anymore. They all just became androgynous, like, sex dudes.
God.
It's like, what the fuck does that mean?
Which, like, that's transphobic and awful, obviously, but also, that phrase, like, is so funny to me.
Androgynous sex dudes.
Androgynous sex dudes. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know. It's because, like, you know how I often, like, still nowadays, well, like, I don't remember a word, or a word doesn't occur to me, so I make up, like, a phrase or something. It was, like, a version of that. And I ended up saying androgynous sex dudes. But yeah, no, like, I feel like apologizing for that because I hate that I was like that, but that joke still comes up of me, like, laughing at the phrase androgynous sex dudes and just how ridiculous of a thing that is to say in referring to queer people.
Yeah.
And there's so many layers to that too that I can talk about.
What do you think you even meant at the time when you said androgynous sex dudes?
I mean, I don't know. I was probably referring to like just the general sense of like there's no tomboys anymore because they all want to be non-binary.
Oh, I see.
Like dumb, really dumb, gross stuff.
Yeah.
It's like the people that used to be non-binary, or they used to call themselves tomboys, nowadays call themselves non-binary. The whole thing out of it.
I probably shouldn't treat that like as a pure joke the way I kind of seem to be right now, but like
that's what I'm kind of trying to do both.
Yeah, that's fair.
Androgynous sex dudes is a really wow.
Didn't kill me somehow.
You have a sliver, like less than a sliver. It's a funny phrase to laugh at in hindsight, but also like the whole talking point and everything like that at the time was gross and awful. And after not that long, even while in denial and being gross, I ended up privatizing that video, and then like years later came back with Brett, and we actually talked about that video on a stream. Fun fact, that was the first stream Zach ever saw. And we talked about it and talked about how wrong we were. This is me after transitioning. And I think this was the beginning of our relationship, because I remember showing you.
I remember you doing that. Yeah.
And we just talked about how awful that was and criticized it and who we used to be and all that. That says, "Oh, androgynous sex dudes."
That phrase everyone's heard. Yes. We
Oh,
all we
yes.
all know it. We all know
Of
it. It's
course.
fine. You don't have to say it.
Androgynous sex dudes.
Yeah.
And like, I think I'd understand. Like, something I had said at the time when I did that stream was like, I'd understand if you all just didn't want to watch me after finding out that in the past I was pretty gross. I try to think that I've come a long way.
You have. Not that I'm telling like chat that they can't be upset at you over that. But
yeah,
yes.
I think it's fair to be upset at me over me having been previously bad, because I was pretty gross. But I like to think that I've come a long way,
Oh, wait,
and
what
also.
am I doing? I didn't mean to go that way.
I mean, I try to criticize a lot of people who do still say those sort of things. And I try to tell myself I've grown a lot, but also, I also do definitely struggle all the time knowing that I used to be that way.
Oh, this is where you get this set. I didn't know that. And the
Holy
mace.
trousers.
Who knew? Not me.
Death has, to be honest, Pepper has come a long way. Thank you, Death. You've been here a while. Were you there before I transitioned, Death?
I thought Death was started after I got here, but I could be
No,
wrong.
Death
about
has been here for a while.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, Death has been here for years.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, well, you were here before I transitioned. Okay, so yeah, you've seen some history then. I remember Death being there when I was still building the Pyramid.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah.
Well, I was also there at the end of the Pyramid, but
Yeah.
yeah.
What was your earlier stuff, Death? Like, what was the earlier stuff you saw? What was your reaction to me coming out? Were you like, yup, expected? Or was it more of a surprise? Just, I feel like I've been here forever, but I haven't even been here a year yet. Well, you're here a lot more, like, consistently than most people. So, like, in overall watch time, you've been here pretty significantly.
Okay, one of those skeletons died, and I don't think the other did, which is going to be a pain in the ass for me. Anyway. Oh, yep, he's alive. I can see him down there.
If we want to talk about political stuff, we can definitely criticize how I used to be. As our 2-hour political conversation.
I think I should do this cutscene. I like this cutscene.
Okay.
This fucker starts walking up to you, all menacing.
You showed me this.
Yeah, yeah, I did.
Oh, why do you have bone beard?
But the bone beard is so funny. Then he's just like, fucking get out of here. I love it.
Be gone with you. You spoil my focus.
This is the third blacksmith. He is there for fire and chaos infusions. So we're gonna have to oh, hello. We're gonna have to at some point take advantage of his services because we need to get fire and chaos weapons for the achievements. This bonfire was not here originally. They added it for the remaster, and it's not necessary, but I appreciate it.
You know, when I like put my head on you and lay on your shoulder like this, you know, it makes me really want to eat you even more. Trans-woman cannibalize during the night. That says, I remember OMG wait, I was like, yo, that's him, now her, now I'm a man, now cool. I like that string of words. A good string of words.
Then produce me some wares.
Also, I love his coffins filled with like lava.
That is fun.
That's real good. This is Vamos, by the way. That's his name.
So you say that, and like I'm glad you were excited. That makes me happy. But also, were you surprised, or were you just kind of like indifferent about, or like were you surprised or not surprised, or just be like, oh, that makes sense? J-Ho says I always enjoy the political talks. We do them. We have them.
That's true. We do.
We haven't had them as much lately, which I.
That's true.
keep pointing
We
out.
should do more of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I keep meaning to, but then also like
We gotta weed out.
nothing comes up.
We gotta weed out the weirdies.
No, weird out the weirdies, not weird out the weedies.
I think
Oh, I've been invaded.
Uh-oh. I think it's because we haven't been playing any particular games like Talos Principle or Call of Duty lately. Or even like Star Wars. Like the games we've been playing recently, we haven't really had to point out. Are you gonna bow?
No, I'm not, because you can't get out of emotes in this game. And I've been tricked by invaders in that way before, and I'm not doing it.
So that person probably bowed to get you to bow to
Probably
attack
did. Probably did. Now he's just spamming parry, so... Oh, okay.
you. Can we control delete the person?
Oh shit. Oh, I wasn't expecting pyromancy. Well done.
I like how when you stab them in the butt, it's just like they just freeze. You're like, oh yep, it's yeah, alright, go ahead.
No one ever uses that pyromancy. It does nothing. Come on. Fuck you. Trying to fucking Great Chaos Firestorm me? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Did you do it?
No.
Oh, they still have a lot of health. So what's the reason people invade again?
To get humanity and to get souls.
So if you die here, you lose your stuff forever?
No.
Oh, okay. They're doing it again?
What are you... I guess you can get out of... In Dark Souls 1? I thought you couldn't get out of emotes in Dark Souls 1. It's fun. I've never been good at PvP in these games, except for a short amount of time. I was good at PvP in Dark Souls 3, like really good, but never in Dark Souls 1, never Dark Souls 2.
Just, I want to learn communism. Yay! I want to help teach if we can. If you have any questions, like always, let us know. A good way to ask questions and also learn is what are your thoughts or opinions against it, and then we can like respond to those and tell you why we don't think those are important or why we're wrong or things like that. That's always yeah.
Okay, I see a bone wheel.
That says, to be honest, it made sense, lol. I thought it was cool to see a streamer be confident about it. I'm glad. Oh my god, they're in it?
Yeah, they're in it.
I didn't notice that. I thought it was just wheels made of bones.
By the way, they have a rare drop that I don't actually need for like the achievement. That is literally just like that shield with the skeleton still in it. It's really funny.
Huh.
I need to see if I can get it this stream. Well, not this stream, this run. I probably won't, but if I do, that'd be a lot of fun. Probably another one behind me. Yes, there is. Okay. I've done this enough times that I know, like, how this tends to go with that. They're behind me. I can hear one behind me. Okay, I can one-shot them with Great Soul Arrow, possibly with regular. I'm not sure. I hate bone wheels. Everyone hates bone wheels. They suck. Except they came back for, like, one fight in Dark Souls 2 where they toned them down, and it's actually really cool.
Huh. That says... Oh, no, the confident thing. Yeah, I wanted to say, like, I hope it doesn't ruin it, but I was not really that confident. I think I was just...
Oh, fuck. That's why we hate bone wheels.
I was very much so excited about transitioning, and so that made it easier because I just was excited about being girl. But I was so nervous during that, like, hey, I'm trans stream. Also,
okay, before we do anything, I'm trying to think about, like, do I just make a mad dash to get my humanity back and also to get to the boss, or do I keep trying to fight the bone wheels safely? I'm not sure what I'm going to do. This is a good chance that this is where I lose my humanity. This was always a good chance that this was where it was going to be. I hate this area.
It was like 9 of it, right?
It was 9 humanity, yeah.
Was that all from the previous...
Like, mostly from the Oh, shit. Okay, that's all gone now.
It's gone?
Yeah. Oh, well. Like,
that was the stuff from our grind last time?
Yeah.
Oh.
I was never going to keep it for the entire run. That's fine. But it's a little frustrating. My item discovery just went way down. But now I have no reason not to just run for it. Because I don't have any souls or humanity to protect.
I feel like if I play this game, my first couple of runs are going to be a lot like just not having item discovery probably.
That's fine. Like, there's a ring that we're going to get later that gives you item discovery, and that's what you do for like, it gives you more item discovery, I'm pretty sure, than, like, full humanity would. It's just the humanity is another boost on top of that. It's not a huge deal until it's after Sen's Fortress, it's not a big deal to have humanity or not. It helps, but it's not a huge deal.
Also, did you see Giant Hill's comment? I can read it if you want.
Yeah, go for it, please.
Mind is currently connecting communism to Stalin and the brutality of the Chinese government. I also want to learn more about the truth of China and such.
Yeah. So the things to keep in mind about all of those things is where you hear these things. And that's not to say that they're untrue. It's to say that, like, there is no such thing as an unbiased reporter. And, I don't mean reporter like news reporter. I mean, like, you're hearing reports from somebody. Anybody that you hear reports from has a bias. Anybody. And that goes for people whose bias I agree with, you know? Like
the way people will phrase things or frame things will always be in line with their opinions on things.
Yes, exactly. And people also always have material incentives to report things in certain ways. Like, Americans are going to have an incentive to report things in a way that makes communism look bad. And they might take things that actually happened and report on things that actually happened, but they might also make things up, and they might also twist things to make them more negative than they otherwise might be.
And they also will very often just completely ignore things that are more like positive or beneficial to their opposition.
Sometimes you'll also get the thing of, like, they took something that's obviously positive and they just reframed it to make it sound negative, but it's still very obvious it's a positive thing. Like, it's really, yeah.
Specifically, also when we talk about, like, China, I think that's a good, like what we just said is a good thing to think about when you hear what people say about China. Like, think about who's saying it, the framing they're using, and around it, and all that.
Yeah. And J Hill says, strangely, can you read the Germany comment? I can't look down. Right
Strangely, now. Germany is very honest with their bad guy status in World War II, which I was surprised seeing how many other countries bury their wrongdoings.
So I would challenge that framing. There's actually a really good book about this called Subcontractors of Guilt, which is about the way that Germany has dealt with its past misdeeds, which is to say, they make a big deal out of, like, oh, we used to be this way, but they don't fully, like, we see right now the way that their anti-Semitism laws are being weaponized against Jewish German citizens who are protesting against the genocide in Gaza. Like, it's all very... By the way, that was Pinwheel.
Nice.
Pinwheel's the easiest boss in the game. Like, they brand themselves as caring a lot about their role in the Holocaust, but, like, it's worth being critical of it. Oh, what mask I didn't see either, actually.
Sack.
Sack. Did I not get one? Is it still on the ground or something? Oh, it's still on the ground. Okay.
Good thing you have the mask.
Yeah. Mask of the Child. I think that's the one that gives you health. Is that right? Stamina, recovery speed. That's a good one.
Also, I think with the China thing, a thing people do a lot when talking about China is they have kind of an inherent trust for the reports they hear, and also oftentimes for just, like, America in general.
Mm-hmm.
Like, without realizing it, people can, like, dislike America and still not be completely aware that they also just take a lot of what America media and things say at face value.
Yeah.
I think when it comes to the Stalin thing, that's something you should point out more, because I don't know as much of the historical stuff.
Yeah. My main thing about Stalin and the USSR in general is to keep in mind, like, and this isn't an excuse, but it is just what you have to keep in mind when discussing any country at any time period, is you have to keep in mind the history and the, like, the context that they're emerging from. The USSR didn't spring fully formed out of nowhere. It was, like, replacing a feudal society, like a feudal agrarian society, and with its own, like, social issues, and those social issues don't just immediately go away once communism takes over, or socialism takes over.
It's not just an immediate switch over.
Yeah. But you have to look at what the USSR did over just, like, a couple decades. Like, they turned that agrarian backwater society into, like, one of the two big global superpowers, and they did that with socialism.
Did you say backwater?
Yeah.
Okay.
Same thing with China. China was in a terrible fucking state. China was coming out of what is now called the Century of Humiliation, and they became, like, the superpower that's currently just, like, the superpower that the US is so opposed to that is kind of just destroying itself while China just stands there and does nothing.
Also, this is, I think, something to talk about with like how it sounds like your family or how people can take it.
Yeah.
You're not saying like superpowers are a good thing.
Oh, no.
Or like
So superpowers aren't good or bad, they just are. That is like a fact of just what world geopolitics are right now. Like,
and also like the things you said, I'm sure I could hear other people saying about America, for example.
Yeah.
So like
actually, I shouldn't say superpowers aren't good or bad because the U.S. just sure fucking bad. But like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a certain degree to which you have to engage with what is and not with what we feel should exist. You know, like whatever our feelings are on the state of global geopolitics, we have to acknowledge first what that state of global geopolitics is. God, I fucking hate the words.
So like more specifically on Stalin though.
More specifically on Stalin is Stalin, like, it's actually really funny. You can find, like, there are now declassified CIA documents from, like, the 50s that talk about, like, what I'm about to say. Like, okay, so I'll just say it and then I'll talk about that part. Like, Stalin wasn't, like, the entire power behind, like, the Soviet Politburo as it's talked about. He was, like, the general secretary, and so he had a good amount of power, but he was one of many. And it's funny because, like, the way people talk about it in America has been very much to be, like, to treat that as if it's not true. And just be like, oh, the Soviet Politburo was just Stalin. But it's funny because you can find CIA documents from, like, the 50s where they're outright saying, yeah, we're still going to, like, frame it as if Stalin is, like, everything. But, like, everything that we can see from over there is that he is just one of many. And it's just kind of funny that, like, you can see these CIA documents that, like, are now declassified that kind of prove the things that communists have been saying true, that like, oh, like the US knew them the whole time, it wasn't advantageous to them to say it, you know. I hope that answers your question. I'm trying to dodge bone wheels while also talking about politics, and that's a little difficult.
That makes sense. I think, like, since I can actually add to this from almost from Jay Hill's perspective, because, like, for me, I know a lot about, like, communism stuff, but less so from the historical position. And Stalin is a person, and, like, the ideal of how people talk about Stalin is something I am not as conscious about or aware of. So, like, I just know, for me, it's like when I can analyze, I've got, like, I think the framework stuff and, like, seeing the bias things, hearing how people talk about things and where they're talking about it from, and I know to not exactly trust all the opinions people have about Stalin, and the situation that all that was, but I don't know exactly the details.
Yeah.
Like the historical details, which is, I think, so, like, I could ask then, I think a good follow-up question would be, what was the, like, all the stuff, the bad stuff that's talked about as what he did?
Yeah.
What can we say about that?
Oh god, there's a lot.
And also,
the really big one that people talk about is something that they call the Holodomor.
Can I add another thing for you?
Yes, yes.
Because so people, like I said, like the things people say about him, and like what are these things? How does like these things connect to him, and also how do those things connect to communism? Because people also very often connect it inherently to the ideology of communism.
Yeah. Communism is a scientific, or I guess I should say socialism. Socialism is a scientific lens through which we view social change. To say that a society was socialist is not to say they were perfect. It is to say that they were trying and that we have learned from them. As far as what I was talking about with like the Holodomor, I'm never quite sure how to pronounce it. That is the term that is the name that has been applied to a famine that took place in Ukraine in the 40s or 50s, I want to say. What is claimed about it is that it was an intentional policy to starve Ukraine on behalf, or on the part of, like, the Soviet Politburo and in particular Stalin. Interesting things to know about it, though, is that the name came decades later from an ex-Nazi who wanted to create like parity in people's minds between like Holodomor and Holocaust. It was specifically like a thing to like try to equate communists with Nazis. As far as like the actual event itself, it happened. Like there was a famine. There was. There is absolutely no proof that it was an intentional thing. It's just it was a part of the world that had famine for many hundreds of years, on and off, and it had one then, and it was also the last one. And it is true that Soviet policies exacerbated it. There's no proof that it was intentional, but like, yeah, there were issues with how they handled it. There were issues like they handled it in ways that made it worse. But, and this is where you have to separate out the propaganda. The propaganda is not just this was a horrible famine that caused really negative effects. It caused lots of death. This was an intentional evil policy, and there is just no proof of that. And like, that is something that you'll find with a lot of claims about communist countries, where the people will say that
look, this bad thing happened.
Look, this bad thing happens. That's happened because they're evil,
they're evil because communism.
Exactly, and it's just like very often, like the Great Leap Forward in China is another really good example of like an awful thing that was actually made worse by the policy that communists used, but it wasn't intentional, and it is framed as intentional.
And like I said earlier, with the whole like how things are framed, especially by countries like the U.S., where it's advantageous for the U.S. to frame it this way, they will take these things that have no proof or no real evidence, just so happen to happen within like a communist country, and go like, this must be because of the communism.
Yes.
Like for example, actually, something that's recent. Is like, have you heard about that plane crash that happened like a week or two ago? And how everyone's like, oh, it's happening because DEI. The plane crash happened because queer people exist.
And black people. Don't forget black people.
And black people exist. And just like general minorities exist and all that stuff.
And
so
it's a very clearly motivated reasoning.
Yeah, like what actual proof or evidence would tie those things together? And it's just been stated this way, and especially when we get further away in history from events, it's easier to look at them in black and white, and therefore take what was said about such a thing as just face value.
Yeah.
That actually makes me think a little bit of our third gendering thing
yes.
about recently. That could be something we talk about.
That could be something we talk about.
There is a fucking TikTok video I fucking hate.
I'm wondering if we want to close out this discussion before we go on to that.
Yeah.
There's a lot more specific stuff I could say about the USSR and China, and I probably will at some point. And I know, Jay Hill, you wanted to know about China in particular. I was wondering if you had any particular questions about that. I don't know. I wanted to kind of walk a line here of between, like, trying to address the propaganda while also not downplaying actual issues and actual mismanagement, like, real or imagined. Or that was not okay. I don't want to downplay actual mismanagement, and I also don't want to give credence to the propaganda about the mismanagement. And I hope I have done that, and I hope that, like, I don't know, if people feel like kind of weird about this conversation, please feel free to bring it up.
Also, just to answer J-Hill's last question very quickly, transphobia.
Yeah. Wait, what was? Oh yeah, why was the T removed? Yeah, just transphobia. This has actually been like a widespread like transphobic line of the last like 20 years or so. Like at Stonewall, for example, we know, like the Stonewall riots, we know that trans people played a massive role. We know that the specific thing that prompted Stormé de Larvere, I never know how to pronounce her last name, Stormé de Larvere, to throw the first brick, was that they brought all the women into the bathroom to check their genitals to see who was a trans woman and who was a drag queen so they could arrest them. That was the specific thing that prompted it. And there is this attempt to rewrite history, be like, oh, it was just like cis gay people there. And any people there who you think were trans were actually just like drag queens. And there's no overlap between drag queens and trans people. And that's not true. and now we're seeing people with state power holding that ideology and actively rewriting that history, like in a more official way.
Also, just to go back in the comments of it, that said something I don't think I knew, which is one thing I find stupid is that people are scared to stay in Germany, but don't notice that many of the Nazis ran to America and still live there.
Yep, and many of them stayed in West Germany also. That's another thing. One day I'm going to talk about East Germany. Oh boy. And how things about East German history are framed.
That says Jodi, our history teacher. Hell yeah. Yeah, so actually, can I, like, just to talk about, like, I had one of those train of thought things after reading Jodi, our history teacher, where it was like, oh, also, that makes me think of my history teachers. And also, history teachers have been biased, or are biased as well, just like we say everyone's biased. And I thought back to my 8th grade history teacher, who was really upset when, like, China's economy started getting over America's and all that, as it was put. And there's just a thing I thought back to just now.
I'm back out of the catacombs, by the way. Yay! I have kindling, and I don't have to go back in there for a while. And also, by the time I do have to go back in there, I can warp, so it won't be as much of an issue.
So if you want to move on to there's a lot more we could say, like I said. This is just barely touching on stuff.
Yeah.
One thing I actually will say before we move on is, like, I've had people say to me before, like, about the China stuff, like, oh, but all the spying on us and, like, data stealing and all that stuff, like...
Have you heard of the Patriot Act? Like, come on.
A couple years ago, and it's, like, two big things. Because one of the big things about that people like to feel was true about TikTok was that, like, China's using it to spy on us and look at all our data and all that. And there's
By the way, now that we have beaten Pinwheel, we have the right of kindling, which means that we can kindle bonfires up to the point of having 20 Estus flasks, which is huge. Sorry, continue.
It's okay.
So while we're talking, I'm going to be running around to important bonfires and kindling them up to 20.
So there's two things I want to point out about that thought process of, like, China using TikTok to steal our data and our information and our identities, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Two things. What would motivate them to do that? Like, why would they care about our information so hugely? And also the second thing, which is even more important, what makes you think America's not already doing that? Like, the place that has a much higher need to do that.
Yeah. Like, we know for a fact they are because of the Patriot Act and, like, PRISM at the NSA. Like, we know these things.
Yeah. Okay, so now we can move on to the...
Oh, and also just, like, even if China was stealing data to the degree that the U.S. is, and I have no reason to believe that's true, but if they were, like, I know not everyone in this chat is Americans, but speaking specifically as an American, I have much more reason to be scared of the American government having my data because they are my government.
Yeah.
I don't know why I would be scared so much of a foreign country having, like, knowing what my spending habits are. They can't do anything about that. Like, yeah.
So, yeah, to move on to the next topic, which is this TikTok that really upsets me. And it's, I think some of you will hear this and not understand why it upsets me, which is also why we can talk about it. I don't know, should we put this on screen or should we just...
let me get to the next bonfire and then, yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
Or actually, do you want to just talk about it?
I also do want to play the audio.
Okay.
I can play it through my phone if you want.
Let's play the audio through your phone.
Okay, so I'm going to do that thing that YouTubers do, where they play the audio or the video or whatever and then pause it, respond, and then play it. That's how we're going to do it, just kind of like we did with the Praxis Babes thing. Let me get it ready. So, this is actually a conversation about femboys. Kind of. The kind of is important.
We do have weirdly deep talks during Dark Souls.
This one was kind of made to happen on purpose, though, just because it happened last time.
So was the last one, actually, because I was grinding and we were like, well, let's find a way to talk about something so this isn't just wasted time. I'm just gonna go kindle like basically every bonfire that's not a pain in the ass to get to.
So this is a TikTok video. I don't know if I should like credit the person who made it if we're gonna be responding this way, or if I shouldn't.
I guess you should.
A TikTok video by someone named Arum Natsorkang. I don't know how to pronounce it exactly.
You want to spell it?
ARUM space NATZORKHANG. Who, in like as described in his bio, talks about ancient languages, and does commission translations and inscriptions. And there's this video called called "What Did the Ancient Egyptians Think of Femboys?" Okay, I'm gonna start it and then pause it, like I said.
Not only did the Egyptians know about femboys, but they warned against their seductive powers in some of the most important philosophical works of the time.
What it says in English is, "You should not be with a woman boy. You know the forbidden is water on his heart, and for there's no cooling what's in his belly." So the first thing is the assumption that this is specifically femboys, and like cis men who wanted to be feminine. When there's also evidence and research talking about how these people that this video is talking about in ancient Egypt also would very often refuse to be called men or boys. Like, that should be an example in of itself. But also, like, talking about kind of how we were talking about earlier about how history becomes more black and white the farther we get from it. Like, it's weird to assume that this ancient culture saw quote-unquote women boys and decided to completely gender them correctly. Like, like if these were trans women, people would act like, people often will say like, yeah, trans women have always existed, queer people have always existed. True. But then they'll also act like transphobia and misgendering, for example, only exist now. As if like it wasn't possible back then.
And by the way, I've decided that right now, because we're just kind of talking and I'm not going to do anything super important, I'm going to be trying to get the Drake sword because we're going to need that for my thing. So I'm going to be, I only have 16 hours. Maybe I won't do that right this second. Never mind. But yeah, like there is a theorist, a trans theorist who I think has some issues with her theories, but overall, like this is a really solid, like concept that she's written about very extensively called third gendering. There is this tendency of like people will talk about like, oh, trans women have always existed, but then they'll also assume that trans women are an entirely Western concept, and then you'll see over and over and over again, you will see groups of people in other countries who describe themselves as women despite male assignment, and who are usually subjected to abject poverty, and who have no avenues, like on a broad level, have no avenues to live beyond survival sex work, and who are like all the same features coming up again and again and again, including how society treats them. And it'll also be they call themselves women and society does not agree with that. And these historiographers or these historians, like the historiography of this will be to take the society's word about them at face value and say, oh, Hijra in India or travesti in Latin America, those aren't trans women. Those are actually men who take on a feminine role. And it just happens over and over and over again. And then if you say, no, this sounds like trans woman, they will say, no, you're just applying a Western frame to things. And when these women
saying you don't have any proof.
And when these women themselves will say, no, we are actually women, they'll be ignored.
Yeah.
And it drives me crazy.
Like, for example, that quote I said of them saying, refusing to be called men or boys.
Yeah.
And then you can bring that up to people and they'll be like, well, I don't know. The rest of society called them men and boys. So, like, therefore, like, imagine people a long time from now looking back at us and going like, well, like the president, the leader of the entire country, for example, right now Trump, or before that Biden, called these self-described women boys. So therefore, they must have been boys.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what we are doing to past cultures and also even current cultures that are not like Western.
Yeah, and like to be really clear, like we are not saying like we have to be careful in this conversation to center the specific concept of trans womanhood. Like that is a specific Western concept. Trans femininity is not, and people are so averse to recognizing trans femininity as what it is, and they go so far out of their way to be like, no, these are actually men. They're just men. They're always actually men, actually. And
this one specifically comes from the idea that like people really like femboys, but also feel like trans women. Like there's a very constant thing, like people, and this is going to a whole other thing. People like to, I guess, clump trans women and femboys together. But also not realize that femboys are still most often cis men, which means they have the benefits of being men.
And I'm wondering if I should say a specific person's name here that might be...
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. Like, you can see this with... Do you folks remember Finster? Finster, you know, was like the self-described like femboy, like YouTuber / TikToker.
And Twitch streamer.
And Twitch streamer. And like...
Super popular.
Super popular. Everyone talked about him. Everyone was talking about like, oh, this is like...
Clips were everywhere.
The clips were everywhere. This is like, oh, this is like 5D gender chess. What they really mean is he was thin and white and femme, but whatever. And like the second he came out as not even a trans woman, just gender fluid and still prefer and using any pronouns but preferring he him, literally like the least he could have possibly asked of anybody. Nothing. You never hear about him anymore. You just don't.
I don't see any clips.
Yeah.
Unless you specifically follow him, clips aren't around. He's not being talked about constantly. None of that stuff. It's just the whole trans femininity is very much so like demonized or forgotten about because people like to they like men.
Yeah. And like society broadly speaking doesn't like femboys, it doesn't like feminine men, but it does like men, and it doesn't like in any given space, like men will be pushed to the top. Even when we're looking at a space like the specific space of trans feminine like content creators, the men get pushed to the top just like Finster was until Finster came out. And then suddenly Finster's gone, no one talks about him. And it's really fucking telling.
And it's just this very common thing. Like, I've seen people... Like, I talked a bit about, a while ago, about on a Minecraft stream about the person I labeled the super egg, someone I follow on TikTok. And one of this person's reasonings to not transition and be a woman, despite all the very explicit dysphoria he described about having, about wanting to be a woman and all that, the reason he didn't was because he didn't want to follow what was expected. And because to him, being a femboy is somehow actually more unique and more like challenging of the status quo than being a trans woman, which we need to point out.
Which, like, no, it's not.
We need to point out, like, something Joy and I say a lot in response to that sort of statement is that basically every single time people would rather us have stayed cis and be a feminine man than transition and be a trans woman.
Like, it is such a cliche at this point for trans women to come out and be told, oh, couldn't you just be a feminine man? That's not a thing you say when being a feminine man is actually a more transgressive thing.
Yeah. People just assume that being a trans woman is like, since it's being so talked about, it must be the more expected thing, or it must be because it's quote unquote the binary, it's like the normal.
And that's not even getting into how like trans feminine expressions of non-binary identity just get us called men. Yeah. So a lot of us just don't talk about our non-binariness. Like, hi, I'm non-binary. Like, I don't talk about it ever.
I don't know if any of you know that. Like, people, like, if a trans person who is if like, for example, Jodi or I well, Jodi is non-binary. Do you want to say the example yourself?
Which example?
Just like, if you were to tell a lot of people that you were non-binary and not say you're a trans woman, people would just call you a guy.
Yeah, they would. 100%.
They would. That's just how it goes. So you have to say, like, to a degree, you have to lean towards trans women.
And also, just like, there's a thing people do to trans women that's like, there's this thing where they'll just they them you in a way that's just like, it feels so intentional. And there was a while where my pronouns were they them, and I still had moments where it's like, okay, you're using my pronouns, but like you're doing it in a malicious way, and that's why I don't
Like
use
you're
they them.
avoiding any other pronouns.
Like that's why I don't use they them pronouns anymore.
Even if you feel like they fit.
Yeah.
So like, this video, as with a lot of stuff, is taking this idea that like society called these ancient Egyptian people that were feminine in this way boys, so therefore that must be true. Isn't that so exciting that there were femboys in the past? And where we us trans women have to be like, that is just most likely us again, based off of all of these historical patterns, and we are not allowed to recognize that. Because I went in the comments and tried to point out, what if they were trans women, and people got angry at me.
Yeah, and it's like the same people who will be like, oh, you can't apply trans femininity or trans womanness to like these people in the past. That's not like a trans historical concept.
But
like,
femboy is?
But femboy is, exactly. Like, it's so.
And like, this is us ranting after like 10 seconds of the video.
Yeah.
Make sure you bring more maca next time.
Okay, J Hill, see you in the
Do you want
birb.
us to wait for you, J Hill? Because I know this is a lot of you're interested in this stuff.
Also, I'm curious if we've scared any new people away.
It's possible. I
Yeah.
mean, we actually have had more viewers since started.
That's
doing
true.
this.
We have since the political discussion. I've noticed.
Abnormal.
It is. Yeah. Okay, I've got arrows. I'm gonna go get the Drake sword while we're talking.
Okay.
I'm just gonna explain now, possibly because we're waiting for J Hill. I'm not sure. That the Drake sword is like the noob weapon that everyone gets. It's like it's a noob trap because it's not actually very good once you get later into the game. But people will get used to having like the Drake sword, and then they won't develop the other skills they need. The way you get it is by cutting the tail off of that flying drake that's like on that bridge. And the way that people tend to actually do that isn't to cut off the tail, it's to take a bow and arrow and just shoot the tail from like under the bridge where it's safe. So that's what I'm going to be doing. I need this for the achievement, and I need this sword in particular.
Also, like...
the guy from the depths who has like the boss weapons, Dom Hall, there he is, over on the aqueduct, just above my head.
So, I think, like, I want to know how people feel about what we've said, because, like, I know a lot of it can be confusing if you're not, like, around this sort of talk a lot.
Yeah.
And so, like, if any, like, for me, like, when I started hearing some of these sort of conversations, it came off as, like, red flags to me sometimes.
Yeah.
Even when Jodi first started telling me about this, like, femboy stuff, I was like, that sounds like you just don't like a certain queer person. And, like, of course, there's deeperness to it.
Yeah.
And, like, I've learned that now. So I just want to know if you have any sort of, like, if there's any, like, red flags popping up, or, like, any, like, point it out, and we'll talk about it.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And, like, I have no actual issue with people who self-describe as femboys. I have issues with the ways that the cultural technologies around femboyism, for lack of a better term, gets talked about, like in queer spaces, and to a degree in like larger society. Also, yes, J Hill, I missed what you said about Elagabalus earlier.
I think it was just now.
No, but also earlier. Let's not forget the transgender ruler of Rome, Elagabalus, who, unless I was wrong, was also in partial control of Egypt. So Elagabalus was the ruler of Rome, like the emperor or empress. And the way it worked at this time was like this was like when it was formally the Roman Empire. This was after Augustus, and from Augustus on, it was like just kind of a standard practice that like whoever was the emperor got personal control of Egypt, because Egypt was like the most valuable land in the empire, essentially. So yes, like she was directly in control of Egypt. You're right about that. Elagabalus is an interesting case. I personally do believe that Elagabalus was a trans woman, or like was trans feminine, I guess is how I should say it. That's the bigger concept that's not as culturally bound. the interesting thing that people will say about Elagabalus is, oh, this was only like a rumor started by her political rivals, and it was like it was like meant to emasculate her. Like she wasn't actually a trans femme. This is just like what people said about her. And what I have to say to that is, like, you don't see this about every person that had political enemies, which was everybody. Like, I think there is a reason that you see this about Elagabalus, and you do have to take some of the things with a grain of salt. But like, I think that you have to be willing to think a little more critically about it than just that. Tashi joined the stream. Hello, welcome, Toshi. Sorry, are you have you been here before? I don't recognize.
No, it's just how you pronounce that name.
Okay,
I said that.
my bad. Welcome to the stream. I'm Jodi. This is Pepper. We're playing Dark Souls, and I'm just kind of doing some like mindless stuff so we can have a political / gender discussion / history discussion.
I knew a Toshi in like middle school.
Anyway, settle in. We're gonna be shooting this for a while.
Yeah, we're also talking about like we're talking about like history, politics, gender, sort of stuff. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by.
Oh, you
I'm
are
Pepper.
not supposed to.
This is Jodi. So Jail, we paused for you, talking about this because I know you were interested. But something I said while you were gone, Hill, is like if any of this sounds weird to you, like this is like if you're someone who hasn't been around this type of conversation a lot, this can easily like start red flags or like feelings, which like it used to for me when I heard some of this stuff for the first time. So if you have any of that, like bring it up and ask, because like when I first started hearing some of these sort of feelings, I just took it as people just don't like some other queer people just don't like femboys, which is not what was the case. It was just I learned over time that it's just there's more depth to it, and that's not what is being said. So if you have any questions, like feel free to say them.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna play the next part of the video.
Please do it.
Turkish says, "A straight man, I do need to catch up on my LGBT history. There's a lot of stuff.
There is a lot of stuff. This is an important time to do it. Also.
Yeah, we have a. This is an in-depth one we're doing.
We are talking specifically about right now. About like trans feminism, which is also like a deep rabbit hole for a lot of people who haven't really encountered that before.
And also particularly in a way where like the specific topic we're going into right now is how femboys oftentimes are still cis men and are preferred over trans women to a degree that or in such a way that trans women are often erased from society or even replaced by femboys.
Like
not concept of femboys.
Yeah, not. Oh yeah, the very important distinction there. Not actually being erased by femboys, but being erased in like popular conception, especially when you go back. Like the further you go in history, like there will be like you get fewer and fewer descriptions of, or not even fewer descriptions. You get a lot of descriptions of trans femmes, but it tends to be couched as like, oh, look at this man who was feminine, instead of like how a trans femme might actually satisfy.
Also, how's our audio? It looks like the game might be a little loud.
Okay. Should we change that?
Yeah, do you want to pause it?
Give me 1 second.
I was kind of noticing that earlier when I was watching that, like, some of the parts where you were in a loud area, it was harder to hear.
How's that, you think?
It's probably good.
Okay.
Okay. I'll play the next part of the video. The game is a bit loud? Yeah, okay.
Give me that Drake sword so I can stop doing this, please.
I'm gonna play the next part of the video that we can reply to.
Okay.
The Egyptian term for them is similar to the one in English. It meant hyarat, literally a woman, boy, at least.
Okay, so that's the big one for me.
Yeah, like that is very close to a slur that is used against trans women.
No, it
also.
was the word.
Yeah.
Like even the subtitles said that word, which I think we can say on screen.
Oh, there we go. That was a lot quicker than I thought. Anyway, let me mark that off my checklist.
What this guy said is like it's often also used for the word that is nowadays used towards femboys, hermaphrodite, which is not often used towards femboys. Actually, I wonder who it is used towards.
Oh, I wonder.
Very often used towards trans women. So like the two like ways we can look at what this guy is saying, neither are really charitable because he's either grouping trans women with femboys because we know hermaphrodite is used towards trans women mostly, or he is just completely wrong in believing that hermaphrodite is used towards femboys primarily and not trans women primarily.
Yeah.
Which is also still grouping us up
And
with femboys.
It should also be said that hermaphrodite is also an intersexist slur, but it is also something that, despite it being aimed at intersex people, you see a lot of trans femmes get called it. A lot. So I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah.
Because like we are not forgetting intersex people exist.
Yeah. But just the fact that like once like just to add onto this guy is looking at history and being like, oh, these people, woman boys they were called in ancient Egypt. Oh, these people who were seen as like sexual deviants who were dangerous to be around. Oh, these people that are literally called hermaphrodites must be men.
Yeah, like literally just listing like transphobic stereotype or transmisogynistic stereotype after transmisogynistic stereotype and saying must be actually boys. Must have been that the people who were calling them all these bad things were like.
And then
we're also respecting their gender identities.
Yeah, even worse, getting like what I hate about this video, which you can't see, is he has this huge fucking grin on. So he's like so happy. He's like, look at this nice positive femboy representation when it's really you're spouting off transphobic like stuff and calling trans women boys. Like, and just using the stereotypes of these trans women as if they are just directly true. It's like watching an episode of Family Guy and seeing all the like stereotypes they use against people and then assuming all of those are just like accurate historical references.
Yeah. It's gross.
It's really gross.
I've been going for almost 5.5 hours at this point. I should. Oh, it's almost midnight. God, we should probably stop soon.
Yeah.
I got lost in it a little bit.
Jiho says, yeah, right now, unless I'm wrong, the attack on trans is likely just going to be used as a stepping stone to attack the larger LGBT community. Yeah.
That is true, but also I get frustrated with that line of argument because I would like people to care about us for our own sake also, please.
Yeah.
Which I'm not saying you weren't, but like I'm getting frustrated with people talking about this only as like, oh no, they might attack people who are important next, you know?
Yeah. Jay also says, I said something that might be important. Unsure. Is that the thing I just read, or? Jay says, I also have mentioned someone who we'll say just dislikes the trans community because he gets labeled trans, but I talk about that guy too much. It feels like, well, you say that, and I don't remember who you're talking about.
So. Partner with you, right?
Oh, that person. Yeah. I thought you meant like a person on the internet or like a internet celebrity or like a well-known person. Okay, yeah. Now I get it. Yeah. Okay. Sorry for the confusion.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play the next part.
Before you do, we're going into Sen's Fortress. This is a mistranslation. Sen is Japanese for 1,000 or 10,000. I forget which.
I think it's 1,000.
For 1,000. This is supposed to be the Fortress of 1,000 Traps, but it gets turned into Sen's Fortress for some reason. Whatever. And the main enemies are these snake people. And this is, if you're using the Drake Sword, this is when it starts to become not good enough.
I want them to eat me.
I know you do. Like that?
Kind of. Okay, anyways, next part.
Recorded in the Maxims of Tahotep, one of the earliest pieces of Egyptian Sabaliyat wisdom literature written sometime around the 12th dynasty of Egypt. And we know it means femboy, despite there being some ambiguity in the phrase, which could also mean the wife of a boy or a wife and a boy, because of the singular masculine pronoun af in Mauher Holtif, which means water on his hearts. Phrase usually meaning happiness, but here has a double meaning with another liquid entering a part of the body.
Fucking disgusting.
What can I even say about this that isn't like? Is it self-explanatory to everyone? I wonder.
Probably not. Like I think we should still explain it.
Yeah.
Like going like, yes, they called the people they were transphobic against boys, so therefore, once again, they must be boys.
And also, we know about it because of the specific way they talked about using them sexually. Like,
oh my god, haha, isn't that so cute and quirky and fun? Oh my god, they're talking about coming in them. Oh my god.
God.
Hee hee hee, they're talking about using their bodies.
You're like not even exaggerating is the thing.
And I hate it. He has a fucking... I don't know, I'm losing it. I'm getting... Okay, I need to chill. He's getting so excited about it. Like, I get it. You are excited because you think you are seeing representation of femboys, which is something maybe you identify with. Maybe that is the case. And if that is true, I get it. But also, you have to realize you are specifically saying trans stereotypes, reading about trans stereotypes, and going like, yes, these must be accurate. Trans stereotypes must be true. And therefore...
yeah.
Like, you have to look at it a little bit deeper. I know it's exciting to see like representation. I get that. I'm trans. When I see representation, I get so excited. But also, you have to like understand when you are excluding other people, or even possibly like specifically like eliminating an entire group of people from history.
And also just missing the extremely obvious actual interpretation of the thing that you're trying to interpret. Like, even just purely from, like, the perspective of wanting people to have an accurate understanding of history, there is something so obvious you're missing here. Like, incredibly obvious.
Like, once again, I want to point out also, like, the quote he said was just straight up, like, we know that they're boys because they used he, him for them.
Yeah.
Like... Oh my god. Like, yeah, sure. I'm in a world right now in, like, as we talk about America.
I have had he, him used for me many times against my will after
like,
coming out.
If we don't include my streams, I am more often referred to as he, him when I'm out in public. Like, my legal documents still say he, him, and all that stuff. You can't just take this idea and mean like, oh yeah, that must be true when every factor of this group of people you're describing relate to trans women specifically. It's like, and then I got into an argument with someone in the comments who was like, well, there's no explicit evidence. And I was like, can you not follow the patterns? Like, sure, we don't have the words trans woman being said, or that they identified as one, or whatever. But, like, can you not follow the patterns of people in history?
And, like, that article I talked about earlier, the Talia Bat's article about third sexing, this person said they read it, and they still didn't, like, take anything from, like, the pattern here.
Yeah.
It drives me fucking crazy.
Not the YouTube, or not the TikToker, but, like, the person I was arguing with in the comments.
Yeah.
Oh, God. And, like, I feel like this is a thing, like, I want to be kind about it, but also I need to let my frustrations out.
Yeah.
Because I know you said it's, like, pretty self-explanatory, and to me it is, and to Jodi I think it is, but, excuse me, I know I can show
also, look at this tar floor, I hate it.
I know I could show that same video to a lot of people I know personally, IRL, outside of streams, and they would be like, oh, that's a good video, I like that video, because they don't have that, I guess, deeper understanding of things, and they don't have the experiences to recognize these sort of patterns used about trans women, but we do because we are trans women who have to be around these patterns constantly. So I get that, which is also why I try to talk about it here, so people can more often hear about these patterns and know that this is a thing that happens. Jodi says, sending that man hate from Romania.
Oh, we have a very international audience for such a small audience.
I do like
I appreciate it too.
We need to make a list of, like, I mean, I guess I don't need a list. I could just look at my analytics. We have, like, Romania, Australia.
By the way, this is the guy who in the cutscene opened up the gate to Sen's Fortress, and I'm going to kill him for a Titanite chunk.
Okay.
Sorry,
cool.
Continue.
We have Romania, we have Germany, we have Brazil, we have England, Australia, Hungary. It's cool. It's really cool. Okay. Okay. I'm calming down. Like, it's yeah. It's the stuff like this that's frustrating, and it's also why we often talk about, like, yeah, there are, like, conservatives and stuff, and people who are transphobic outright are very obviously annoying, but then people who do this sort of stuff, it's like people act as if there's no problem here at all.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, oh, well, they, like, align with you. They say they like queer people, so it's like, oh, that's cool then. There's no room to a lot of people for looking at this sort of thing. So, yeah, this video, we're about over. There's like a sentence left. Let's hear what it is.
Dex also says that you must not spend the night with the Himat Hyarat to cool his desire, which can only be done so by simply removing that desire entirely. Not only did the...
What do you...
Like,
Hey, chat, what do you think it means to remove the desire entirely? What do you think that word means? Or what do you think that phrase means? Just out of curiosity.
Also, just to add to this, like, if you remember, the word he's using there literally translates to hermaphrodite. So, like, the history is like, don't spend the night with a hermaphrodite. Otherwise, you're a fucking freak.
It's the ancient Egyptian version of our trap's gay. I can't fucking deal with it.
And also, once again, just like a lot of modern usages of the term trap, still referring to trans women, not femboys.
Yes, yes. Hello, Snake Man. Oh.
So that's that whole video. That video aggravates me a lot. I can read a little bit on the comments like that we got into. Spider says, what do I join into? Kind of a lot. We're kind of near the end of this whole conversation, so it's hard to explain. We're talking about a video that is doing this thing called third gendering, referring to trans women in ancient Egyptian history as femboys, because this guy probably likes to come over people. Because he probably likes to come over femboys or more likely trans women.
Oh, why are they still alive? They're not supposed to be alive. Uh-oh. Give me a sec. Oh, damn it. Sorry, continue.
I do kind of hope he doesn't see this, but...
That, like,
me talking about this guy in this video. He could. I don't know.
Maybe he could learn something.
Maybe
he can learn to think about
I'd feel weirder about saying that last joke. This is my main part.
Okay, that's fair.
Everything else, I'd be okay with him hearing, but the last joke, me being a little aggressive. So, like, my comment was, I'm pretty sure this is actually referring to trans women, not cis femboys, as more recent studies state that they were told they were boys. As more recent studies state that they were, quote, told they were boys, but refused to accept that, end quote. And then and then I added, actually. Also, hermaphrodite is very rarely used towards femboys, but is very commonly used towards trans women. The exception being when someone mistakes a femboy for a trans woman, and then also, of course, intersex people, like we were discussing.
Also, I'm sorry, I have a plot thing real quick.
Okay. Dennis!
Oh ho! Ah, where did you come from?
It's Dennis.
Splendid news, I tell you. Ah, so you see my fight. Yes, indeed. I've run up against the wall, for a ball to be precise. I'm afraid I'm a bit too tough to be outrunning those things. So here I sit in quite a pickle, but who knows? Perhaps we'll have another development.
So yeah, this is him giving the tutorial, like, hey, you see that, like, boulder? You're not going to outrun it if you're, like, super over encumbered. That's what he's trying to say.
I could try some rolling. Bah, no chance. My head is big.
Okay, that's it.
Spider says, weren't there a lot of trans women in Greek stuff, or am I misremembering?
There were a lot of people who we would now recognize as trans femme, priestesses of Aphrodite. There was a specific term, I forget what it is.
I also want to say, just to kind of like also kind of like more easily exemplify this, I guess, what this guy is doing is basically looking at, like, for example, that history, and then just going like, yes, what cute men.
Yes.
Like, that is what we are talking about and criticizing right now.
Yes.
Okay, to continue with my comment chain, after I said those things...
Oh, by the way, Jay Hill, if you're interested in the idea of ancient Greek trans women, read Wrath Goddess Sing by Maya Dean. It's a trans femme retelling of the Odyssey, or the Iliad, and it's really, really fucking good.
So to continue the comment thread or whatever, I got a reply from someone, not the TikTok, but just someone else in the replies, who said, why are you pretty sure about that? Like, based on what evidence? None of the scholastic opinions I found on this as much as mentioned anything like that, to be honest. So, like, Of course they don't, because people are transphobic.
Yeah.
like we said earlier, they'd rather recognize a cis femboy or a feminine man than a trans woman. Like I think I saw like a comic meme recently of like a person like looking at a book that said like trans history, burning it, and then going like, why aren't there any trans people in history?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what it is. That's the reason.
Yep.
That is the reason.
I just want to talk about this real quick. I am following this ball. It's going down into that hole. Eventually, that hole is going to fill up with balls, and it's going to and the next ball is going to break through that wall. And there's a very important item past there. So I might actually just wait here for a second while we do that. But also, there's a very important new enemy type in the next room.
You want me to fill your hole up with balls?
Yes. With balls?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm going for. So I just said search up ancient Egyptian trends, woman, and it's check out those links. Apparently, I actually got the one of the searching. I got blue comment for that. Apparently, I'm just noticing that now. I said search up ancient Egyptian trans woman, and also The Third Sex by Talia Bat, which describes what this TikTok is doing, which is the thing we were talking about earlier. Which, like, once again, that person isn't perfect, but the article is helpful.
Anyway, cover this gold serpent ring. This is the ring that ups our item discovery. It's critical. We need it. Sorry, continue.
The person replied, by Claire Flores, she's not a scholar on the subject as far as I can tell. Also, a quote from that article, it could just be a gay man or an adolescent who looks feminine or attractive. Yeah, transphobia.
Yeah.
Like, can you not, like, I'm gonna scream. So, like, oh my god, fucking fuck. Okay, sorry. Literally, the quote is like, refuse to be called men, and then you're like, well, the article also says that we're not 100% sure they're trans women because they didn't use the word trans woman, so therefore, I'm not actually going to call them trans women or assume that they could be trans women, but I will assume that they can be femboys.
Sorry to distract for a second. There's a lot of bloodstains in front of this chest for some reason. Mimic. The first mimic of the game. This one gets everyone the first time.
It seems to be pretty far into the game.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so fucking freaky.
Isn't it?
Oh, I don't like it. Why is it so tall?
There's ones in Dark Souls 2 that crawl around on all fours, but like backwards, like on their backs.
Oh god.
It's really creepy.
Freaky.
They always drop like important items. The lightning spear is a weapon that carries a lot of people through a lot of the game. It's really good.
Okay.
And then it's just like a regular spear upgraded to +10 and then upgraded along the lightning upgrade path. So it's not like the Drake sword where it's just like not actually a good thing. Like this is just like a solid weapon.
So the person went on to say, you're just asserting that this text references trans femininity in some way without and in spite of any evidential or scholarly basis. That isn't how scholarship works. You're doing the same thing about femboys.
Yeah.
And also not recognizing patterns, which is something that is important in history. It's how we recognize and understand a lot of history by recognizing patterns.
Yep.
Especially the pattern of patterns being ignored by people because of modern day transphobia or historical transphobia.
Oh, Anthem, you were 3 minutes behind. I'm sorry. That must have been confusing.
So then I just replied to them saying, you didn't read the second article, did you? The one about third sexing. And the person replied, no, I have read it actually. Well before this interaction, I'm a trans feminine person. I'm fully familiar with the concept you're talking about. That doesn't mean it has anything to do with this. Why not?
Yeah.
My question is like, why not? Why is this one the exception to the pattern somehow because you feel like it?
Which I think that was actually the substance of the next message which I typed for you.
Yeah, there was a message after that which
also, well, hush, we are marking that off my list.
Okay. They actually continue to go on and said, you can't invent a reality by extrapolating backwards from any given phenomenon. To which Jodi had a reply to that comment in the previous one. Using my account, Jodi said, do you have any pattern recognition? Sure, I know about third sexing, but see this group of ethnographers... or
ethnographers.
Sure, I know about third sexing, but see this group of ethnographers call sexually voracious men who take on femme roles but are totally men. This time, that's real.
Yeah.
Because that's basically what the person's saying.
Yeah.
And they didn't reply after that. So I'm just going to say, like, they're like, oh shit, maybe you're right, and hopefully that's...
Yeah, I'm hoping to take it that way too. Uh-oh, I did not know there was going to be a guy down here. Whoops.
Anyways, that's the end of that.
Yeah.
There's our political conversations. That gave us the most views of this whole stream so far.
That's so interesting. I'm sure that's a coincidence and just people happen to tune in, but like, yay.
Yay. Toad says it's 6:59 a.m. party hours. Oh my god, are you watching at 7 a.m.? That's unusual for people who watch our streams.
Yeah.
Well, I hope to see you more often. I hope to see you in more streams after this.
Me too.
Even if it's in the morning for you. I'm tired, and I don't know why, but every time I join you on one of your streams like this, I get, like, overheated. I am heating up. I'm gonna probably go lie down again.
That's fair.
Get some water.
Slumbering Dragon Crest Ring just makes it so that we make less noise. It's not that good, but I still want to go get it.
Spider says, I'm so confused, but I'm having fun. I'm glad you're having fun. If you want to know more, you could just later on, like, go back in the stream. Like, I don't know, we've probably been talking about this for like 45 minutes, right?
Maybe a little longer. I'm not sure.
And J Hill says, yeah, Toshi, you a cool bean. Hell yeah. Anyways, thank you for having me for a little bit, Jodi.
Of course, and I'm probably going to end this stream pretty soon. The thing is, I feel like I could keep going for like 3 more hours, but I know that's a bad idea.
It is midnight, but also I won't stop you. I'm probably going to go grab some food and maybe I'll watch you while you keep going, if you want. Are you going to keep going?
For a little bit.
Okay.
I'm probably going to get to the next bonfire and then call it.
Oh, so not that far.
Not that far, no.
Like 10 minutes?
10, 15, yeah.
Okay, so I'm not that
Toshi says, I have a wonderful voice. Well, thank you very much for that. I'm very self-conscious about my voice, so it's nice to get compliments on it.
I agree. You have a very good voice, Jodi.
Thank you. I don't voice train it enough, and that's why I feel that way, but it's nice to get compliments. Although, interesting thing, I recently had to get partial dentures for various reasons, and they change how I pronounce certain words. They don't actually change my voice. They just change some of my pronunciation, and that kind of changes my feeling about my voice somehow. It's like it changes just enough of my voice that it doesn't sound fully like my voice to me anymore, and I'm suddenly like, oh, that is a good voice, actually. I almost forgot to do a very important thing, which is to unlock the, like, high-level spell teacher, who you have to, like, you have to send balls down this way to get that.
Oh yeah, I'll send some balls down.
I know you will.
Okay, I'm going. That's gonna be my outro to this stream. That's me getting out of here. Dipping balls. You know, it is way more fun to say dipping balls than it is to say teabag. Anyways, bye.
Bye. Bye, Pepper. Love you, I guess. How's everyone feeling about the stream? That was a lot of political talk and a lot of gender talk. And, like, I personally love those things, but I could understand if it's not everyone's cup of tea. Also, spell tutor. I'm just going to go over here first because there's an item. This is another reason that we take the master key as our starting gift. Because, like, if we wanted the actual key to these, we'd have to go way to the end of this area and then come back, basically. Anyway, spell tutor.
You seem quite lucid. A rare thing in these times. I am Logan. I'm a bit cooped up, as you can see. I have a bright idea. Suppose you set me free. I'm old and empty-handed, but I could repay you with knowledge and sorcery. This place is melting my mind. The inactivity is repressive.
Let's open the door for him. His name is Big Hat Logan. It's because he has a really small head. I'm tired. I thought that was going to be a funny joke about, like, it's not because he has a big hat. But I'm really tired, and as soon as I said it, I'm like, that was dog shit. I'm sorry, everyone.
Oh, heavens. Thank you. I'm sane, and I'd love to resume my travels. But I must log a few things first, and I owe you a favor. I will return to Firelink Shrine. Speak with me there, so that I may impart my sorcery. Oh, hello. Don't mind me. Go on ahead. I'll be along later. Whoa, I'll be just fine, young man.
You know, I feel like you're all humoring me, but thank you.
Oh, hello. Don't mind me.
Okay, we have exhausted his stuff. He's going to be at Firelink. He's going to teach us a lot of really good spells, spells that make the sorcery build actually kind of come alive and like start melting bosses. I need 40,000 spells to buy the main one I want. 40,000 souls, excuse me. So I'm not going back to Firelink immediately to get those spells. Pepper's going to make some shaped mac and cheese. I hope you enjoy it. Basically, I want to finish Sen's Fortress, beat the boss, get the souls from that, and then go back and get the spells from him that I want. No, the Iron Golem is at the end of Sen's Fortress. I'm probably going to... I said I was going to finish once we got to the next bonfire, but I kind of feel like doing the Iron Golem. I'm just going to keep doing that. I'm just going to be like, well, I can do Honor Londo. It's not that long. I'm committing right now to not doing Honor Londo on this stream. Okay. So we send this ball out there into the void. And, oh, by the way, you see that, like, that snake out there? That's where you get the actual key to Logan's cell. That's just, it takes forever to get there. But yeah, that's how you disarm this trap. The balls just go nowhere now. And everything's so mechanical and cool. I talked before about, like, the dog in Blighttown that's, like, operating the giant water wheel. Like, how that's, like, a joke. There's another joke related to all these mechanisms that I'm going to share in a second. J Hill, I think the big hat you're thinking of is the Crystal Sages from 3. Oh shit. Why am I at partial health right now? Oh shit. Oh shit. I didn't realize I was not at full health. Oh shit. That's unfortunate. I started to panic. Don't panic in the Souls game. Step 1, or rule 1. Yeah, you know Udex Gundyr for, like, obvious reasons. That's fair. Yes, the traps can hurt the enemies too. Like that one just died from the arrow trap. That's why I always try to do it that way. I'm not sure what you mean, J-Hill. Like, do you mean, is there foreshadowing about the final boss's identity? I didn't even need to turn that into another backstab, but whatever. I never remember if that's trivia or if we're just outright told who the final boss is. There's implications. You're not outright told, really, but, like, until, like, later in the game, but it's kind of implied a little bit. Let's not say it for right now. The jar is green right now because Pepper has poisoned it. You can redeem Toxic, although you're new to the stream, so you might not have enough points, which will clear the jar of the poison, and I would greatly appreciate it. Oh, thank you, J-Hill, for demonstrating. Thank you for the sweets. Yummy, yummy, so tasty. Oh, no. Multiple people toxified me at the same time. No. All right, well.
Hey, loser.
Non-toxic. And now toxic again. Ow. I got like a second of relief. You didn't mean to, Pepper? A likely story. You know what? Executive streamer decision. Executive streamer decision. I'm not toxic anymore. I'm not toxic anymore. No one can get mad at me for that. That's a relief, honestly. I've been toxic most of the stream. You always get slapped by those pendulums. The pendulums I'm pretty good at avoiding. The ball took me a lot of practice. I always would just like try to be a little too clever. Thank you for the sweets, Pepper. After I take out this snake man, I'm gonna take a sip. There we go. This is Dark Souls 1, so circle strafing and getting a backstab is kind of 90% of what the easy version of any encounter would be. And I'm gonna take a sip. Oh, shit. Case in point. I forgot where I was for a second. If you're really fast, you can actually make it all the way up the ramp, but I don't want to risk it. By the way, that status bar that's filling up is bleed. Those, like, snake women, actually, their swords can bleed you, and it's a real pain in the ass. Anyway, disarming the trap. And I should say, you disarm the trap this way, but there are certain places where just like once you're in a certain part of the fortress, the ball automatically resets where it's facing, which is why that happened a few times. Alright, back to my souls and my humanity. Which I really wanted both of those things. Nope. Should not try to parry that. I'm really lucky that it missed. Wait, Anthem, what was the thing you didn't know? Oh, that they can bleed you? Or that they're women. Like, the mages are women, which, haha, standard, like, fantasy, like, sexual dimorphism is, like, the men use swords and the women are mages. Alright, sure. The trap auto turns off. Yeah. No, it doesn't auto turn off. Quite the opposite. It, like, if I go back down to, like, where Logan is, and I go back out to, like, that area where you first see the ball, it will turn back around to sending the ball out there. Like, to where you are. Like, the trap auto turns back on if you go to certain places. So when we get to Logan, we're going to be able to get two very important things. We're going to get Soul Spear, which is like the boss melter spell. And we're going to get another copy of Great Soul Arrow. And once we have two copies of Great Soul Arrow, that's the point at which Great Soul Arrow can become like our bread and butter spell. And we can use that for most regular enemies. That's when this build comes alive. And I'm very excited for it. Alright, we're going to go this way first for a very specific reason. Also, look who's back. It's the Balder Knights we spent so long grinding against in the first video. To no avail. I didn't get the fucking Balder side sword from them. Fuck you, assholes. They can also drop it here. This is actually, like, if you don't want it immediately, this is where people recommend farming for it. But I've already got a plus 10 longsword. I don't need a fucking Balder side sword anymore. What if they did drop it? That would be very funny. For people who weren't here, like in last stream, I farmed for a Balder side sword for 2 fucking hours and nothing dropped. I ended up getting like 10 liquid humanity from that though, just from all the drops. I should call the Balder Knights Praxis Babes instead from now on. God. Yeah, I should. Okay, I am sprinting and I will explain why in a second. Balcony bonfire. And I needed to sprint because of the giant fire bombs we heard up there. Yeah, we never did learn what the Praxis Babes really were, did we? We know what they hate, but not what they like. Yep. Well, I know what they like. They like Democrats, unfortunately. And the snake people will be ancient femboys, you're right. Even though we were mostly done with that conversation by the time we got here. So yeah, there's a giant up there who's throwing giant fire bombs at us. The Pepper says, and capitalism. You are right. There's another Baranike Knight here. This one respawns. This is a good source of large Titanite shards. Yep, see, large Titanite shard. Thank you for demonstrating for me, game. Oh yeah, by the way, I popped 5 liquid humanity at the start of Sen's Fortress, just because, like, the higher your drop rate, the higher your chance of getting liquid humanity from enemies, and I wanted to go back to getting that, because I liked having 10 humanity. That was really nice, but I didn't want to drop 10 right now. This is an enemy that doesn't respawn. This is an NPC enemy. This is Rickard. He likes that elite knight armor, which is kind of the iconic armor for Dark Souls 1. What? You gonna... Buddy, you okay? Okay, there we go. If I had homing soul mass, I would use that on him, but it seems like it would actually be pretty good for him. But I can't get that until I get Logan, which I guess I could right now. Anyway, Rickard's rapier. He's just a dude named Rickard. He's kind of memorable for people, but there's not a lot of importance to him. He's like a prince, and that's kind of it. Let me read his rapier, actually. A rapier with intricate decorations. Chosen weapon of the infamous undead Prince Rickard. Rickard's exploits are told in a monomyth. He was born into royalty, but wandered the lands in a fateful, ill-conceived journey. He became undead and disappeared up north. Yeah, I love the armors in these games too, Anthem. Divine Blessing. So he was protecting that Divine Blessing and a rare Ring of Sacrifice. Rare Rings of Sacrifice... Okay, so regular Rings of Sacrifice, when you die, you don't lose souls. Rare Ring of Sacrifice is the same thing, and also, if you are cursed, you'll be cured. Actually, I should read that one, because there's a specific thing about it. This mystical ring was created in a sacrificial rite of Velka, the goddess of sin. Yep, okay. Velka is important. Velka broke people's brains for years, because there's so few references to her in this game, but the ones that are there are so interesting, and you just want to know more about her. And there were so many things where people were like, well, this isn't clear, but what if the answer was Velka? What if it was Velka who did this? And some of those things were actually validated in Dark Souls 3. Velka got a little bit more of a major role in Dark Souls 3. I'm not sure if that was ever the plan, or if the devs just kind of latched on, like, oh, people like Velka, let's do Velka. I'm going to actually be using Velka's rapier later on in the game, because it is an int weapon that's quite good. That jump kills me more often than I actually make it. Anyway, the joke I was talking about, the balls for that trap like it's this complicated mechanical mechanism, but it's all just this giant loading it in by hand. I think that's really funny.
What? What? Who are you? Another undead, eh? I took on Sam's fortress alone, but I'm no different from those vile creatures. I was driven by conceit. You think you're different? That you can handle it? Yes, I remember that feeling. For I was the same. So, let me help you out with your soul searching.
He sells large Titanite shards and green Titanite shards, which is really helpful. He doesn't sell anything else that we need, unfortunately. The Katarina armor, though, sometimes I think about getting the Katarina armor, but it's not really worth it. It's really heavy, but I like the way it looks. I like the onion set. And thunder defense and magic defense are useful things to have, but not worth 15,000 souls.
Nothing at all.
Oh, I didn't continue talking.
Rush in like a naked babe and be skinned alive.
Does he think about naked skinned babies often?
Oh yes.
I don't.
What is it? Still something you need, eh? Anything at all? There's nothing more to say. I'm finished. We're both on the brink, you see. End of story. You bloody fool.
This guy is called the Crestfallen Merchant, for obvious reasons.
Let me give you a nibble of advice. Don't even consider visiting.
Also, he floats above the ground.
Not in your state. For a century they've tried and failed. The Night King Rendell, Black Iron Tarkus, and even Logan himself. You won't stand a chance, you'll be eaten alive. But go along if you wish, if only to deepen your despair. Let me give you a... Don't...
Okay.
So you're that good? Don't need a thing? It won't be long before you're begging for mercy.
Anyway, this is where we were. Like, that's where the ball comes out. Oh, it seems like it might have reset. It doesn't come out here anymore. Here's the cage key. I have thought... Oh, like, I'm now in a place where Pepper and I are playing a lot of Minecraft together, and I'm trying to figure out builds. And my first build that I want to do is not related to Dark Souls at all, but it's going to be Aerith's house from Final Fantasy VII Remake. But I keep thinking about things from Dark Souls I might want to build. Sen's Fortress is on the list. I don't know. It's complicated enough that I don't know if I'll ever get to it. But, God, that would be cool, wouldn't it? Okay, that Baldur Knight's not going to follow us. Anyway, the reason we wanted the cage key is the master key will open some of the cages, but not this one. And we need this cage because this is our shortcut back to the very beginning of the level. I'm going to go up and kill the firebomb giant, and then probably use this to go back to Firelink Shrine and get the spells I need. Leave me alone. I don't want any trouble. I don't want any trouble. Oh, he fell. Oh, he survived. What do you know? Good for him. Oh, he's fighting the Titanite demons, it looks like. That's funny. Would I ever want to do my own Minecraft streams, Pepper says? I don't know, maybe. I feel like I only want to really play Minecraft with Pepper at this point. Maybe later. Like, maybe once I get more confidence in it. I definitely wouldn't want to take on, like, a big build on my own just yet. By the way, over there, you can see the next boss. That's the Iron Golem. Oh, what the? I sent that body flying, and I don't even think I touched it. Oh. Oh. No wonder my spell wasn't working. I didn't have my staff out. Once we kill this guy, he's dead for good, and we never have to worry about the giant fire bombs again. And if we didn't kill him first, he would use them on us in the boss fight. So it's a good thing to get him out of the way. Also, I feel like I shouldn't be able to do that to those giant fire bombs. I don't think that I should be able to just like roll through them and everything's fine. There's no explosion, but whatever, take it. I think there is actually a thing like. I think Zully the Witch, like the YouTuber Zully the Witch, tested this. I'm pretty sure if you leave the giant alive but destroy all these fire bombs, he's not able, like, even though he has infinite fire bombs, he's not able to throw any more when all of the big, like, the models are destroyed. But like those respawn. He doesn't respawn. It's better to just kill him. So now we can explore out here a little bit more calmly. I am going to go back to Firelink Shrine and buy some spells, and then we're going to come back and take on the Iron Giant, get to the first bonfire of Anor Londo, which is like almost immediate, and then I'm going to end the stream. I guess I was wrong. I guess that Snake Eye wasn't fighting the Titanite demons. Oh shit. Oh, that was almost really stupid of me. I got impatient. So I don't have enough souls on me right now to get all of the spells I want from Logan, but I do have soul items I can use, so I'm gonna do that. I decided I don't want to use the souls from the boss fight. I want to use those spells on the boss fight. We made a lot of progress today. I'm happy with this. It helps I've been going for 6 fucking hours. God. My last Minecraft stream was... Not Minecraft, God. My last Dark Souls stream was also very long because, like, once I get into this game, it's hard to stop playing.
Again, and he tells me
oh,
that he
whoops,
has
I didn't
you
mean to skip
thank.
that.
Well, we are both in your debt now. Thank you, sincerely. He's just over there. Go along and have a chat.
There you are. I was expecting you. As promised, I will share my sorceries.
Okay, so we want Great Soul Arrow, and we want Soul Spear. Like, we're going to eventually buy all of these things for several reasons. One of them is that there's a certain spell in this game, and also Logan's Catalyst, that you can only get if you completely clear him out of every spell he owns. And, like, that also gets to a certain point in the game. But for right now, homing Soul Mass would be nice, but I don't care that much about it. We want Soul Spear, and we want Great Soul Arrow, rather. So that is 46,000 souls. We currently have 36,000. So we just need 10,000 more.
No results, eh? Well, the way of sorceries is a long, hard road. Take it slowly.
The soul of a hero is 10,000 souls, and we actually picked one up right next to Logan. It's like the game knew.
Hello there. You really are very diligent. I quite understand. Study is invigorating.
Great soul arrow. Soul spear. I don't have enough int to use soul spear. God damn it.
I will stay here.
I hadn't thought about that. I have 30 int. I need 36. Alright, well that's the next thing I am leveling up for. Do I want to just like... Okay, it's about 11,000 souls per each level up. Do I want to just dump soul items and see if I can get it? Sure, why not? I'm going to do that. I'm not going to dump boss souls, obviously. But I could do Quelaag, actually. Because that's a boss fight I'm going to have to redo on New Game Plus Plus anyway. So I'll have... Well, I'm not going to do that. I'm not doing that. I might not get every level I need for Soul Spear, but I'll get close at least. Okay. See how that is. Close. Okay, 2 more levels. I think it might be doable. Although I have used all my big soul items right now, so it might not. But we'll see. I've used all my big soul items, but I do have a lot of small soul items. So I have to get up to like 26,000 if I can. 26, 27. It might happen. It might happen. Ooh, no, it's not. Do I have anything I want to sell to Framped? Let me use this level up first. I need 9,000 more souls. Or a bit over 9,000. So I need 10,000 more souls. So I know I have some things in my bottomless box, but let me take those out actually. I can definitely use some of the like I have all these boulder shields. I can use one of those. Tin Banishment Catalyst, maybe? I really want to get Soul Spear right now. You know, these ones, I bet they sell for a lot, and I don't need to keep them. I just need to have gotten them once. I bet those will work. Ricard's Rapier, maybe? Let's see.
Is it?
Oh, the boulder shields are only 50 each. But that sound is fucking great, isn't it? Dragon King Great Axe is 5,000. Or, yeah, 5,000. That's good. Yeah, I don't need that. I'm almost there. No. Oh, Drake Sword. 5,000. Hi, Manal. Wow, you came by to the stream pretty late, right when I was getting close to ending. How are you doing? To people in this chat who are new, Manal is one of my other girlfriends. Okay. Now I have enough for that level. Stressed? Oh, I'm sorry. Is everything all right? Oh. Is there anything that I could help with? Do you need an editor or anything? You need to make a bunch of interview questions. That sounds like the kind of assignment that also gave me trouble a lot of the time. I'm sorry. It is unfortunately pretty late here. It's almost 1 a.m., but I will help however I can. Also, if it's not due tomorrow, I can help tomorrow as well. It's due in an hour and a half. Oh, I'm sorry. Shit. I did not mean to equip the Ring of Favor and Protection. Now, if I unequip it, it breaks. Well, I don't have anything else I needed on right now, but I want the Gold Serpent Ring. Okay, I'm going to break my Ring of Favor and Protection. I can get another one later anyway. Okay, I am just going to go fight the Iron Golem, go to Anorlando, and end the stream. Hi, Pepper. Welcome back.
More like Plapper. Is that audible?
It might have been. I'm not sure.
More like Plapper.
Anyway, Manel says the premise of my project is food as a source of identity formation and identity preservation to Palestinian Americans. That's an interesting topic. Not what I would have... This is probably more a limit of my imagination than anything else. I wouldn't have thought of that as like an oral history topic, but I can see how it would be. Oh, I guess oral history isn't just literally like the stories you tell, right? It's also like the other aspects of your culture that aren't like things that can be shared just by writing them down, right? Like, that makes sense.
Hey, Jodi.
Yeah, Pepper?
You know how oftentimes when we go to bed, we eat some dinner, we watch something?
Yep.
I get to watch you.
You do.
It's nice, I like that.
I'm glad you like it. I like it too. Like, it feels like... I feel like it's hard to think about questions you'll ask ahead of time because so much of that's going to be follow-up questions, right? Like, it's going to depend on what people say to you in the first place. The prof literally says she doesn't look at her own history questions or interview questions. I mean, I guess you can't just have an assignment. I guess I understand from her perspective. You can't just let your students go in without things prepared. But like, I don't know. Is knowing this ahead of time a big like grade, a big part of your grade? Like what's the? I'm not trying to say not to do it. To be clear. This time, that one. It's a decent chunk, but not make or break. Probably not worth, like... Probably not worth risking it, then, if it's a big chunk. I am a big believer in, like... You know... A passing grade is a passing grade. But at the same time, I don't want to, like, be like, oh, yeah, who gives a shit, you know? I don't want to, like, take away your leeway. So what have you got so far? Maybe we can start with that. Okay, he'll have the same thought as me. Anyway, here's the Iron Golem and also my chance to show off Soul Spear for the first time. Yes, Pepper. Oh, thank you. 638 damage in one spell. Well, thank you for saying that, Pepper. Basic background questions like, what is your relationship to this? Like that kind of thing. Like just kind of so that the interview gives you a basic sense of who this person is that you're talking to. Name, age, that kind of thing. That makes sense. Anyway, that was the Iron Golem, everyone. I guess. Okay, let me reread what this is about. Hang on. Identity formation and identity preservation to Palestinian Americans. So then maybe questions that have to do with like. Also, I love this cutscene because you think that these gargoyles are gonna like attack you, and then they're actually bringing you up there. It's actually a reference to a Demon Souls cutscene. Like it feels like too obvious to just be like, answer my research question for me, but just like, what have been your thoughts about how food gives you like a shared identity with other Palestinians and other Palestinian Americans? Like, what foods, like, can you think of an example of, oh, by the way, we've got an achievement there, which, one more off the list. Can you think of an example of a time where food helped you, like, forge a common bond with other people who share your identity, or things along those lines, or have helped you explain parts of your culture to people who don't share your identity? What specific foods carry a lot of meaning to you about your culture as a Palestinian American? What foods do you think, like, are there any foods that you think of that, how do I phrase it? That specifically, like, the story of the creation or preservation of this food has some kind of link to Palestinian life or Palestinian resistance or something like that. I don't know. I'm just kind of spitballing here. I hope that some of these are workable.
Well, you are a rare visitor. Welcome to the lost city of Anorlondo, chosen undead. If you seek Lord Gwyn's old keep, exit here and head straight yonder. If you are the chosen one, a revelation shall visit thee. What follows thereafter depends upon you.
This character is called the Dark Moon Nightess. I've never heard the word Nightess in any other context ever.
What is it? What am I? Well, I am the keeper of the bonfire. If not for me, what beacon would there be in this lost city? A gatekeeper and a guide. That is my calling.
Like, with that last one I tried to talk about, I was thinking about, like, fly bread, and how that is such a big part of, like, First Nations history in Canada, specifically because it was a food that was created because of the circumstances and oppression that First Nations people in Canada faced and face. I wonder if there are, like, if there's similar stories to that, you know? Like, fly bread, for example, was made with, like, food rations, essentially. Like, it's a food that you can make with very meager rations. That's delicious. And I wonder if there's similar things that you can pull out of people that are like that, you know?
The bonfires attended by the keepers are special. They are linked to one another, and their flames never die. Yet never shall the keepers of these flames meet.
Her saying that the fires held by the fire keepers are special in part because they're linked, that used to be more important in gameplay than it is now. Later on, we are going to get the ability to warp, and it used to be when Dark Souls 1 first came out, you could only warp between the Firekeeper bonfires. That's not true anymore, thank God. Yeah, J-Hill, not just ribs, but like barbecue in general. Yeah. Like, it was like the bad parts of the meat, the shitty parts no one wanted, and it was like, well, we're going to make this delicious, and yeah.
If you require rest, now is the time. That is, after all, what the bonfire is for. If you
Okay, there we go. Going to repeat. Hi, Corgi. Welcome back. I am basically ending the stream right now, but it's good to have you back. 2 levels. Okay. I thought you said no going till midnight. Yeah, I did say that, didn't I?
Hey, loser.
Thank you for the sweets. I'm going to take a sip, and then I'm going to end stream. All right. Pepper's still eating. Oh, do you want me to keep going?
Yeah,
I can keep going.
I'm watching you.
All right, I'm gonna keep going, I guess. Cool. I gotta keep going so long as Pepper's eating. Pepper didn't make me dinner. I know this.
You probably don't want mac and cheese.
That's true. I didn't. So, these giant sentinel soldiers here, they only attack when you attack them. Pepper didn't make Corgi dinner either? Pepper, what the fuck? But, like, they have items that they are guarding that we want. So.
I did. It's on the way. It's just going to take 3 to 4 business days.
I'm not sure if you heard that, Corgi. Just 3 to 4 business days and you'll receive your dinner. I like using spells point blank like that against a large enemy. These enemies are used a lot for, like, soul farming. So, something to point out. You see the chain on this chest? All real chests, the chains look like that. They roll in like a almost a perfect circle, basically, going backwards or opening backwards. That's a real chest. And this statue here is of someone who we're going to meet later. And across the way, there's going to be another statue of another person we're going to meet later. So yeah, Manal, if you're still listening, I guess if you already have a hunch what foods might work like that, you could ask about those specifically, or you can ask more broadly about, like, well, are there any foods you think of that are important to you in that specific way? Yes, Pepper. Maybe we do need to have me start sooner. That would be a good idea. Giant shield. I think that's an item that's on my list that we need. Manal left. Oh, that's unfortunate. I will text her. Hopefully I can help. Oh, you're here. Good, good, good. I hope that that's helpful. I hope that you're able to get this assignment done. How many questions do you need? Working on assignment. That's very fair. Probably should have occurred to me. Anyway, what I was just talking about, you can see this chest. The chain is just kind of coming forward like that. That means that's a mimic. 2 pages single spaced. Okay, wow. Yeah. Just gonna kill that mimic before it even can get up, because I don't want to deal with it. Crystal halberd. That's very helpful for us, because that is a weapon that's already upgraded down the crystal upgrade path, which means that we can just upgrade that to get the crystal weapon maxed out that we need for one of the achievements. And some twinkling titanite, sure. Anyway, another statue of someone we're gonna meet. Anyway.
Hey, Jodi.
Yes, Pepper?
Which thing are we going to tomorrow?
What do you mean?
Finger?
Oh, we're going to the morning one.
Okay.
So we are going to have to wake up. It's going to kind of suck. I have to get fingerprinted tomorrow for the new job that I'm hoping to start soon. But all the fingerprint offices are open like 1.5 hours a day, 4 days a week. It's really irritating. And so we have to get up kind of early. It's a little irritating, but, you know, it is what it is. And it's like, there's, like, no availability for these. Like, it's so, like, they're open barely at all. And also, if I don't get this done by 5 days after I got, like, my job offer, which, so, like, by Tuesday, I don't get the job. And, like, and 2 of those days were weekends, and none of these things are closed. They specifically said calendar days. It's so annoying. They emailed me on Thursday, and I have like no time. And also, it's like big snowstorm out here. Hard to drive as far as they need me to drive for fingerprints. I hate it.
The places we need to go are like an hour away.
Yeah, basically every place we need to go is like an hour away. The one that isn't is like closed on Mondays, and I don't want to risk that Tuesday will be okay. Based on, like, I don't... They should be counting it that way based on what they said, but I don't want to risk it. It's really irritating. I'm not sure if I said on stream... Oh, I did say on stream, but I'm going to say it again because there's more people here now. I'm going to be working as a mail carrier. I'm going to be delivering mail. I'm looking forward to it. No idea what my stream schedule is going to look like because I don't know what my work schedule is going to look like, but I'm hoping to keep doing, you know... I'm hoping to keep doing, like, streams consistently.
Well, you most likely won't be like doing any of the mail stuff in the nighttime.
I guess that's probably true. I actually don't know how long a mail route takes. I'm hoping I'm not going to be too exhausted to stream in the future. Because that has been a thing for me in the past, unfortunately. Oh, shit. I'm just grinding for souls right now just because, like, I need to entertain Pepper, apparently.
You can stop if you want.
I know. But I got a little...
I was mostly joking. I expected you to say no.
I got a little impatient. Oh, apparently you usually start as a substitute mail carrier. Are they starting me as a regular? I don't know. I haven't had any direct communication with anyone. I haven't had, like, an interview or anything, so I don't quite know. Corgi, I forgot you knew so much about this. You have friends who work at USPS, right? God, paper titles are the worst, Manal. I'm sorry. Like, at a certain point, just, like, don't overthink it. It can change later because it's just preliminary, and the title's not the most important thing in the world anyway. You know? Giant's Halberd, I need that. Let me cross that off the list. Giant's Halberd. There we go. Even if they start me as a regular, some routes are a few hours and some are going to have you out all day. That makes sense. And I imagine that, like, I'm going to have training and shit like that, right? Like, they're not just going to, like, throw me off the deep end and be like, here's your mail truck, here's your route, go.
Johnny, do you want me to microwave you something?
One second. Let me just quickly mute. Alright, I am back. I guess, but now, as far as the research questions go, or the interview questions, I wouldn't be afraid to ask directly, I suppose. Like, I think you can straight up be, there are many stories, or many cultures throughout the world where they have X, Y, or Z kind of relationship to food based on A, B, or C thing. Are there examples where you can think of that related to your own Palestinian/Palestinian American identity? You know? Anthem says, I'm the weirdo that makes friends with his mail carrier. I've given them water and gift cards for Christmas. That's really lovely. I hope that, like, I don't know, meeting people, like, I used to be a social worker, and I love connecting with people, but also connecting with people in this political climate as a trans woman is really scary. And I'm hoping that I'll make some amount of connections along those lines, and that they'll be good, you know? Oh. Alright, at this point, I'm just farming for souls for no reason, just because I don't want to end stream, and I like making this conversation. I'm probably going to end somewhat soon. It is 1 a.m. But I'm doing alright, you know? It's okay. It's okay. I'm curious if I can one-shot these guys with Soul Spear. Soul Spear, by the way, I haven't talked much about it. It can go through things. It can hit multiple enemies, like, in a line. It's a really useful spell. And it does one-shot them. That's good to know. I'm gonna farm for one more level, I think. Yeah, Anthem says that's strong. I never messed with sorceries much in DS1 or 2. Like, they're broken. Especially, like, in DS2, if you do a Hex build, it is fucking stupid, frankly. I just recently did that. I'd never really done it before, but, like, yeah, God, it's way too strong. And, like, we haven't even gotten Dark Bead yet. Dark Bead is insane. Dark Bead is, like, the shotgun dark magic spell. And it's like, if you use it point blank against the boss, you can kill them in like 3 hits. Not regular soul arrow. Whoops. Thank you, Pepper. Pepper made me a quick dinner, and I appreciate it.
I bubble.
I bubble boo. I am going to keep farming until I get one more level, and then I'm going to call it. Taking your estrogen?
Yep.
Nice. I'm good. Where am I at with levels? Okay, I need 3,000 more souls. That's one more go around, and well, a little less than one more go around, but I'm going to do one more go around.
You got over 100 views.
I am.
Also, this is your longest stream now for sure.
Oh, absolutely it is. I should start earlier. Because I don't want to stop. Even still, I don't want to stop.
You're really good at going for a while.
Yeah. I think maybe I need to stream on more days, and then I won't have this urge anymore. Because, like, part of this is that, like, I'm not going to be able to continue this run until next Sunday, unless I am able to do more streaming between now and then. I could stream tomorrow. Maybe I will. But I also know, in the moment before stream, I'm not going to want to stream. And then as soon as I start, I'm going to be like, oh, this is fun. I just like showing the games I like to people and talking about the games and talking about other things and just kind of occupying myself with the games I like while having a good conversation, you know? And I guess that's just kind of what streaming is.
You were made for it. I know I've said it before, but genuinely I've been, like, so proud of you and so excited to see you, like, do all this and be so good at it. And, like,
Thank you so much, Pepper. That's so sweet. You are a good conversationalist, Jay Hill. We love you, Jay Hill. Oh, I forgot to kindle this bonfire up to 20. I should do that.
hey, Jay Hill. Just to give you an example, sometimes when we're off stream, we just go like, you know, Jay Hill is really fun.
We do say that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that picked up, if the mic picked that up, but we do say that.
Or like, it's just really nice to see Jay Hill in the chat all the time.
Yeah.
He's happy.
Yeah, it does. All right, everybody. Thank you all for watching. You're all wonderful, beautiful people, and I love you so much. I am going to leave game because I'm now human and I don't want to get invaded. But thank you all for watching. You're all wonderful, beautiful people, and I love you so much. If you'd like to support the channel, please consider becoming a member. If you do, you get special benefits such as emotes, badges, shoutouts, and the possibility of joining Pepper in stream or in her Minecraft realm. Our current members are... I'm still pulling it up as I speak. I was trying to stall a little bit, but I didn't quite do it. Whatever. Our current Tier 1 grubs are Shiny Warrior Wolf and Nonex. Our current Tier 2 treat is Pie the Queen of Orange, and our current Tier 3 full tummy is Moopy Star. The support means the world to us, and it helps us live in a real way, and we super appreciate it. If you'd like to support the channel in other ways, excuse me, if you'd like to support the channel in other ways, you can do so via stream chats, Streamlabs donations, and super chats. Stream chats is going to be my new portmanteau for that. Pepper's Discord server and Blue Sky are in the description below. Please check them out. The new members we've had today, it was great seeing you. I hope you come back. Old timers, it was great to see you too. Thank you all for being here. I know it's part of my spiel, but really, genuinely, you're all wonderful, beautiful people, and I love you so much. And I'm glad to be streaming with you. And
call the chat old timers. That's a good one.
Old timers, you think so?
That's your audience.
No, it's not. No, it is not. All right. Thank you, everybody. I might be back tomorrow. I don't know. Keep an eye on that Blue Sky or on that Discord server. We'll see. I really enjoyed this stream. I didn't want it to end. I had a great time with all of you. Thank you all for being here. Goodbye, bye-bye. Goodbye, bye-bye. Goodbye, bye-bye. Goodbye. Where's the... There. End screen. Goodbye, bye-bye.